finals. Now, you may not recognize the team names. You see GC Busan and Runaway are the teams here. Now, these two teams ended up becoming what we know now as, of course, Vancouver Titans and the London Spitfire. So this was a 7-game series where, Prophet actually ended up getting the MVP award. Now, moving into, how these teams got to where they are on these rosters, you'll notice Prophet goes to London Spitfire, actually gets back-to-back MVPs after, taking the whole season of 2018, winning that grand finals. Hureg joins Spitfire, goes to Runaway, now ends up being on the Titans. Now, he hasn't played in this series, but it is interesting to note that he's been on both teams. Gesture, of course, to Spitfire. Hagapun doesn't make it into Spitfire, ends up on the Mayhem, not doing so well these days. Wuhyal now playing for Gen.G, Seoul's Academy team. And you can see Closer, interestingly enough, goes to Spitfire, but now is on the Dallas Fuel. Moving into Runaway, you've got Stitch and Haksal, the DPS duo that you do see today, so no Hureg. Jono, of course, on the Titans. Now, Tizzy, we're not really sure. He went to Spitfire, then he went to XL2 for a very brief amount of time, Bangzhou Academy, then he was on Chicken Contendies, then Grunto. Now, it's a bit of question marks. Rumors he might be joining, his old squad that he played in the Apex Season 4 finals with, but we're still not sure where Tizzy is. Bumper was in that final playing support. Now he's the main tank player for the Titans, and of course we know one of everyone's favorite players, Cox, is retired. So that's kind of a look overall.
Bro, cool story, okay? Cool story. But we got to get back to halftime.
Well, it's important to know the history here, Malik. I mean, really.
We know the history. We know it very well.
Do you know? I mean, I'm not entirely sure you do. I don't know if you'd pass an exam if I did set you up on it right now.
You guys want to continue halftime?
Yeah, sure.
I think we should do it.
Listen, I don't know how it's possible, but we've somehow managed to put me asleep.
Do me a favor here. Turn around.
All right, we'll take a look at some highlights if that's what you guys really want. I mean, it is Thursday, It's highlights day, okay.
Yeah. Thanks for the essay, though. Appreciate it.
Oh, I mean, it's just important for you guys to know that this stuff really is important.
Well, here's the highlights anyway. Here's where we get to the real nitty-gritty of the actual match itself against two teams that by the name of London Spitfire and the Vancouver Titans.
That's right.
Great setup.
Great setup.
Great
Don't know where to go from here. But no, I think overall, as I said earlier, it was a big surprise to see London coming out swinging. They looked so much better with that Reaper May composition than the Vancouver Titans. They very much look out of sorts. It doesn't seem to fit their style at all. Haksal is not a great May. He's certainly not really doing what the other Mays in the league are doing, which is setting up the rest of their team to get those kills. He's kind of not getting that much utility out of freezing targets or his Blizzard.
Yeah, I mean, historically, Haksal was a great May player in the past, right, before Overwatch League, but he just hasn't had that much impact recently on the hero. But when you talk about his Genji, when you move into Anubis, that's where the Titans are going to strike back here.
Yeah, and honestly, a very close series overall. I think I said in the pre-show I was expecting a very one-sided, but a closer affair for the Titans. Temple of Anubis was where I thought they were going to be taking it. They ended up taking it in the end. A big part of this due to Haxel's Genji and his proficiency on that role. But London Spitfire have impressed me as well. They've stepped it up. As we mentioned before, control maps, the first map that we just saw, they've been absolutely atrocious on that one game mode. And moving forwards, them picking up an early one on that control map really does bode well for them moving forwards into this series. Now, I'd still have to give the edge to Vancouver Titans in this. Yeah. Because the maps that are going to be coming up still are going to be suiting them. I believe we're going to Hollywood and Route 66. Route 66 is a bit of a coin toss right now. Vancouver Titans and London, not great at it. But overall, London, actually impressed. They have actually worked on their gameplay. They're not just laughing off a lot of these losses.
Yeah, indeed. And since we do have you here, Wolf, and you're the professor, do me a favor and grade these two teams on that first half.
Right now, if I look at London Spitfire, it's going to be a B+. I mean, they're bringing Guard in for a snipe strategy. It doesn't work out on Anubis, but they had a great start on Control. So I like the creativity, trying to bring Guard in, trying to run the Sombra Genji. So, it doesn't work out in the end, but pretty cool. I have to give Vancouver Titans B- here, a little bit less. A little bit less impressive. They're going back to their old tried and true. They went on Anubis, but I don't think they're going to be able to close this series out. You're not going to get your comfort pick map every time in these 4-map series, and they're not going to be more maps like Anubis where they're going to crush on it with Haxal's Genji, his favorite hero for the next 2 maps. So I'm looking at London to close this one out. I'm a little bit less impressed with the Titans.
Wow. All right. Well, you guys heard it from the professor, and you're getting ready to see it from the teams on stage. It's all tied up 1-1. We're going to Hollywood right after the break.
They don't just play for a team. They play for every fan. every rival, every moment, every match. And when everyone watching expects the best, they perform with the best.
I'm on fire.
Meteor strike!
Welcome back, guys, to our first match of the day, and it's a good one. London Spitfire taking on the Vancouver Titans. They're all tied up going into map number 3, and it was a little bit surprising. We saw the Titans lose on Control, which London is generally not favored at. Then London lost on Assault, which they are generally the better team on. So who knows? It's stage 4.
Yeah, but as Professor Wolf was pointing out, you know, it is a map rather where they can use Haxal's Genji. That does play into a lot of the strengths of the Titans historically. And so very interesting to see that play out as it did. But a lot of it came down to Twilight Sleep Dart on the Prophet to start out that attack round, because it was just a pretty vicious snowball from that point in time moving forward that was heavily in favor of the Titans.
Very true. So we've got a substitution to talk about. Let's see who it is. It's going to be Birdring coming back in for the London Spitfire, subbing in for Guard. Unsurprising, as we usually do see Guard kind of just subbed in for those Assault maps lately.
Yeah, and it has been interesting to watch Birdring, because when we think about Birdring, we typically think about him as a hit scan player, right?
Right.
Coming in. But actually, he's the best, statistically, the best Hanzo on this roster, even though we think about Prophet and his insane Hanzo abilities. And in fact, some of the highest teamfight win rates that we see from the Spitfire are when they're playing Birdring on Hanzo and Prophet on the Mei. It's been a very successful composition for them.
It's interesting because one of the things that London was very good at last year, and is kind of immediately excelling at this year too, is combining gestures Orisa halts, the right click, with the Dragon Strike, the Hanzo ultimate, to kind of do like a mini Graviton Surge effect, right? Where everybody's pulled in, everybody gets hit by that ultimate. London is definitely one of the better teams in the league at doing that. And you can imagine we're probably going to see that kind of stuff as we get things started here on Hollywood. London Spitfire on the defense first, though. So it will be Vancouver attacking. Birdring is running that Hanzo, though.
Yeah, and when we talk about statistics for the London Spitfire, it has been Birdring who's been ahead of Prophet in both damage and final blows per 10. So two major categories that he's been really popping off on. And as we said, Quartermain is still in because it allows them to run the very heavy Batiste on a combination. Gives them so much healing output.
As reflect on the hook there.
Yeah.
Oh, Sleep Dart into Fury. Not a lot of damage following that up. Bumper walks forward with the shields overlapping. That's right. Janu a little bit low. Gesture anti-heal, but the Immortality Field is in there for London. They get the healing done, and Janu gets demech. So London Spitfire starting to come out ahead a little bit in this fight, but the Titans could still easily turn it around if they can find a pick. There's a hook, and Twilight disappears off your screen and goes back to spawn. London Spitfire now starting to push the Titans back.
Yeah, anti-heal also blocked off thanks to the wall. Prophet gonna get a late kill with a headshot onto Bumper. So Spitfire will back off now. Really good initial defense. And Titans, they're going back to the Hanzo and Genji combination. Now, worth noting, the Titans in this stage have played very little Hanzo overall. So this is something that Stitch is bringing to this team that Hurek did not.
Right. This is kind of what we were curious about. When they start using Stitch, how will that kind of change things up? Dragon Strike comes through, as Bumper did get cut off a little bit. The rest of the team, Quartermain, a little bit low health. They've got the Immortality field out there. They've got the healing in there. And that's going to nullify a lot of the amplification matrix, too. Spitfire, you know, keeping the Titans out, but not able to really use that at the same time. Here comes the Nano Blade. Hawksaw frozen, though. He went right into the Blizzard. Ooh, that is not a place you want to blade. Slime gets the uppercut onto Bird Ring, and London Spitfire, though, able to turn this one around, pushing them back. Bumper in a lot of trouble, low health. Fury takes a breather as he gets the healing, and that's just a lone Mercy, about to be staggered. Hello, yeah.
Hello, Slime. It's a nice blast you got there.
It's, sorry, only Neptuno gets the 3Ks in this league on Mercy.
Yeah, we're gonna take a look again at that blade replay as the infinite stagger for Slime goes on. Excellent job of path blocking the doorway from Fury.
All right, so check this out. Hawksaw pulls out the blade, gets
hooks right into the Blizzard. Beautiful play by Fury and Prophet.
Yep. Yeah, Fury's Roadhog hooks have been extremely good since Stage 4 began here. And obviously, you can't get a lot done with the Dragon Blade if you are frozen solid.
Yeah, so far, the Titans have only been able to get one elimination on this attack, and this is going to be another failed assault here. Cut off with that May wall, so another victory here for the Spitfire, at least temporarily, as they try and get some staggers.
Yeah, that's right. Quartermain's Immortality fields have been really clutch in this defense as well. There's been a lot of times where Vancouver's come really close to getting a pick. Oh, and Slime gets taken out by the right click. But yeah, Quartermain, Immortality field, keeping this team alive.
Yeah, remember London Spitfire is actually 2-4 on this map, while Titans are 6-2 this year. So it's been something the Spitfire have struggled with, but now they're in 6 ult territory for this last push. Hawksaw is going to have to basically use the remainder of his time, if it's even possible for him to get a blade.
Yeah,
they want to use it with the nano boost.
Seconds left. Now for London, they've got all 6 ultimates. They just have to defend for a little bit longer. Supercharger comes down. There's the Dragon Strike going through the side, just keeping the Titans zoned out. Away from their Supercharger now. Gesture loses his as the Dragon Strike comes through. Prophet rolls up, throws down the wall, ice blocks for a second just to stay safe. But now they gotta worry about this Dragon Blade coming in from Hawksaw.
No nano boost.
But there goes Bumper. He's down, and this has got to be the biggest blade ever coming in from Hawksaw. Blizzard does not trap him this time. Gets a kill onto Badoshin, but London still kind of dismantling the Titans. Not over yet.
Oh,
the
huge
kill on the
hook.
Slime. It may just be. Fury drops, but London, after eliminating that Mercy, is in such a great place to hold. Now the Reinhardt comes in. Bumper making the last minute spot. Nice right click onto Hawksaw from Prophet. So accurate with that May. Doomfist gonna get frozen solid. Goodbye. Bumped around. He's not dead yet. Now he is. Gesture finally finishing him off, but we're into OT. London Spitfire in overtime. A place where they've struggled, but they've got such an advantage in this fight that they should be able to clean it up. That said, oh yeah, man, look at that Bird Ring. But they killed the Twilight as he tried to come in. No contest there in London with the fullest of full holds on Hollywood.
I'm so glad to see that combination of the May and Hanzo that's worked great for the Spitfire so far this stage return, and they win it 18-3 in terms of eliminations.
Yeah, another insanely one-sided round. Let's see if London can finish this one quick when we come back.
All systems checked out.
Well, a full hold for London Spitfire on defense. Now they got a chance to attack. They only need to take that first tick on point A to win the map and take the lead again in that series. And don't forget, guys, the playoffs coming up, or the grand finals rather, coming up too. Even more exciting, August 30th, that's right. We got the play-in tournament before that, and the playoffs. A lot of postseason action beginning a little bit later.
Indeed, and you know what's exciting about this map is like, at best, it's going to be a draw for the Titans, which means that for the Spitfire, it's actually really good because even if they draw here, that means that they don't have to play Ilios in map 5, which they're 1-8 on, and it will send us to our final map of the series without it being a bad control map.
That's a good point.
So either way, this is actually decent for London, but obviously really strong chance here to go ahead and win out.
Yeah, you'd rather just take the lead, huh?
Yeah.
Here we go. London Spitfire advancing now. Stitch down already. What? Birdring finds the pick. And that's a 6v5 now. The res comes in. Can they take advantage of the time Mercy was spending resing and not healing? Doesn't look like it, so still the 6v6, but man, Birdring is dangerous on this Hanzo. They only need that one tick. Vancouver Titans need to stay on this point right now. Immortality field down. Oxall, now a Hanzo battle on the roof here. Badosian gets a kill into Janu. Good start for London in this fight here. Oh, and that's it. Everything's collapsing now. Twilight Stitch, they're all down, and London Spitfire just rolling right over the Vancouver Titans. It's only a matter of time, and that is the end of the map. London win it pretty much as fast as you possibly can.
Yeah, it does give them the opportunity. They're on game point for our next map. They happen to lose that game point on Ilios, as bad as it is for them. So Spitfire firmly in the lead right now after a full hold, winning on their first push. They have absolutely dominated maps 1 and 3 in this series.
Vancouver's going to need to do what they couldn't do last week against the Titans. They're going to need to dig deep, find the confidence to tie it up. We'll see if they can do that when we come back.
The Overwatch League is powered by Intel. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7. And by Omen by HP, the official PC.
Special attack.
Dire straits for the Vancouver Titans, but the London Spitfire have taken the lead in the series once more with as dominant a win as you could really possibly get on Hollywood. Holding it on defense, not allowing a single tick versus their opponents. And a lot of that was due to the man on your screen right now, Quartermain, playing really, really well in the Batiste. And you and I were talking about this during the break. Being able to swap between the Batiste and the Lucio gives London a great advantage.
It's really good for Rahad. It's really good for London. Rahad. So, Rahad. All right. Gotta talk about Quartermain now.
Rahad.
So, it's great for London because they have one of the only main supports in the league that's able to flex efficiently between Lucio and Batiste.
Yeah.
And it gives them a very different flavor in terms of playstyles, because on the one hand, London can go in with a Lucio speed boost and play those dive comps like we saw in Anubis. On the other hand, they're able to play very efficiently with the Ana and Batiste combination on defense, which gives them so much healing, also a bunch of crowd control, and they have the lamp, the immortality field for their defense, which if you're playing against a team like the Titans, where their biggest strength is being able to play around Haksaal's Genji and Nanoblade view, well, there's so many ways to invalidate that with that combination of support. So it's been really good.
Pretty much.
Yeah, and also like just having the Mei in general is really tough for the Genji. Can't reflect the freeze.
You see that composition again coming in from the London Spitfire on attack now. He's trying to break out, and you'll use a Batiste here because you need to have that immortality field if you're fighting that up-close defense, and that is a hook on the Gesture and a good start for the Titans. There was an anti-heal going in on there too, and now, yeah, we see Titans actually
They're mirroring comp.
Batiste as well.
Yeah, they're mirroring this comp that the London Spitfire are running after that last match. This time, though, they do get that first hook, and London going to be approaching a bit more cautiously this time around as they try and clear out between the train cars without getting a big bay wall there. They are going to get cut off. But you can see the Batiste with his exo boots is able to jump over the top to deploy the immortality field.
Johnny gets to kill the Prophet though after a nice hook. Birdring comes back with one into Stitch. London Spitfire just trying to push away. They have the faster respawn though. Oh, they lose their tank again. Nice Maywall block actually from Haksaal to save Janu. And things that seem like they're starting to click a little bit for Vancouver, at least in the early moments of this defense.
I mean, the problem is they're still going to have 6 players faster, the London Spitfire. So Gesture's back, and meanwhile, they're going to have to back off while Stitch makes his way around Big Earls. He's almost here, but he's not here yet, Noah.
You got to push hard if you're London right now. You got to take advantage of that numbers situation here, and that's what they're going to do. Amplification Matrix does go down for Vancouver as well. Nice anti-heal from Bedosian on the Twilight Janu. Janu did go down, and it was no mercy with them running to Batiste. They can't res that. Blizzard comes in for Vancouver as at least trying to take control of the point. They do just that with a kill on the Prophet, but the Dragon Strike comes through and finishes off Twilight. So without the Ana, it's going to be tough. Meanwhile, Bedosian uses that Nano Boost. Birdring trying to carry hard, and they're doing a lot of damage to Bumper. Might be able to push him back here, but Bedosian is down. Titans still holding on, and now they've got the Supercharger as well. I'm actually a little bit shocked here that the Titans are still in this defense.
I mean, they're going to be in another 5 versus 6, the Titans again soon. They're not going to get Twilight back very quickly. Meanwhile, Bedosian's in line of sight to heal right now, so London can push forward.
Now this Blizzard is going to make such a big difference too if it doesn't get eaten. And it won't with Roadhog in there instead of the Diva. Now the Blizzard comes in. Bumper locked off, gets frozen, definitely going down. Can they get any more? Immortality field taken out. And the funny thing is that with all that, finally, the Blizzard allows London to push through. Oh,
nice sleep dart on the Twilight. That's going to be another late elimination. Stagger kill there as the payload continues to move forward. So Titans, strong defense, right at the train cars. They do have to wait for Gesture to get back, the Spitfire, where they can continue to go on this attack. Titans now will be grouping up just behind point A. Looks like they want to make another attack. They're going to have another 6 versus 6 opportunity now. Here they come. It's a Dragon Strike to cut off the choke.
Really on the high ground, though.
Oh, wow, that chunk is huge. It's an enormous amount of damage.
Yeah, through that amplification matrix, Maywall's not going to last very long, so Titans have to
Here we go. Dragon Strike.
Yeah, will this buy enough time for London to take point A? Oh, man! That is the last place you want to be. A 4 kill for Birdring, and then follows it up with another shot on the Bumper. Why not? 5 kills in that push, and that was the wrong place, wrong time. Vancouver Titans.
Well, you know, right now, Birdring has 8 final blows after that 5K out of his team's 13 eliminations.
That does
helped out with a nice halt there by Gesture.
Play the game right there, I'm pretty sure. That's one that's going to get picked. Can't imagine we're going to see anything bigger than that as far as a single ultimate goes.
Yeah, ult economy still looking good for the Titans. So they didn't use anything. They're going to have 6 ults.
Well, the nice thing is that they were able to buy a lot of time on point A, right?
Yes.
So you want to take as much time off early so that you can starve them out for time bank at point C, which is where most of the stops happen. Now the Nano Boost comes in onto Haksaal, forces the ice block from Prophet right away. Blizzard comes in. There's a wall from Prophet. I don't know about that Blizzard, man.
We're going to get the freeze. Actually, he's going to
get frozen.
He's going to get 2 out of this. Or, yep, 2 out of this.
All right.
Cuts off the Bedosian. and Profit, and that means
Worked
they
out.
get the eliminations, even though that May wall was deployed. Oxal able to hop around the side.
Yeah, with the positioning, I didn't know they'd be able to get around Prophet's wall that fast. Well done.
Yeah, 3 ultimates used there by the Vancouver Titans. Still holding on to a couple of important ones, though, and they can stall out with the Supercharger if need be. See if the Nano Boost for London goes on to Bird Ring here, or whether many teams like to put it on Orisa to give a little bit more staying power and pressure in that front line.
Sleep dart, oh, on Stitch, as he was probably about to let loose.
Counter sleep on the Bird Ring, though.
Yeah, Bird Ring taking a nap as well. Stitch gets in with the anti-heal. Throws out the Dragon Strike. Fury a little bit low as they duck for cover behind the walls of that room. Now Sleep Dart onto Janu again as London pushes forward. Bumper, the Fortify out of the way so he doesn't have that damage reduction on the Orisa anymore. Bird Ring with the kill on the Janu. So London finally pushing forward here. Anti-heal, but the Immortality Field from Quartermain once again keeps people alive. And now London finally starting to push through the defensive lines of the Titans.
A grenade there just at the end to cap off an elimination, but that's the only one we're going to see the Vancouver Titans get, at least at the end of that fight. Now we're going to see probably another fight here at the end of Point C for the Titans. Bird Ring going to be respawning only that amplification matrix right away, though, for the Spitfire. And you look at the Titans, they've got a good chance to hold here.
Oh, Bumper in big trouble. He's on his own. Here comes a whole hog for Fury. Trying to take advantage of that. Bumper manages to fortify and run to freedom, but no! Prophet chases him down, and that's an easy point B take. Now London starting to roll through C, and Titans got to start sweating a little bit. Only 2 minutes, though, on the clock, so they still have a chance to defend here.
Yeah, good read by the Spitfire. Fury just popping that whole hog immediately, knowing that he only has to push a couple back. And if the Fortify is used, the damage is going to kill the Orisa anyway, so they create a scenario where Titans really can't defend at the end of B.
Pretty much. That's the idea, anyway. Kadoshin really close to that nano boost for a chance to use that. Here we go. Wizard comes in for Prophet. Ice block right away, avoiding a little bit of the damage coming in his way. They will block off. Can they get any kills off this? Janu's so low. Amplification matrix go through, though. And a little bit of healing behind that. London Spitfire still pushing forward, though. Vancouver Titans have to wait for those respawns. Bird going to kill into Slime, too. So things just keep piling up for Vancouver to have to deal with. Your Prophet getting in the back lines, getting aggressive now, and why not? With headshots like that. Blocks off one of the doors. That payload's getting very close to the end.
And Titans have just been trickling in while Prophet picks them off. It's going to be a Dragon Strike here at the end with the Supercharger. Huge amounts of damage from the Spitfire can come through.
That Dragon Strike going through one of the respawn doors. I don't think you need to be a Prophet to guess how this round's going to end. Slime's down, and it's only a few more members of Titans to get out of the way before London finishes this round. That's a big anti-heal, but is there enough damage? No, they can't even get there, and London finishes their attack despite that hold on A.
What a great close to that map. Dragon Strike through one spawn door, Amp Matrix on the other one. No real way for the Titans to make it through those choke points, and that's London locking up Point C. Titans will have to match.
London looking good. We'll see if the Titans can come back and score 3 points of their own on their attack run as we switch sides here. But man, the thing with London, you think back to their match against Florida, things just look so out of whack. It just looked like they didn't really care that much. They were kind of laughing after the losing games, and that's fine. I'm glad that they weren't, feeling depressed or anything after that. But still, the coordination is definitely improved week to week between these players here.
Well, I think one thing you can say is that both of these teams lost mostly playing May Reaper, right?
Sure.
And it looked like that they were really doubling down on that composition. Both teams were relatively unflexible in those matches. So today it was about whether they would use May Reaper in more appropriate situations.
Right.
And the answer is definitely. London used it. What we saw was some good May Reaper use on our first control map, but ever since then, it's been more playing to their strengths. We saw Guard come in, which was successful against the Defiant, even though they lost Anubis, but they still had some pretty good defensive holds on Point B in a rough situation. And we saw Titans also moving back, of course, over to the Genji. And what's good about what we're seeing from the Titans is they finally woken up and are playing more Hanzo. They really have not used very much Hanzo at all in Stage 4 compared to most other teams.
Yeah.
And they need to get better at that. That is a core part of this meta, and they're trying at least now, and part of that, I think, is Stitch coming in.
They've got another chance as they go on the attack here. On Route 66, Fury just itching. Give one of those hooks. Just can't wait. Ooh, it was a close one. you know it's coming anyway. Immortality Field used pretty early for the Vancouver Titans, actually. Good thing, too, because a big anti-heal came through and hit 4 people. That would have definitely put them back in spawn if that Immortality Field hadn't been there for Slime.
Nice hook by Janu.
Down, yeah. Great start by Janu, and now with the Immortality Field out of the way on the Spitfire side, London is getting pushed back here.
Yeah, this is going to be a good initial attack here from the Titans.
Seems that way, yeah.
You'll notice that they're playing Twilight on the Zenyatta to start things off. Now, part of this is because you want to win the barrier pressure battle, because obviously the volley straight into an Orisa barrier is going to do much more damage than an Ana can do.
Right.
But part of it is that if you isolate a tank, the Discord Orb burns that tank down so quickly. So this is a more aggressive pick composition from the Vancouver Titans, but you do sacrifice a certain level of healing. So it depends a lot on your execution.
Well, the nice thing is Batiste does give you a lot of healing on his own, but definitely not as much as if you had the Ana along with it. Yeah.
So it means you have to get the picks, and if you don't, then they're going to heal up super fast. And if you spend too long toying around in the neutral and like poking at each other, then you're not going to do well.
Here comes the Dragon Strike from London Spitfire. Right now, the Hulk didn't really result in any kills, although Prophet goes down. Janu hits with the anti-heal. He gets taken out by Birdring in the end. And here comes the Blizzard for Vancouver on the point to just keep that payload pushing forward. Yep, that's going to be point A.
That was not the best halt timing. So Spitfire, which are normally very good at executing that combination, did not have the timing down perfectly. And so Vancouver Titans instead able to easily escape the Dragon Strike and did turn things around with the help of the Blizzard at the end of the point. But Titans are now out of ults, really. But they do have this Dragon Strike, which is important if they are going to come through the upper choke.
Yeah. All right, just burn down through that Orisa's shield to start things off. No hook lands for the Vancouver Titans here, but that payload certainly moving fast. London Spitfire needs to find a way to regroup and put a stop to that.
It's hard for them to get the Ana and the Hanzo out right now.
A little bit. All right, Amp Matrix down for London. Maywall blocking a lot of that. Here comes the Dragon Strike, and it's going to force the Ice Block out of Prophet here. Twilight pops of Transcendence. They're going to just jump on top of the May. Why not? They're going to throw in the Blizzard, though, on the London side, and Vancouver Titans diving right into that one. Like they want to make Snow Angels or something, but no. Doesn't work like that in Overwatch. Just die.
That was really bold, considering that Transcendence came out of Twilight pretty darn early in that fight, and they were trying to follow up on the Dragon Strike, but the Ice Block, delayed most of that time.
Yeah.
I think really optimistic engage there from the Vancouver Titans.
Well, they tried to focus down the May so fast, but they kind of ignored the Immortality Field at the same time and just stood in the Blizzard, basically.
Yeah, that wasn't the best play around the Blizzard, but I mean, Titans have plenty of time, is the upshot for them.
Yeah, they didn't.
Point A really fast.
Right. Didn't get stalled out as much as London did. It's all about from here on out, right? We do see holds on B once in a while. Not common, but once in a while. So I'm very close to that amplification matrix again. The ultimate nearly up there. Trying to keep the Roadhog healed. Twilight's still on the Zenyatta as they push forward here. And Matrix. Now the Dragon Strike comes through from London, and that is more like it. 2 kills from Birdring. Vancouver Titans trying to push back, but they've lost some crucial members of the team right now. The kill into Stitch. Yeah, that's probably going to be another push stop and a pretty bad stagger coming in for the Titans.
Birdring needs to get out, though. Whoa. Immortality Field just in time to save him.
I hate it when I'm climbing a wall and I run into a platform with my head, So annoying when that happens.
Hurts really bad.
Janu and Slime coming back to saying, you know what? We don't need to really do that whole regrouping thing. Don't worry about it. We'll just take care of it. Respawn, trickle in, get some kills. Nice hook. Janu staying alive and take a breather and then finishing off a Frozen Fury.
That was some great skirmishing by the Titans. They were down in a 3 versus 5 for that fight, and because London took so long to re-engage and couldn't get any stagger kills, Respawns come through and turn it in the Titans' favor. So London not clean on the execution, and Titans are able to take an unlikely team fight win, and now they can stall out with the Dragon Strike.
Yeah, that'll buy them time to get to the end of point B, it seems like.
Yeah, they can't do it. They forced the Ice Block from Prophet, and he was the only one who was going to be capable of touching. So good use of the Dragon Strike gets them point B, and now they have tons of time here.
It's important to remember that you can never really assume that you've won a fight against the Vancouver Titans. They're able to really capitalize, well, not capitalize maybe is the word, but deal well with losing someone first in fights. It's kind of one of their specialties, weirdly enough. And we're definitely seeing that right there. Drop with the Blizzard. They've got the Immortality Field down as well. Slimes has been dealt with. And now the Halt comes in. There's the Blizzard. Can they trap a few people in it? They get the Amplification Matrix there too. Twilight has to use the Transcendence probably earlier than he wanted to, but they can't save Bumper. Janu drops as well. No more tanks. That means no more push from the Vancouver Titans for now.
I think it's time to switch up as Zenyatta.
Seems that way.
We'll see what they
vulnerable.
Yeah, we'll see what they end up deciding. Transcendence has not been a really effective ultimate for the Titans, but they think, I guess, the Discord Orb and the barrier pressure is going to be worth it for them.
Zenyatta's another one of those heroes that's really vulnerable to Mei right clicks too, so you're always kind of playing with fire when you run that into him. London Spitfire
ice,
can.
really.
Yeah, playing with fiery ice. I guess the opposite of fire in this case. Another team fight win for London, and the best thing about this for the Spitfire is that they just keep building more and more ultimates throughout the day. Oh no, in the spawn! The Halt into the kill. That is a swag move from Gesture right there. That was emote worthy, but you know, he's staying professional. I appreciate that.
I do appreciate that Twilight is now switching up to Zenyatta.
It's time. Definitely time.
So limited mobility that you have in this corridor. Better to be able to defend yourself with some crowd control and at least have the Biotic Grenade as well.
Yeah, for sure.
So this time around, Titans gonna get hit by that Bio Grenade. 5 ults up, they're gonna use a couple right away.
Bumper already down, and you know, during all this, Prophet's nearly built up to another Blizzard. Immortality Field keeping London safe as they send their Dragon Strike in. Taking out the ultimates here and there, but more importantly, taking control of the payload. It's London right now. And he wanted the Halt. Nope.
2 ults used by both teams, but that gets us in a pretty even situation.
The Hawksall got really low there for a second. Now the Blizzard comes in from Hawksall, gonna try to push, despite a lot of his team not being there. Bumper got back just in time with the kill on the Fury. Maybe the Titans can push forward here. Blizzard from London, though, trying to equalize it.
Nano boost on the Bird Ring. He's coming in right now. They're going to try and push him back with the help of the Amp Matrix.
Yeah, that's right. Amp Matrix on both teams on Bedosian the first to fall. There goes Prophet. And the Vancouver Titans starting to finally push forward. They are under a minute, though. They're not even going to be able to have as good of a time bank as London has. And it only gets worse as Bird Ring gets a kill there. Slime equalizing here, and the payload is still moving. But London with a good chance to force it into OT and get one last-minute defense.
All right, well, he did force the Immortality Field, but the hook is going to end it. Sleep Dart to follow it up.
The hero hook onto Twilight, the go-ahead win for London Spitfire at the end of the defense here, and now maybe just one more desperate push coming in from the Titans. They've got some ults to use, but it's looking rough.
Oh, the staggers are so bad right now. There's another one on the Bumper.
Oh, Bumper. Bumped right out of this mortal coil, and this may be where the London Spitfire win this series if they can
try
get out the
prevent
Titans one more time. Here comes a Wrecking Ball from John, who he swapped over to. It gets frozen, gets anti-healed, nearly taken out. Bumper on the Reinhardt, going back to the hero he knows and loves. Bird Ring down, and Twilight trying to hard carry. Stitch coming back and helping out too. There's the wall. Hawksall just jumping all over the London Spitfire right now. Can they actually get this done? London Spitfire in another one of those OT moments. Are they going to collapse again?
I mean, they've used the Blizzard. It got them a little bit of time, but the payload just keeps on moving.
Down, and they can't get there. Oh, no, they do. Barely. Gesture makes it to the point, but it's only him, and they'll finish it anyway. The anti-clutch comes back again to haunt the London Spitfire. We're going to another round.
Hawksall with the big plays off of the Blizzard and choosing his targets to freeze makes the difference. Titans barely able to finish Route 66.
Very worrisome for the London Spitfire. We will see who takes this map when we come back. Well, we are back, and again, it's another overtime panic for the London Spitfire. They really had every advantage at the end of that round. That was a situation where most teams you can pretty much expect should be able to defend and win the map right there, but London Spitfire kind of it's like the overtime bar starts and their brains all fall out or something. It's a weird situation for this team.
And it's going to be hard because remember, the Titans were really dominant on this A attack, and London struggled on their A defense. So,
Yeah.
all right. See what's going to happen right now. There will not be a Zenyatta here for Twilight.
Yep. I mean, they really have to hold hard. Oh, man, losing Gesture. Devastating for the London Spitfire early. And remember, the Titans pushed through A pretty quickly compared to London. Only 35 seconds to go, though. Bumper with a kill on the Prophet. So this payload is going to get some distance here. Now everyone just trying to die on it. Use as many seconds as you can off the clock here. Birdring going to get a little bit staggered, but London is going to have another chance to defend at A.
Such an easy win for the Titans, isolating Gesture, bringing him in, and then getting the immediate 6 versus 5. London, no ults online. No ults for the Titans either, but they're getting close to that amplification matrix on Slime's Batiste.
All right, overtime, just a moment. London Spitfire trying to do the hardest thing for them to do, win a fight in overtime. Let's see if they can do it right now. Slime, Vancouver side, yeah, they drop the amplification matrix. Mortality field, yeah, the good anti-heal on London as well. That's going to keep them at bay for the moment. Payload's still moving a little bit. How much distance can the Titans get here? Now London pushing back in again. It's the supercharger, and it's the hook! The hook on the Prophet! So huge for the Titans, and now Gesture trapped away from the rest of his team, in danger of dying, and he might just do that. It's a sleep dart onto Hoxall. Immortality field keeping Gesture up. The anti-heal means he is not going to stay that way. And Janu walking forward with the whole hog to deliver point A to the Vancouver Titans. No extra time, as we are in time bank right now, but they're going to keep this thing going.
Yeah, and you're going to see the later spawns, like the split spawns here way in the back. Hoxall still taking a nap, but Bedosian pays for it with his life. Now everybody going to be spawning deep inside of point C.
This is a disaster for London. They
Really
have
is.
the series so locked up. And Vancouver just clutching it out.
I mean, they have an ult advantage, not much of one, but at least they have the whole hog and the blizzard. These are ults that can push you off the payload for the fraction of time that you need in order.
Oh no, here it comes, a halt into the Dragon Strike. Quartermain barely stays alive. That immortality field keeping London from outright losing the fight right there. Maywald, it's just so annoying to go through.
Another hook on the Prophet, he dies with the blizzard again.
Can't believe it. Twice they've hooked Prophet and won the fight off of that nice right click on a Bedosian, but that payload still getting pushed, and they may actually finish point B here.
Yeah, this is such a good push for the Titans right now. Only the Amp Matrix used for Quartermain, but Titans are almost back up to some important ults again. They've just been holding on to this blizzard. They haven't had to use it.
London can't even get there. They have to give up point B.
Oh boy.
And this is insane. I mean, keep in mind, London Spitfire had the better time bank, but they still only got a minute 46. And it's so hard in the overtime mode, in the time bank mode, to push it as far as Vancouver has. Vancouver putting together a monumental push right now.
Especially when you know the Titans' A defense was so strong the first time around.
Exactly.
So Titans really doing a good job with 1 minute here, pushing into all the way into Route 66C. That's probably going to do it.
All right, that is 2 kills off that Dragon Strike. Now the Blizzard comes in for both teams here. Can London finish it? Fury? No, there's Janu finally going down, and the Vancouver Titans should be pushed off the point at this point. There's a right click there, yeah. Again, Nano Boost onto Prophet, finally getting a little bit of revenge here, and it's only the May remaining between Titans and the end of this push. Unless anyone else can get back there again. Looks like they're finally getting the respawns in there, and they're turning around. What? Birdring gonna kill on the Hoxall, but the Titans back in action here. Can they actually keep this push going? They've got the Dragon Strike through the wall from spawn, and Titans trying their best. A kill into Bedosian. They are doing it, walking right through the enemy end amplification matrix. Another Dragon Strike comes in from the Spitfire side now. Bumper low health, but they have the immortality field from Slime to keep them alive for just long enough to do it. And Fury down. Hoxall rather, on the Doomfist. And I can't believe what I'm seeing. I can't believe that London has not been able to end this push yet.
This is ridiculous.
Finally with a kill. But look at that. The payload is still moving.
Bumper again. Both of these last-minute Reinhardt swaps have worked out really well for the Titans. And Janu moving over to the Wrecking Ball has given them the staying power on the payload. And Spitfire had no answer on point C last time, and they're looking like they don't have an answer this time either.
After a little bit low, does get the kill on the Twilight. That's going to be a nice benefit for the Spitfires. They try to hold it here, but Hoxall responding with a rocket fist to the face of Birdring. And now Slime down. Hoxall just trying to do what he can. Takes out Fury. All right, Nano Boost Meanwhile, onto Gesture as they try to finish
Minefield.
it. Might be able to finally get it done here. Just trying to maybe just knock them off the payload long enough for the overtime bar to expire. But look at that perfectly timed rocket fist from Hoxall. And I can't believe it. It's still going. It's still moving. It's only Twilight on there right now. And finally, the payload stops. They might as well have finished it, though. It's so far already. And yeah, I'd be happy if I was Hoxall right now. That was an insane push.
It was an insane push, and you can see this is why the Titans have been such a clutch team all season. When push comes to shove, they make great decisions. They flip over to the Doomfist, Janu, his specialty, the Wrecking Ball, and of course Bumper back on the Reinhardt, because they just need to clear people off the payload, and they know the Spitfire are trying just to throw themselves at the cart, get in that low-range scenario, and they just pick heroes that can dominate in that melee situation.
Yeah. And you kind of see it again from the London Spitfire side, that in those high-pressure situations this season, the panic button has kind of just been pressed by everybody, and there really, there doesn't seem to really be any sort of cohesion as far as the plan goes once OT starts. So, London Spitfire, what can you say? I mean, you'd have to assume we're going to a map 5 now, unless you see one of the best pushes we've ever seen in the Overwatch League coming out of London.
And if you're the Titans, you're obviously very comfortable. You're feeling good about Route 66. You're feeling good. You're going to be able to take it to map 5. London Spitfire this year are 1-8 on Ilios. So this, you think, wow, Titans have such an enormous edge right now.
They really do. That's one of the best overtime pushes we've ever seen in the Overwatch.
Really good.
We've seen some go the distance, but that one nearly did. And just the swaps, the individual performance, the individual plays. Titans really showing you why they're still on top of the Pacific Division despite that awkward loss against Washington. Looking to rectify that situation right here, right now.
And London struggled on their A attack last time.
Yeah, they did.
Them quite a while to break out of this initial hold put together by the Titans. Payload getting some progress this time, but no pick yet. Gesture, barrier back up. Birdring trying to take the flank, but Dosin, though, is going to fall to a right click from Hoxall.
Now, Slime does get killed off by Prophet at the moment. There's a hook on the Gesture, though, and they're going to get sent back to spawn again. That's going to give time for Slime to get back to the defense.
And another stagger, 2 onto Birdring. 60 seconds remaining. That's it for the London Spitfire. Hoxall approaching that Blizzard. Prophet might get it a hair faster, but it won't be much different.
It's already looking pretty grim for London.
Another hook on the Gesture. This time he lives.
Yeah, sure enough. But the picks just haven't come through for the London side of things, right? Murdering's not able to hit those. He gets hit instead by Stitch and the Hanzo v Hanzo. That's quite a difference from what we saw in Hollywood on our last map. Here comes the Blizzard now from Vancouver Titans. They can just park it right on top of the payload. Immortality field there. It was a nice sleep dart onto Bumper too, as the Blizzard comes in from Prophet. So maybe they can push through this if you're London right now, but I don't know. Nano boost on the Prophet. He gets frozen and gets taken out. That amplification matrix got London nothing. And this is a disaster again for the London Spitfire. Under 10 seconds to go. One last push. At least they don't need to worry about the immortality field. Dragon Strike comes through. That was a good ult. That got them the kill on the Twilight. Maybe with the 6v5, they can push through this.
Well, now they got to push through the entire map in overtime, Noah. So this is potentially a meaningless victory for the Spitfire, but at least they're still alive.
Hey, it's a start. The payload's moving. What more can you ask from London right now? But keeping it going as long as the Titans did just sounds insane. But it's stuff like that. All right, late kill on Hoxall. It's going to make it a little bit tough for Vancouver to defend at the end of A at least.
Got to stop him in this choke point, but that's only phase 1 of what has to be a truly epic attack here from the London Spitfire.
Still a very long road to go for London in overtime. Remember, if they step off that payload for just a moment even.
And they have to have Prophet by this because they know that the Dragon Strike might come through.
Right.
And so they have to have somebody who can survive that on the payload.
Compared to your amplification matrix, there's the Dragon Strike. Whereas the Ice Block, they got the Immortality Field, so it's going to be okay. Lasts just long enough. Now the amplification matrix comes through from London. Fury down though, Stitch with the early kills looking good for Vancouver. That said, Stitch down. A trade comes in, but here's the Blizzard. Hoxall frozen by the Blizzard before he gets his up again. Janu and Slime down in London, able to take the lead in this fight. crucial to freeze Hoxall before he had a chance to use his Blizzard, and they're gonna get A at least.
They're gonna get A at least, and you can see how they're playing this around what the Titans have. Okay, they know they have the Dragon Strike, so Prophet needs to be on the card, and they have to be within line of sight for Immortality Field, just in case that goes wrong, right? You have two fail-safe mechanisms to keep you onto the payload. Prophet remaining here on the payload one more time. Titans, plenty of ultimates though, and critically they have another Blizzard.
Yep.
So that's why Prophet's here. He's the one who can weather the storm on the payload itself. If it comes in, but that's not gonna help. Sleep into hook onto Prophet.
Happened so many times before. This has to be an amazing Dragon Strike. They gotta stay on the payload. Meanwhile, Vancouver looping around the left side, taking out the members of London. And this is where it's gonna end. Vancouver Titans are sending us to map 5.
Really good push, obviously, by the Titans. Coming up clutch, London can't ride it out in overtime. And now we go to Ilios, and Spitfire fans should be greeting that with as much dread as if I said it was Oasis last year.
The sign made me think, is this real life or is this just fantasy? I don't know which it is, but it's fun. Map 5 when we come back.
Stay down.
Nothing can stop me.
Welcome back, guys. This one is going the distance. We are all tied up 2-2 between the London Spitfire and the Vancouver Titans. That was a pretty epic map, and a lot of that epicness brought to you by Twilight. That's right. On the Ana, hitting the sleep darts, hitting the anti-heals, and a T-Mobile MVP candidate. How about that?
That's right. Huge performance. I mean, if we look at the DPS players, Captain Planet is telling me during our break that actually Birdring tied the all-time final blows on one map at 37.
Wow.
And Hoxall tied the all-time eliminations at 62.
Well, it was a long map with a lot of death. That's for sure. Crazy.
Yes, that was quite impressive. Yeah. So Vancouver Titans gonna be really happy to have made it to map 5 here, Ilios.
Right.
A map that they are 9-3 on this season, while the Spitfires, I have said many times already, are 1-8.
Well,
so difficult for the Spitfire, but a lot of those losses came in a different meta. So that's comforting, as well as a lot of losses came before Spitfire looked really good on the May Reaper. So
I feel like we've kind of come full circle, where at the beginning of this series we were saying the pressure's on London now, because control maps, like you mentioned, and like we saw on the stream, have not really been great for them this season. And although the meta has changed, you know, they still need to kind of dig a bit deeper to win this. They did win the first one in the series, but can they win two against the Titans?
Titans have decided, unlike on Busan, that they're not going to play into the May Reaper mirror, which I think is smart. They're going to go back to the Hanzo May with the Batiste. That served them very well on Route 66.
Yeah. It's like our stats say too, the Titans have never lost a tiebreaker map this season, and they've never lost more than one map, or match rather, in a row. We'll see if they can keep that streak going. Today, Burgering a little bit low, got stuck for just a second. Gonna be okay, it looks like. Meanwhile, the London Spitfire did manage to claim the point early, so they are getting the control percent going. Johnny with the hook on a Prophet and Slime, but the follow-up Prophet has been hooked so many times in the last two maps.
It's because he's getting slept. That started with a sleep from Twilight Doa, and it might not be over yet. Coalescence is here, and it's a 5 versus 5.
Well, I mean, London's still holding on to the point to their credit right now. They do take out the Immortality Shield. Murdering trying to sneak into the back lines of Titans and just make it hard for them to really assault this much more. But John, who says, nah, I think I've had enough of this stuff. Goodbye, Quartermain. Goodbye, Murdering. Gets another one on a Badoshan. That's a 3K for John, who just have abilities. Make it 4. Why not? As the Vancouver Titans flip the point in their favor.
Yeah, but the point is for London is they got the point in the first place, right?
Sure.
They got 33% off of a team fight that they eventually lost. So a little bit of a bonus there for the Spitfire, but they have to fight their way back in right now, and they're going to do it into that Dragon Strike and into a Blizzard coming up from Haksal. Prophet already with a Blizzard of his own, though. Gonna try and speed boost in. They get hit by an anti-heal on their approach.
Bio Grenade does make it a little bit trickier. Gesture has to use the Fortify and dodge off to the side when the Dragon Strike comes through. There goes Prophet again. The early picks under Prophet have been the doom for London Spitfire on the last couple maps now.
It was also just a terrible Blizzard from Prophet. It didn't hit anybody. The Titans were able to get out of there very fast. They were trying just to speed boost in and make a play, but it didn't happen. Now they're down a Blizzard. And we're going to see Spitfire once again repelled from the point. Got some ults to work with, but I mean, those ults are not, their most important ults are the Sound Barrier and the Blizzard.
Pretty much.
Titans, though, did use a lot, though. So, chance for London to come back in here. Titans maintaining that control.
Yep, 60% now for the Vancouver Titans. A bit ahead. Little fade from Moira. Badoshan trying to get a position. Gets halted.
A fat biotic grenade, too.
That's right.
4 members of Spitfire. Now they're going to try and make some space here. Coalescence.
Looping around the Maywall, and Gesture gets a kill on the Hawksall. So too much damage early on. There goes the Immortality Field. Pushing forward, Birdring jumps in the backlines with the Death Blossom, gets one and then gets another as he takes on Twilight with the primary fire. And London just steamrolls the Titans in that fight.
Crucial that they got the pick off onto Haksal, who had the Blizzard up. That was the ultimate the Titans needed because it punishes Spitfire for being a low-range composition.
Yeah.
Check out Birdring here, did weave his way into the backline using the Shadow Step. Ran off the pillar, that's really...
From the top ropes. It's coming in, and yeah, that was a bit stylish. And the new Reaper Shadow Step is so good, too. So much easier to use.
Yeah, it's so much better. So Spitfire playing forward because they don't want to have to fight on the point when they know that Haksal has Blizzard. They want to force him to use it and get back to the point itself. Not going to be that lucky, though. Haksal is going to get an angle, so they're going to put the Supercharger down.
Yeah, that's right, and the Sound Barrier as well. They had a few low health members, and now the Dragon Strike comes through for London. Goodbye, Gesture Stitch. Finishes him off, and now London in a lot of trouble. Anti-heal on a Badoshan as well, as he has to back away and stay a bit safer. Now the Blizzard's coming in for both Mays. Bumper does drop at the advantage, so going to the Titans for the moment. They're trying to turn it around with a Coalescence, but Fury gets anti-healed, so none of that Coalescence healing really does them any good. Gesture with a quick swap over onto the Wrecking Ball as well. As London is getting close to 90%, they would love to close it up with a fight right here, but it looks like the Titans might be able to flip it. They're in position, yeah, with a kill on the Quartermain. Should be able to...
It's going to be close. Gesture is still somehow alive in the backline. Swap's coming in. Haksal now onto the Sombra. Prophet as well, coming back on that Tracer and making a kill count onto Stitch.
That's what you do, man. I mean, Prophet, one of the best tracers in the league. Last minute, clutch swap, but they get the Sound Barrier to contend with. Badoshan a little bit low. There goes Gesture. And Titans still trying to flip this one. We're into overtime now for London. There's a kill on the Haksal, who had swapped over to the Sombra. Stitch on the Doomfist now. Lots of last minute.
Sleep Dart on a Prophet!
Sleep Dart Twilight with another huge play, and Fury down as well. The Vancouver Titans just can't quite seem to take the point away, though, from London. Slime not giving up just yet, though, and Bumper, another last-minute swap onto the Reinhardt, and they are going to do it. The Titans managed to flip into their favor.
They do, Doa, and maybe the Spitfire have overcommitted. Gesture will get staggered. They have to touch this point, but they do have Fury out with the mech right now. Couple tools for them to use. Hoxall getting scarily close to that EMP, and that's all they're gonna need. Remember, they're not gonna have a barrier either to stop this shatter from Bumper.
I mean, they might get the DMAC on a Fury right now. It looks like they will. That's pretty bad for London. Now London lets it use Owen. Slime kills Prophet with the pulse bomb up. Bumper moving in with the Earth Shatter. Doesn't hit anybody, but it's okay, because Stitch and Janu picking up the slack, and despite the Death Blossom from Birdring, it's just not going to do it. Overtime ticking away, and the round will be taken by the Vancouver Titans.
Scary for the Titans. Looked a little bit risky, but they are clutch, coming up with it again. Good late swaps over to the Doomfist, over to the Sombra, and the Reinhardt. When you recognize that the other team is going to switch to the Wrecking Ball, then they don't have any barriers anymore. They can't stop you coming in with that Earth Shatter. So, Bumper there, just pulling out the Reinhardt in the clutch over and over again on the last couple of maps, and it has been working.
It's been really interesting, actually, watching this match, because both teams have been playing really well overall, but in the end, Vancouver Titans coming up to be the more clutch team every time we get into that overtime scenario. You know, that stat we brought up early before the match began is turning out to be one of the most impactful ones we've seen in this match today.
Yeah, certainly is. Living up to the expectations we had coming into this match. Hoxall will be playing the Pharah right now. Stitch, interestingly, on the Doomfist. So they're choosing once again not to go into that May Reaper mirror that they lost on Busan. And Spitfire need to be able to speed boost their way to the point. Have to be worried about big potential coming in from the Doomfist and the Concussive Blast.
Firing those right clicks into Hoxall now, onto the point. Golden London Spitfire and the yield to contend with the defense matrix. Keeps them safe for now.
Yeah, they're gonna be okay now that they're on the point.
That's right. So they tried the same thing when they played against Washington, Vancouver Titans rather, and Hoxall never seemed to be really able to get the damage done that he wanted to with the Pharah. Maybe today will be different. Still firing it from the side. There goes Bumper, just kind of walking through the point, but wasn't able to beat healed. Slime comes in for its dangerous res. I don't know how he got that off without dying, but Stitch is down anyway. So they res one, lost another, and now London taking firmer control as their early percent grows.
Yeah, and now that they've muscled their way onto the point and got the clip before the fight ended. A lot of bonus percent because of the ability to flip before it was contested. Stitch now changing over to Junkrat. So they want to put spam damage into the point itself. London needs to play a little bit more aggressively now around these choke points that they see. Okay, now they are going to make this transition over back to the Mayhanzers. So not going to stick with that Junkrat, thinking better of it.
Swapping a lot faster than they did on Washington when they were playing against Washington on this point. Stuck with the Pharah for most of it, but now I think making the swaps they need to make.
London going to back off upon seeing this. Yeah. Force him out of the point. Nano boost used onto Hoxall.
Yep. Sound barrier. Halt comes in, Prophet down, Stitch finishes him off. And Janu with a kill in the quarter main now. So London's struggling to hold the point here. Birdring falls back, but goes down to the point right now. And now London pushed off completely. There's a Diva D-Mech via Janu's self-destruct. And it should be a flip for the Vancouver Titans. So 75, 76% for the London Spitfire, but Titans have a chance to equalize.
Yes, they do, and they're going to have some nice ultimates to use on this defense. Prophet not going to have anything quarter main 2, not with that sound barrier any longer. So they're going to push onto the point, see if they can make it work, but without that Blizzard, it's going to be a little bit tough. Dragon Strike going to be used right away to get the pressure on.
Well, sending it through that narrow hallway again, puts pressure on London, but Birdring waltzes into the point with the Death Blossom. Stitch gets a kill on the Prophet. Birdring got one, but I don't know if it was enough. Blizzard self-destruct, making the difference here. And Badoshan, he pulls out the Coalescence as well. And London starting to turn this fight around now.
Yeah,
they
huge.
lose their main tank though, but it looks like they're able to flip it.
Yeah, can they get the stagger kills though? There's only a little D.Va and a couple supports right now. Gonna try and cover them as they come in with the... Oh, they do get it. And they're gonna get the mech immediately too. This is terrible.
That is so rough for Janu. He just got his mech back again. Stitch came in and tried to take advantage of this. The kill in the quarter main. Now going one-man army, but no, he's not going to last on the point. At least he does start overtime. So the London Spitfire have a chance to take this one, but Titans, nope, winning the fight in the end. They're going to be able to flip it back.
Well, there's still that
Well,
breaking ball
maybe
on
not.
the point, contesting Noah.
Yeah, they couldn't
Noah
take
is
it.
going to come back in, and they're not even going to get there. They
Wow.
left the point. They walked off the point. Titans could have just gone back to the point.
Well, happens to the best of us. You know, ask the Shanghai Dragons. Happens to everybody sometimes.
Oh, that was looking potentially really bad for London, but 3 of the members were pushing forward, and Gesture was back there on the wrecking ball on the point itself.
Sometimes you're looking for those kills, and you can kind of lose track of the point itself.
And take a look at some quarter main replay from this last one. You see right here, nice boop off the side. And take a look at everybody not being on the point. It's a nice boop by Gesture as well. So they cleared out, so they thought the Lucio was going to stay back there, but Quartermain booped him off, and then Gesture immediately set up for the swing to stop the Diva push. That was really well done by London.
Yeah. That brings us to the final round here on Ilios. The final round of the final map. Our first match of the day here on Overwatch. Lead point unlocks in about 10 seconds, and Gesture down already. Janu picks up the first kill here. Pumper gets another one. And even though they lose Slime, it looks like the Titans might be able to get some early percentage going.
Yeah, they can. Just some delay right now. Hoxall in the room, walled in. So, about Gesture there, he's going to switch to the Wrecking Ball.
Yep.
And just a contest right now, and he's going to think better of it.
All right, they didn't want to give any percentage over the Titans. They do have to.
Yeah, they are.
Mention.
Yeah, they're making a decision just to go back to the Orisa right now. You do lose a little bit of ult charge, but considering how fast Gesture was picked off, that's not the most impactful. Fury on the Roadhog, and now they're going to try. Spitfire's going to try and match with Birdring on the Hanzo.
Yeah.
We haven't seen that McCree strat be as popular as 222 has gone on. That's enormous.
Yeah, and that's a statement. The flex support versus flex support right now, man. And Twilight, as good as Badoshan is, I think Twilight's definitely been looking a bit better today.
I mean, I think they caught Badoshan trying to be a bit greedy, attempting to get his nano boost online. Looks like they halted him as well.
Nah, it's just a support duel. We do that sometimes. Just support players want to.
Yeah, but then the Orisas get in there, halting people.
True enough, interrupting the honorable duel Fury. Almost sent back to spawn there. Had the anti-heal and like no health remaining, but he's got out of sight.
A lot of stalling here in favor of the Titans, so London quite a bit of time to come back into this one.
They're over 50% right now already. Now the Blizzard comes in. Goodbye, Badoshan, and Vancouver Titans forcing the London Spitfire out of this fight in a hurry. And now you got to get really concerned if you're the London Spitfire. As Twilight finds yet another one here at the very end, because we're up to nearly 70% for the Titans. London getting in one-fight territory. If they don't retake it, this series is just over. And keep in mind, that's after London was just moments away from winning it on Route 66.
Yeah, certainly had a lot of opportunities. Still have a sliver of a chance here, the Spitfire. Got a Blizzard.
Always a chance.
Got a Blizzard. We're going to see the...
Yeah, Blizzard gets thrown in from long range.
Wow, that was a long-range Blizzard, but they got the anti-heal in there too, so it worked out, the Biotic Grenade.
I don't think the Titans are expecting it to just be lobbed across the point like that. Birdring down though, Stitch equalizing the kills. 5v5, Fury a little bit low, has to back away. Titans still at 98, 99. We're own T now. London Spitfire, they need to take it back, or this match will have slipped through their fingers. Janu with the whole hog, he has the ability to just push people off if he wants to. Nice hook denial from London Spitfire here. Janu just trying to hold strong. There goes Gesture. They cut him out for the rest of the team. And the whole hog from Janu trying to seal the deal for the Vancouver Titans to take this series in the final map.
Slime!
What a move from Slime! Gets 2. And even though Quartermain comes back with some personal heroics, he's got the sound barrier. They're going to need more than that. And the Vancouver Titans ecstatic as they will beat the London Spitfire in the last map. Crazy.
Just barely. But the Titans looking a lot better today. Now we know why Stitch is brought in. This gives them the flexibility to play the Hanzo and the Mei simultaneously.
Yeah.
And we're seeing that be one of the best combinations in this meta. So Titans reevaluating their lineup. See.
Ooh, Gesture. That's had a scary expression for Stitch there. A little bit frightened. Can't blame him.
London struggling at the end there. They dropped to 1-9 on Ilios on the year.
Ugh. Man, and just going back to Route 66 again, you think those guys were just moments away from winning that series on that map, and Titans just barely clutching it out on Route 66, having that crazy overtime push and time bank, and then winning it in the third round on Ilios. Heartbreaker for London, but pretty exciting for the Vancouver Titans and their fans. And now we've got Danny standing by with Bumper for some thoughts on that crazy series.
Montindua, thank you very much. Everybody, give it up for Bumper and Vancouver Titans for the win. Yeah, close match, but you guys did pull off the win. I'm sorry to bring down the atmosphere a little bit, but I do have to ask. Before we actually talk about the win, we're actually going to talk about your loss against Washington Justice last week. It was your first time getting 4-0'd by a team. You know, can you just briefly tell us what happened and why did you guys lose against Washington Justice? Because coming into the match, everyone thought that you guys were going to win, but it didn't happen. 일단 오늘 승리 얘기를 하기 전에 좀 죄송하지만 좀 저번 주에 있었던 경기 워싱턴 경기를 조금 얘기를 좀 해봐야 될 것 같아요. 어떻게 해서 좀 패배를 한 것 같으신가요?
진짜 저희가 경기 들어가기 전까지는 진짜 이길 줄 알았는데 경기를 막상 해보니까 스테이지 1의 밴쿠버 고추를 만나는 기분이더라고요. 그래서 좀 진짜 워싱턴이 너무 잘해서 진 것 같아요, 저희가.
So even going into the match, all of our teammates in Vancouver Titans going into the match thought that we were going to win. It was going to be an easy match. But as we were playing the match, we sort of saw the Washington Justice. They were really good up to a point where we thought they were like us, Vancouver Titans in stage 1 playing 3-3 composition. They were that good, and that's why we lost. But today, you guys beat the London Spitfire. Everybody make some noise one more time. Yeah, great win. You guys almost lost it, but you guys clutched the win. How are you guys able to clutch the win today? 오늘은 그래도 승리로 끝마치게 되셨습니다. 어떻게 해서 승리를 거두시게 되셨나요?
런던 스피파이어가 엄청 잘해서 저희가 좀 많이 밀리는 상황이 나왔는데 줄 맵은 좀 질 것 같은 맵은 빨리 주고 이길 것 같은 맵은 저희가 그냥 빨리 가져와서 이긴 것 같아요.
Right, so London Spitfire was a really good team in today's series. So we just thought, the matches or the maps that we're going to lose, we're going to just end it really quickly, give it to them. And the maps that we're going to win, or we had the possibility of winning, that we're going to win it. And that's how we won at the end. Bumper, thank you so much. Casters, back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Danny. Interesting philosophy, actually. Like, we weren't going to win that map. We weren't planning to win that map, so, we decided to give that one to London. Yeah.
Okay.
Nice attitude, Bumper. Nice
I love Bumper.
Yeah.
Always brings the spice.
London's going to love Bumper right now, that's for sure.
They don't love his Reinhardt.
Definitely not. Our player of the match, brought to you by Omen by HP, is the one, the only Janu. That's right. Making the picks on the Roadhog, usually on profit, like that one right there.
I think that his hooks. It was hard because both Janu and Twilight were creating so many openings around crowd control to make a selection here. But you look at Janu's Roadhog, he was pushing people off of objectives, playing intelligently with the whole hog, as well as really delivering on opening picks against Prophet or against Gesture, that it makes a lot of sense for him to have this player of the match.
Yeah, 43% hook accuracy is pretty solid.
Especially when you play that much Roadhog over the course of a series.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen higher percentages, but like you said, over the course of a long time, that's really solid. So our Omen by HP player of the match is going to be John. That's going to do it for our first series. Thank you to our Disney XD audience for watching. The rest of you guys, don't go anywhere. You can still watch a lot more Overwatch League today. That's right, Paris Eternal versus Philadelphia Fusion coming up. We'll be back with that match for you in just a moment, so don't go anywhere.
All came back to that.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile, now connecting 99% of Overwatch League fans. Catch your league on America's network, T-Mobile.
Special attack. Cease your resistance.
Stay down.
I want fire. Anyone want to do something? Winner.
Nothing can stop me.
And welcome back. Let's keep the action rolling here at the Blizzard Arena. I'm Achilles, joined by Wolf, ready for the next series. We have the Paris Eternal getting ready to square off against the Philadelphia Fusion, and this is going to be a fairly high-stakes match for both of these teams.
Given Fusion's record in terms of going to map 5s, we could have a second map 5 on our hands here. Most of the matches we've had here in Stage 4 have been very close in terms of map differential and how many map 5s we've had throughout these first 3 weeks. Taking a look at our standings here for these two teams, Fusion, if they win this series, they will guarantee themselves a spot in top 12. So they will play in the play-ins no matter what. So this match is actually very important for them. If they can do that, I think a lot of the pressure's off.
Yeah, they're right there in that 7th place spot. On the other side, though, Paris Eternal still have something to play for. It's their playoff lives. If they drop this series to the Philadelphia Fusion, they are eliminated. Their season is effectively done. Do have the rest of those matches to play out for the remainder of Stage 4, but they want to make it into that top 12. They're going to have to try to do it right here, right now, and a lot of that is going to be on the back of both Soon and Shadowburn, the DPS duo for the Paris Eternal, who have been looking a bit better in the 2-2-2 meta, Soon especially.
The damage dealers for this squad have really been the stars here in Stage 4. Soon, in particular, comes up a lot on the Widowmaker. We've seen him on the Tracer and the Sombra. Shadowburn's Mei, obviously that's very much a staple right now in this meta, but he's also quite good at the Hanzo. So if it's going to be this team pulling ahead and upsetting here, I think it is going to be on the backs of Soon and Shadowburn. When you take a look at Soon's Widowmaker's stats here, this is in team fights, by the way. He actually has some of the best stats in the league across the board outside of first death, but when you have a losing record, you know that's going to be pretty high.
Yeah.
So when we do end up going to Widowmaker maps in this series, I think that's where they're going to have to pull ahead, and it's going to be against Carpe. And nonetheless, if we do have a Widow v Widow matchup, so that's very exciting, because in terms of Overwatch League last year, Carpe was the king of Widow, but Soon has looked very solid in this final stage.
Yeah, for sure. And having them scoring off against each other with that Widow, we kind of call it a 1v1, but not quite 1v1.
Sure.
You know, trying to find each other through the crowd of that team fight going on. Could be very exciting to see how everything shakes out. But let's go ahead and bring out our first squad. Welcome to the stage. I'm just lying because they're not ready yet. Now they're ready. All right, welcome to the stage, the Paris Eternal.
Team's teasing us a little bit today, Kilios, on the walkout. So Paris Eternal is going to walk out first. Shadowburn, the man himself, leading the charge with Soon right behind. The DPS duo that has brought this team a lot of success, but not as much as they would like here in Stage 4. As you mentioned earlier, playoffs on the line here for Paris Eternal. A loss here essentially ends their involvement in playoffs this season. We'll have to look forward to 2020. It's a tough opponent in Philadelphia Fusion, especially when you look at the skill with EQ and Carpe on the other side. But I think this roster for the Paris Eternal absolutely could upset. They absolutely can do it. It's going to be about their form here tonight.
Yeah, I mean, they have had some very close series. Of course, Philly Fusion, known for their Game 5s, are known for close series as well, so this could definitely be a bit of a barn burner. We'll find out. Let's go ahead and bring out their opponents. So, looking to secure their spot in the top 12, it's the Philadelphia Fusion.
The Philadelphia Fusion hasn't been an easy season by any means, and last season when they were able to make the grand finals, they had to run it back all the way through the playoffs from the very lowest seed all the way to the grand finals. And a win here would guarantee them at least that opportunity. It would guarantee them top 12. Talk about this squad, a lot of the focus has always been on Carpe, whether it's win or lose, right? Whether he's playing the Widow and having an inconsistent performance, or whether he is playing the Zarya, right, in the 3-3 GOATS meta, and underperforming compared to some of the other DPSs who transitioned into that role. A lot of the attention has been pushed onto Carpe and away from EQO, and I think that in a lot of ways in this meta, EQO is the player we should be focusing on because he's making big impact plays outside of Carpe's Widow. The Hanzo, we've seen this guy, incredible. His Pharah, exactly. I mean, this guy is a guy to watch right now, and the 4 DPS players we have on these starting lineups are top-notch. So I think that's what this series is really going to be about, is form and performance here in this series.
Yeah, and just trying to stabilize after some, less than stellar results so far here in Stage 4, at least for the side of the Paris Eternal. Like you said, some very close matches for them, but they just weren't able to clinch out. Philly Fusion are keeping their hopes alive. As stated, a victory here versus Eternal would secure them that top 12 spot, put them in the playoffs. They can try to make another run into a second grand final. Taking a look at our map set presented by Toyota, we will be beginning on Ilios, then move into Anubis for Assault, Hollywood for Hybrid, and Route 66 for that 4th map. Potentially final, but again, this one, it's feeling like a Game 5 is just on the horizon.
And Ilios is a map where we see the most diversity of team comps right now on Control, whereas everything else is the Reaper May that we've been seeing so much in this, especially last week in week 2 here of Stage 4. And, a lot of people are trying to figure out what to call it. For me, I look at the May Reaper as something we already have a name for, we've already used it before. It's called Quad Tank, because both the Reaper and the May operate as tanks with self-sustainable healing, right? And that's the composition we are going to see from the Fusion here. You have the extra healing from Moira on top of Reaper's lifesteal that he has with his weapons. EQO on the May is going to be able to heal himself up with the Ice Block ability. So it's very difficult to crack this composition if you're the Eternal, so you try to outpoke it with the Hanzo and McCree.
And for now, just looking to snipe out of the sky. Able to find too many connections here on the side of EQO. Just slow and steady poking as they wait for that point to get unlocked. Wall's going to be coming up. Cloudy going to be caught off from the rest of his team, but they do manage to put Fincy around the corner with that teammate who's trying to keep him alive, but instead it's going to be Gray getting taken down. Carpe manages to find one. Immortality Field going to be eliminated now. Carpe does not have that range for him, but is still steadily getting pushed back up, topped up here by his teammates. Seems like that will be the first cap coming in for the Philadelphia Fusion as they push a little bit deeper and get that extra kill on the Soon.
Now, if you fail to win this first fight with the Hanzo McCree, a lot of teams will swap to the Reaper themselves to match, because at this point you realize, okay, breaking this with range isn't going to really be possible when they're outside of our spawn. They have high ground control, they got an Orisa barrier up. But Soon's not going to make that call. He's going to keep the McCree. He's got Deadeye, but getting a flank against this barrier is nigh impossible. He's going to try it.
Yep. Hear that one coming through, but Wall right up in front. Instead, gonna have to try to fan the hammer just to break that one down. Mortality Field's gonna be used as Fincy and Cloudy both go low. So far, just gonna be at 30% here for the Philadelphia Fusion, but comfortably in control of the point still.
Now, this is the best chance the Paris are gonna have with this comp, with the Supercharger here and the Dragon Strike.
Another one down, Dragon Strike. Gonna be rolling through, can't quite see where it's going, but now the Blizzard gonna be tossed in by EQ as he wraps around the side, but Soon manages to cut him down, and just like that, Shadowburn comes up with 2. Soon gets Sato, they get the pop out here. As Poco will get finished off, but the flip will come in. Paris Eternal gaining control as Fusion hit 55.
Really nice fortify there from Cloudy to make sure he didn't get frozen And EQO, in the face of danger, I mean, he went down to about 40 health, still dropped the Blizzard. He had confidence that his teammates were going to collapse in, but they were just getting outranged. And his Ice Wall didn't do too much for them. So this is actually a pretty big win for the Paris Eternal, and they got the Blizzard. So now they have that range advantage. Finally, their composition could do what it's designed to do. As the approach comes through for the Fusion, you can see Soon can just chip away at a distance.
No flashbang though, knows that the Reaper's nearby, just have to peel back. And a couple headshots here, a lot of damage being pushed forward here onto the Fusion as they try to approach the point. Now the Supercharger comes in with the Coalescence. Bomb up into the back, looking for a pick, unable to find one. They manage to elude it. Vinci will be able to make it back into the mech. Big Hulk pulls them forward, but Poco will lose the mech here. Flashbang in, Shadowburn capitalizes, and Neptuno goes down. Carpe tries to drop in the Death Blossom, but they have that D-Matrix there from Vinci to mitigate so much of that damage. It seems like the Paris Eternal should be able to comfortably hold control of this point and take a lead.
It will indeed. Paris going to have to play very carefully with this next fight, though. Carpe is actually swapping over to the Widow. They're not willing to try to use this Reaper approach anymore. They want to have the counter to the McCree. It's kind of a triangle in a lot of ways. It's almost like rock, paper, scissors in terms of composition, and the Widow will outrange the McCree. The McCree outranges the Reaper. So
Soon is matching.
Exactly. So Soon realizes this is going to happen. He's going to swap.
Shadowburn gets the spot on him, tries to push around the corner, but knows that help is going to be on the way. So smartly not going to be overcommitting. Instead just drops in that Sonic Arrow. Gets the spot out. Now Dragon Strike going to be coming through the wall. Everybody else on the side of the Fusion splitting away from it, so not going to be taking any damage yet. Harpe trying to keep himself safe. Arrows coming in. Neptuno got tagged up and Soon was able to find that final shot to go ahead and finish off that enemy Lucio, but Poco answers back with the bomb. Gets rid of Cloudy, gets rid of that Supercharger. A lot more limited damage now on the side of the Paris Eternals. They try to close this one out at 99%. Carpe with a Poison Trap will finish off Shadowburn as EQO plays forward. Gets the freeze here on the Finzi's mech. Will be able to knock him out, and now he's still just holding on to that Blizzard for the next recontest for Paris.
Despite Soon having better line of sight throughout that fight, he's just not able to have the impact he's looking for, and Fusion will win this fight. Do see that window comes out here from Cruz. A little bit overzealous on that one, I'd say.
Does stay alive. Looks like he was maybe trying to pick somebody.
Yeah.
But to try to get an instant recontest here for the rest of the squad, but instead just doesn't have that ultimate now.
I mean, you're running out of time here if you're Paris Eternal. You can't afford to be losing ultimates like this.
Down barrier comes in, Bionate on the 3, but it doesn't matter. Fusion's still gonna be all right as Poco takes down Soon. Now Carpe finds Cruz, EQO. Gonna be the only casualty on the side of the Fusion so far as that Blizzard was used. Carpe up into the air looking for the shot. Not quite going to connect, but we're 90% for the Fusion.
Fusion right now just need to make sure they can use this infrasight to prevent the approach. Look at the positioning right now, Shadowburn. He's actually in a risky spot.
Wrapping around, Cloudy tagging in onto the corner, barrier thrown down. Shadowburn going low, pushes out, manages to get that Mega Pack. Now the Nano going to be thrown down here onto Finzi, but Gray going to be taken out. EQO comes up huge with a pick here onto the Honest, and now that healing going to be limited. EQO will be taken down. Soon we're opening up opportunities here for the rest of the squad. Finzi goes up into the air, drops the bomb. Carpe snipes the Baby Diva, and all that Finzi can get is one measly kill onto Sato. That will be the closeout, 199. But Fusion take the first round of Ilios.
Paris had to spend a lot of that map changing their composition to follow the Philadelphia Fusion, whether it was trying to counter the Reaper and not really finding that same success, then trying to counter the McCree, right? It ended up coming out. And I feel like a lot of that time spent for Paris swapping composition, changing how they were playing, how they were reapproaching, is how Fusion won a round they should have otherwise lost, given the percentage that Paris had there and their overall control leading up into those last 2 or 3 fights. So, you know, it's important to note that when you run a composition that you might have to swap if it's unsuccessful, it does cost a lot in terms of time and ultimate charge. We'll see the teleporter here just to rush to the point. When you're running something like this Reaper, you need to be able to get onto the point first. So that teleporter is really important.
Well, brings everybody else up to get that bunker set up, and the Reaper himself already has his built-in TP. So see, that doesn't get them much yet. TP up over the top, however, gets a nice back angle onto Vinci. Can he demech him? Yes, he does. Just wasn't ready for it. Didn't respond fast enough to turn around with the D-Matrix, so just loses out on that one instantly. Carpe is going to keep playing up here onto the high ground, dropping back in. Still holds on to the Wraith form. Will now use it as he goes low. Nearly taken down Shadowburn.
right
back
now,
into the fight though, and it's just a slaughter on the other side.
Paris need to be a little bit more aware of where Carpe is. It's a lack of awareness that loses Fenzi his mech. It's a lack of awareness that prevents them from contesting when he drops down a second time. And if he gets to abuse this high ground a third time, especially against McCree Hanzo, they can snipe him out of this spot so easily when he does actually try to move forward there. I mean, that just can't be happening right now if you're the Eternal. They're going to try to outrange him and outpoke him with this Pharah now. And there's not a lot of threat for the Pharah outside of, obviously, EQO's right clicks on the Mei. So I do like this swap quite a bit, but if this fails, again, Paris is kind of chasing Fusion's composition in terms of what they're running, and that could cost you big.
Rockets coming down here. Shadowburn has swapped over onto the Pharah. Cruz there, complete the Pharmacy. First concussive blast, unable to knock anybody into the well. Well, on the other side, Cloudy dangerously low, and there's just nothing he can do against that Coalescence. Neptuno pushing forward as well, manages to find that killing blow. The Fusion still looking decent right now on this defense. Carpe peels back away from the point. They lose out on Sato. Bionate hits onto 3. That's Neptuno gone. Now Boombox as well, hovering around half. Has to wait for that orb to come back up to heal himself or find a health pack. Concussive Blast not gonna find that hit into the pit.
There's just so much sustainability on the Fusion side. They are buying a ton of time. The flip will come through very shortly.
You would expect, but now the wall comes in. They start re-aggressing here onto the point. Sato trying to get set up with that bunker. They lose out on Poco. They can keep delaying and just get closer and closer to overtime. Don't necessarily have to win this. They do have time on their side. Bionade onto 2. Sato, Boombox both going to be surviving. Bomb over the top speed. Sato goes down. Sound barrier comes in just from behind. Tuno tries to keep the rest of the team topped up. Death Blossom dumped in by Carpe. Manages a final 1. Gets the knockout on the Finzy's mech, but Shadowburn does manage to nail him with a rocket. Takes him down, but the fight is still going. Now Barrage going to be dumped into the back, but Boombox with the Coalescence gets rid of the Pharah, and the Fusion are still in control of this point. Now at 95%. Paris Eternal, 3 members down. Some of them are just now respawning.
This is going to be it, very likely.
Oh, the Nano Mercy here onto Cruz. Don't think that's going to lead to much. Just trying to keep him alive here onto the point and maybe try to ensure a resurrection, but at the same time will get taken down by that orb from Boombox.
Shadowburn though.
Shadowburn finds 2. Sato and EQO gonna be taken out with the concussive blast. Poco answers back with his own rockets, manages to get rid of that Pharah. The Paris Eternal still need to find this flip, but they need to find it right now. OT gonna start leading away very rapidly. Finzi gets knocked into the mech, as does Poco, but now Gray gonna be gone, so down a support. Cruz still hovering with that Valkyrie, trying to stay alive as soon. Comes on top of Carpe with that Tracer 1v1. Thought he will knock Neptuno off, grappling his way through. Paris Eternal do have that flip. Can they hold on to this? Can they maintain control? Shadowburn and EQO both now have swapped over onto the Doomfist, but Shadowburn, he is cornered. He gets a little bit of shielding, but Sato's got so much more health, so many more bullets to take him down.
Fusion should just regroup at this point. Well,
they might not have to, because now soon going to be eliminated as well. No DPS available for the side of the Paris Eternal.
This is chaos.
Nano Boost getting ready to become available here from Gray, but is that going to be enough for them to actually hold on to this one? Maybe so, as Sato does get taken down. Now Tuno going to be gone again. Cloudy taking him out using that grapple hook. Comes up with yet another kill onto the enemy, Lucio. Plays Disruption, Pulse Bomb in. EQO going to be taken down. Pile Driver's there, doesn't find any targets, but does not matter. The Paris Eternal have actually held them back.
The Fusion should not have continued to fight that. As soon as the flip came through, they continue to play as if they had 99 against them. We're going to watch this 2K here, which actually really is what started this delay as he gets the concussive blast.
Yeah, from
but
downtown.
the Fusion should not have been contesting that fight. They gave so much percentage over to the Eternal, and they still had to swap heroes over, so they lost all their ult charge anyways, so they don't have that advantage either.
We're still not out of the woods yet. Nano Boost going to be using Shadowburn, manages to find the first kills. Boombox will get taken down soon, trying to harass the back line, but Neptuno, of all people, comes up with the kill onto the enemy Doom and then drops the beat, shielding up the rest of his teammates. A lot of damage being pushed forward here onto Cloudy and Finzi. Carpe looking for the angle, but gets distracted and doesn't realize the mines are there. He gets taken down. EQO nearly gets knocked in the pit by Cloudy. Swing back over onto the side, pushes forward, looks for the kill here on the Neptuno, but the burst healing of the Moira is just a little bit too much. They cannot finish him off. Shadowburn has rejoined, has the Meteor Strike. He's looking for where he wants to drop in. Taking it here at the moment, now dropping right into the choke. EQO was waiting in the ice block, pops out, tries to get the freeze, is unable to do so. Shadowburn's going to be shielded up by Cruz's sound barrier. Punch unable to find anything. 2 members down right now are the Philadelphia Fusion. As the Paris Eternal look to take us to a third and final round of Ilios. Bomb up over the top from Poco. Not going to be able to find any picks. Fusion need to get some heals through right here, right now, as Sato is still sitting at a sliver on his Wrecking Ball. Poco with the bomb does actually manage to knock Finzi out, but he's going to be losing his mech as well. Maybe Diva going to be finished off on the side of the Paris Eternal Pile Driver into the back. Looking to finish off Neptuno, but Cloudy going to be frozen up right as he gets the minefield and taken down. It's an exchange on the Wrecking Balls. Now Poco going to be eliminated as well. The front lines of both teams absolutely dismembered. The Paris Eternal try to close this one out as the Fusion desperately try to get this flip back in. EQO falls down 15 HP, but it's not going to happen. But it doesn't matter. They can't get the kill, but they can't tag the point. Paris Eternal will take it another round, 100-99.
And this was a huge, you know, and let's not talk about the non-touch at this exact moment in time. The real story here was Philadelphia Fusion taking scrappy fights when their opponent was at 35%, 40%, and they had 99. The simpler and easier, more obvious choice is simply to swap to a standard composition, approach point, and take those ultimates. We will now take a look, now that we have a visual, on how this went wrong here on the final touch.
Everybody's condensed in that one corner.
It's a punch here.
As soon as Shadowburn arrives, everyone tries to peel for the Mei. And that's just it. But here we go. One more round of Ilios to settle it all.
And this is one of those great examples of why, you know, even in your solo queue games, you'll have that guy who says, die as quickly as possible, let's reset. Because if you don't, you're just feeding ult charge and you're giving over control meter.
Will be the mirrored compositions coming through here. Soon it begins with the Reaper. Both teams just meeting right out in front of the point. Just an absolute brawl. It will be Carpe taken down, but Finzi losing out on the mech. Soon still pushing forward, however, chunking away at people. Trying to get those eliminations, and EQO, he gets sent off the side of the map by Cruz. Nicely done by him, coming up with a lot of environmental kills so far just in this first map. That will be the cleanup here. The effective team wide in favor of the Paris Eternal, and they will be able to snatch this point first.
This composition operates very similarly to GOATS in 3-3. You have a very strong front line, it's very difficult to break. The only way you can really challenge it is to mirror it and take that same neutral fight. And, you know, this is the comp that I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of on Control across all teams. Philadelphia Fusion right now, down on ultimates here, and that's going to make this next approach very difficult. They do not have a sound barrier, so I think they should not try to commit ults to this fight.
Well, going to get halted off that high ground. Cloudy taken down. Start here with the Supercharger invested. Soon falling so very low, manages to use that Wraith Walk to escape, and Finzi is unable to make it out with the mech intact, so will be popped out. Shadowburn gets forced into his own ice block here.
And the cool thing,
pull away.
They didn't commit the ultimates to the fight, but they got a pick. And now, you know, all they really used is the Supercharger, but they've got their own set of ultimates to match those of Paris Eternal. So this is the most ideal flip you could ever ask for if you're the Fusion, is just straight up winning that neutral fight. Now for the Paris Eternal, they hold their ultimates, but they're gonna have to use them to approach. They have to use them first.
Yeah, lacking that sound barrier as well, but soon goes in. That blossoms out, Carpe TPing through, looking for one of his own, looking for the setup. The Matrix is there. Just the one kill coming through, but it's actually going to be both Moira's taken down now as well. Cloudy and Shadowburn eliminated as the Fusion will be able to hold on to the point.
And that's one of the things, you know, we talk about using your ultimate second. It's always better in almost every single case of mirrored ultimates to use your second. That ends up being, again, the case here for Philadelphia Fusion. Having that sound barrier was absolutely huge for them. They didn't have it in the last fight, still won it. Shadowburn just needs to freeze Poco first before using this blizzard, otherwise he's running the risk of having it eaten.
Yeah, the wall is thrown down. Maybe that was going to be the setup there for Shadowburn. Not going to happen yet. Still playing around the side, and oh man, he uses the ult, and Carpe instantly takes him down. The blizzard is lost. Paris Eternal now, their hopes of flipping this one. They're still going to be committing forward with that sound barrier from Cruz, who does manage to come up with the kill onto Sato. The bomb from Poco gets rid of Soon. Now the damage completely out of the fight. Cloudy left out to dry. It'll just be the eliminations coming in. And Paris Eternal, they've shown their hand. They have a coalescence coming up, but that's going to be about it into the Death Blossom of Carpe.
That was the only ultimate that they really needed to make sure got value. And, you know, Monty mentioned it in the previous series. It's one of the longest startup animations in the game in terms of ultimates. It's so easy to eat it. It's so easy to blow up the Mei before she gets it off there. And in this case now, how do they engage this point? I mean, there's no tools. They're going to have to win the neutral fight.
Gonna have the tag in, and Soon going into the back, and as soon as he comes out of the Wraith form, he does get taken down. Blizzard thrown in, EQO freezing everybody up. They have that Death Blossom just for good measure. Perhaps we'll see it in celebration, but no, we will not. Carpe just gonna hold that one to the very end. A close one, but the Philly Fusion come out on top on Ilios. They start the series 1-0.
Very impressive to see them come back in such ult-efficient fashion after those staggered deaths there on Well. So good start here for the Philadelphia Fusion, but I think we're in for a close one.
Yeah, still looking that way. 1-0 to start. Let's see if we get a tie on the next map.
The Overwatch League is powered by Intel. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7. And by Omen by HP, the official PC and display of the Overwatch League.
Cease your resistance.
Hey guys, Doa here, and you know what? We've had a long season, but there's something that's always bothered me. We just weren't recognizing players, specifically support players, the way that I would like them to be recognized, and that's for being bloodthirsty. That's for doing what a support player should do. Not healing, no, not saving people, getting the kills. That's right, it's Doa's Bloodthirsty Support of the Week. And guess what? We've got an amazing one to start it off with. I can't think of anyone better to get the first Bloodthirsty Support of the Week award, but Neptuno, that's right, the support from the Philadelphia Fusion, and in their match against Houston, he got not one, not two, but 3 kills with a nano-boosted Mercy Blaster, that's right, on Raucous, Jake, and Spree. And the coolest thing about this, Philadelphia Fusion released a clip later on, going a bit behind the scenes with that as well, as we check out some of those stats on the Lucio for today, that were saying that Neptuno actually called for that nano boost during that clip, which is actually insane. That not only would he have the confidence to do that, but that his team, that Boombox, would trust him enough to just unquestioningly give him that nano boost right away. It paid off for them. They got the 3K, and he is the Bloodthirsty Support of the Week. I can't wait to see who's next. That's right. That's it for that. Send it up back to the casters, Achilles and Wolf. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Doa. Glad you finally got your Bloodthirsty Support
That was awesome.
of the Week bit coming through. Looking forward to next week's, where maybe we'll have, Slime from that first series coming up with some clutch environmental kills, featured in that.
Who knows? Neptuno might get a repeat Bloodthirsty Support of the Week with how he's playing right now as well.
Could be back-to-back. We had a Nano Mercy in that game, but it was on a cruise and he didn't get any kills. So I don't think that one's going to happen.
Yeah, that one, let's reserve judgment. We've only seen the beginning of this series, but glad we're getting all these new and cool segments. But Neptuno, the man himself, helping to save that last map. Some clutch plays from him, some clutch plays from Shadowbird in particular on the Pharah. Nearly closed that one out. So it's been a very great start to this series, and it's been close. Hasn't been the cleanest Overwatch overall, but that's kind of what you get sometimes when you see this May Reaper mirror, because there's a lot of unknown variables. Remember how long it took everyone to get really good at GOATs and the 3-3 meta and start to understand how to play around the Earth Shatter, how to play around the Graviton Surges, and are you running the Ana, are you running the Zen, etc. So I think we're still getting there right now with the May Reaper.
Well, we'll be moving into Temple of Anubis. We know especially for Point B, the Reaper, quite popular, but maybe we get to see some Shadowburn Genji eventually here. For now, looks like he will be showing us the Junkrat to begin, as it will be the Paris Eternal setting up for that defense first.
Indeed, and in these assault maps, right, Volskaya and Anubis, you do have more Widowmaker than you would on, say, Hanamura, if you talk about how the compositions work. So this is a map where we get to see soon on the Widow, and very likely we'll see Carpe on the Widow on their defense. So we'll compare how effective these two Widowmakers end up being. The Orisa Junkrat defense is set. EQO's already got the blade locked in. Neptuno to pocket. This will be another opportunity for Neptuno to really show his stuff here, is to help keep EQO protected as they try to race to the Dragon Blade before that Riptire is out. That's the ideal scenario for the attacking team here, Fusion.
Soon just getting a couple shots in. Not leading to any killing blows yet, though. Around the side, trap, and that bomb going to be removed here. Shadowburn just starts the spam, trying to build up for that Riptire.
Yep, and EQO is trying to get above him.
Hello!
Takes his head off.
You can hear the student chants coming through here in the arena. Yeah, that's a jump scare for a Genji.
Certainly is. It's an unfortunate start here because now EQO's gonna have to respawn, and Shadowburn is just gonna try to make a huge moment out of this.
Oh, hack. Now here on to Shadowburn. Can't make his way out of there.
That's bladeless, that kill. That's actually huge. They could start to really open up this point.
Yeah, soon taking another shot. Deflection comes in. They can't get the res. Cruz knows that they are just camping that body. Boombox will get taken down, though, by Gray.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing was they got this kill not in a great position. They can't really close the gap on the point. They're going to commit the Valkyrie.
Soon, still pushing forward here. Gonna take down Sato. He's got the help of Cruz, who's going lower and lower. They will be able to finish him off. It's actually Neptuno coming up with a kill onto the counterpart. Mercy takes him down, but some stability to be found here by the Paris Eternal as they do answer back with 2 more kills. And Poco will get knocked out of that mech.
So important for Shadowburn to live here. He does not. See if Cruz has a res available for him, because that is so important, because the next fight is where the blade is going to be unleashed. And Cruz is not here, as you can see. Great shot there from the observers. He will not be able to res him. And this is actually a huge opportunity if EQ can get that last 10% right now and pull the blade before the Riptire is ready to counter.
Soon under some pressure. Also wait for Poco to get back into that mech. He pistols his way back up, and Finzi takes him down just moments before he can get through. Want to have that D-Matrix to help mitigate the damage forward onto EQO.
And now the Riptire is back. Shadowburn is back here on this Junkrat, so they have the answer. He has to make sure he doesn't get hacked by this EMP, though. And Gray obviously can shut this down as well with the Transcends, as long as he's not caught by Carpe's EMP.
Right now playing right up into the front. EMP going to be coming through, and Gray absolutely disappears. Did not have that Transcending timing ready to go. QO falling low. Shadowburn trying to survive. Ducks around the corner, gets a couple more shots in. He is still alive and in this fight. He has that Riptire. Into the find one as Neptuno will get taken down, but now Cruz going to be traded out. EQO slicing and dicing his way to kills. Comes up with 2, and we'll finish off with a melee hit there onto Finzi. And that will be the cap coming in onto point A.
A lot of people are probably wondering why Shadowburn didn't use his Riptire in that fight. He was there, he had it, as you mentioned. It was because they knew Gray was dead. He died immediately after his shields were taken away by Carpe, and as soon as he was dead, they didn't have a Transcendence to win a longer fight. Using the Riptire in that position would have just resulted in Shadowburn's instantaneous death. He might have been able to trade 1 kill back, but there's no way they were really going to get value. So he's holding it here for the B defense. He's thinking long term.
Very forward pulled right now by the Paris Eternal. Managed to find Sato. Res will be there from Neptuno, and soon take it down. So going to be delaying that EMP quite nicely. Good pick for EQO. This hook from Finzi not going to be able to find anything. Tire's coming out. EQO, he's got a blade in 5%.
Yeah, this is actually a risky Tire here. They just felt like they were losing control of the point.
He doesn't kill him, and actually Carpe goes into the back while he was sitting there channeling the ultimate and takes him down. Philadelphia Fusion have a major opportunity.
It's on Gray again.
This cap coming through.
It's on Gray.
EMP blade about to be online. Carpe up here onto the high ground. Cloudy already going to be taken down, but Sato will fall as well. Trade on those Orissas. Blade out, looking for the kill here on the Soon, but the Transcendence is there from Gray. Doesn't manage to keep him alive.
Is ready here.
EMP
there it
now
is.
going to be coming in. Soon striking first, finds 4. Boombox barely surviving. Now the answering EMP comes in, only finds Finzi, who they do finish off, but is that going to get them much on the point? So far, it's going to be a tick and a half as Shadowburn also gets taken down, but Cloudy coming back through, manages to find Boombox, and they allow for the res to come in from Cruz, who then gets revenge on the Neptuno, pistoling him down. Finzi with a whole hog will zone the rest of them back.
This ends up being a hold off the back of Cruz's double kill after the res. Really nice hog there from Finzi as well. Definitely a pretty risky tire there coming out from Shadowburn. A little bit overzealous, and he was panicking thinking that they're about to start losing control. It was going to start snowballing against them, but it gave the Dragon Blade a lot of weight because it forced the trance, which meant there was no transcends available for that EMP. But luckily, Paris are still able to, solidify their defenses despite all of those things. It's the next blade, though, that you have to be worried about. But the Fusion have lost quite a big amount of time here.
Halt through. No Roadhog there for the Fusion, so no way to pull anybody out. Pull goes in, however, onto EQO, and he's going to be taken down. Bomb going to be committed. The wall comes up. Does allow for EQO to get res back into the fight. He's just 13% away from the Dragon Blade. Can they make this happen? Another pull coming through. Bionate there on Sato. He'll get taken down. Seems like Fusion going to have to wait again as Poco does get knocked out.
Boombox is just going to stay up as far as he can to get the last part of this nano. Set up for the nano blade, which again will be partnered with an EMP. But this time, there's no Riptire. Paris Eternal don't have a Transcendence either. So they're really reliant on the counter EMP or a sleep. Because Shadowburn's going to have a hard time freezing EQO in this situation. He's just going to be too mobile. He's going to be getting Swift Strike resets during the fight. If Paris can hold this, we're looking at a B hold.
Carpe got found, hooked in, taken down. Do still have time, but I mean, it's just dwindling. And we know that teams at this level are capable of holding until overtime.
Yeah. This has to be a really clean fight for the Fusion, and it's going to have to be on the back of a great dash in with this Nano Blade. So you just see EQO dash up, that's when you know it's time. It's going to get the Nano at that moment and try to dash in. His first target will be the support line. Trying to bait an Immortality field here first, but it's not happening. Cruz is not taking the bait.
Yep, Shadowburn trying to threaten EQO here from the side. He's going to be taken low, actually hacked out. Couldn't make it into the ice block and will be taken down. Fox rejoining here in the center, going across the bridge now with the rest of the squad. Immortality field's going to be used. The blade coming in with a nano boost. He goes into the back. He's looking for a target. Finds Finzi first, but then takes down Gray. They're over on the point, already exceeding that previously established percentage. Now moving up, second tick going to be snagged. But they're over on to the point. They make their way through, and this will be an overtime finish, if a finish at all, for the side of the Philadelphia Fusion. We'll see if they can pull that one off. Shadowburn coming in from the side, throws down the wall, gets a nano boost, drops in the Blizzard to freeze them up. Need to fortify there from Sato as he tries to stay alive, tries not to get frozen, but Cloudy comes back in. He's rid of both supports. And that will be the cleanup of the OT bleeding away. Carpe hovering nearby, but he's got no HP. Not worth the tag in. They will be held off.
Extremely patient play from Fusion. They wanted to look for the perfect team fight. Doesn't work out their way, though, because Shadowburn comes in, has the nano, gets the Blizzard off. Poco wasn't looking the right way, didn't identify where he was, wasn't able to zone. And this could really come back to bite Fusion in this map.
Yep, couldn't get the finish there on to B. We're getting ready to go in for Paris Eternal's attack. We'll see how they fare when we come back for that one, but 75.3% is what they're going to be looking to beat.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
And welcome back. Paris Eternal getting ready to go on the attack. 75.3% is what they need to best in order to take a win here on Temple of Anubis and tie us up 1-1.
And it was a great start for the Fusion there in terms of ult setups, but 2 times delayed with ideal combos online, Nanoblade, EMP. They baited the Immortality Field. It all looked perfect, you know. And that's the kind of crushing feeling that you'll have when you fail a B attack like that, when you've literally got the best fight possible. You've baited out the Immortality Field. You've got the Nanoblade set up. EQO flies into the sky. Everything is working. The EMP is out. But Poco didn't see or did not remember that the side that Shadowburn was on there was the right one, and just was not in position in order to absorb that Blizzard. And that's the only way they really could have stopped that retake coming through.
Well, Soon is going to be swapping. Sticking through rather with the Widowmaker here.
Greedy on the attack to try to face a sightline advantage to Carpe, but Soon likes to take these risks.
He's come out on top quite frequently. Already has the spot there on Carpe. Break down the barrier. Carpe, you know, he's wise to this, so we'll just go ahead and pull back around the left-hand side to keep himself safe. Soon taking a lot of damage, and actually Boombox will be able to snipe him down.
When you go up to the top like that, you expose yourself, but you can shoot over the barrier. That was the risk he was taking, but it does not pay off. He's sniped by Boombox, in fact, the other sniper.
Everybody grouped up in the side room. Bionade hit on the 4. They couldn't top up Cloudy. He'll get taken down now. Immortality Field going to be used. The trap is there. They look to finish off Gray. Immortality Field still sitting there. They haven't killed him yet, but it's just a matter of time.
It's actually a pretty long cooldown for that too, so that kind of hurts your next push. But at least Gray was able to use it to get a lot more ult charge, so he jumps up to 75% by just sitting there and doing damage while immortal. Carpe, again, just leading these sight lines right now.
Mortality Field is out. Carpe not wanting to take that fight. Just seeing EQO get eliminated.
Yeah, interesting that EQO is out in the open like that for that to happen. He's going to have a Riptire when he returns, but during this window, Paris have a great maybe they have a great chance here to really get some kills.
And Matrix thrown down right here into the backside of the point. The Tire going to be coming through from EQO. Immortality Field now gone, and Finzi out of the mech. Fusion managed to find one, but the tick going to be picked up here by the Paris Eternal. They don't recontest the time to deny that one away. Up close and personal here. Arsune and Carpe. One more shot would finish him off. He's got that in for sight, and he manages to find the shot. But can they still have the point now? Because another Bionade goes through. Cloudy pulled it on by a thread, tries to stay alive. Another barrier comes down. QO is still up there onto the high ground. He's only got a sliver of HP. Carpe going to be rezzed back in. Poison trap out from Soon. Trying to cover his flank. He pushes down low. Trying to finish off the tank line here. Sato is by himself. Shadowburn will get taken down, but they find the kills in the end. And that's going to be about 4.5 minutes in the time bank for Paris Eternal to move over towards B.
The most impressive thing about this A take for Paris is that most teams are running Genji on this map. They're trying to use ultimates to initiate the point and initiate that capture, getting kills. Soon just said, I'm going to use my mechanical skill as initiation. I'm going to win this fight. I'm going to get in there and do enough damage, get those headshots, while the rest of the team steamrolls their way onto the point. They took it without really a big initiation ultimate, like an EMP, like a Dragon Blade, and that's really hard to do. That's very impressive to see.
Jump up here onto the high ground. Shadowburn looking to take control, but has to play respectfully. Back up on top. Dragon Strike is online. See the TP coming in from Carpe. Doesn't hold that arrow long enough. Falls low. Carpe, however, drops down right in front of him. Will have to rake out to safety. The bomb gets dropped in right at the entrance. Gray going to be taken down. The Dragon Strike from Shadowburn manages to find a baby Tifa, but it's still wildly going to be in favor of the Fusion, who will go ahead and get a nice stagger here onto Finzi, you would expect.
Yep. It's going to be very frustrating. He'll be frozen. Just left boots back. So that Dragon Strike from Shadowburn was hoping to at least guarantee the kill on Poco and then help them get some extra space to push through. But he didn't really get much out of it, right? He did kill Poco, but that's another tool they don't have to continue this push. And that could actually start to really hurt you when you're running McCree Hanzo into this Mei Reaper that's so sustainable, but you don't have great line of sight to actually get those snipe kills. So you're just kind of chipping away at a line that's unkillable. This is the headshot you need if you're going to break through. You have to get those long-range kills.
I mean, really good takedown there on the Carpe, but Shadowburn does get swept by Boombox. So Carpe just going to be rezzed back in as if pretty much nothing had even happened. Trying to wait for him to wake up. Supercharger going to be used here by Sato. Nano Boost used as well. Carpe pushing forward, looking to get that Death Blossom online. It has a perfect target. Cloudy right there in front of him. Soaks up all of that ult charge. Still going to be taking a bit of damage here from the flank, but soon will get finished off as the Shadowburn. Now, no damage dealers left in the fight for the Paris Eternal. Going to have to reset and go again. 2 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock. They have yet to get any percentage on B.
Paris, you know, they didn't capitalize on that opening pick. And this composition that Philly is running right now is unmatched in close range. So as soon as they start to slowly inch their way through Paris Eternal, Philly just closes the gap, does massive damage, so difficult to break through what's, you know, essentially 4 tanks. So soon, or Shadowburn need to again get a pick, and then they need to get in there and get a second one. Then they can win a 6v4.
Well, Deadeye going to come out. A bit hopeful here, perhaps, but not really using the McCree for the ultimate, more so for the burst damage. Trying to see if they can get lucky with that pickoff. Soundberry coming in, Carmen pushes forward, drops in with a Death Blossom, manages to find Gray. The follow-up is there, on to Soon. Now Cloudy taken down. 1.5 minutes, less than on the board here for the Paris Eternal. They've got a couple ultimates to work with, but they have to get that cap if they want to tie us up. Otherwise, it's going to be game point for the Fusion.
Such a great usage of the sound barrier there from Neptuno too. He speed boosts in, he's closing the gap, he's closing the distance, he's setting up this Death Blossom. Paris don't have an escape when this fight happens. They're all getting slowed, they're all stuck in this choke point. So the attacking sound barrier, right, like where you use it to initiate a fight, is so beautiful in this case. You don't expect it either, as the Paris Eternal are slowly trying to chip away with their composition. Now they've got a Blizzard to further delay. It's looking really bad for Paris.
QO actually going to get jumped on here, taken down very swiftly. Nano going to be thrown forward here onto Carpe. Flashbang comes in, still pushing forward, looking to take down Soon. Will be able to do so. Carpe, it's the one-man wrecking crew. Comes up with numerous kills, and now with 30 seconds left, Paris Eternal, they got to scramble. They got to get over onto the point. 4 ultimates nearly online.
I mean, right now, you know, if you're Paris, you gotta swap.
Good.
You gotta swap. They're gonna put Soon onto the Sombra. I don't have really good feelings about this Hanzo for Shadowburn. They're actually gonna swap over the Tracer just for a little bit more maneuverability in this fight. But again, Fusion is just gonna look to speed boost in and take the close range fight. Look at EQO, he's gonna ice them off. Now they're in a choke on the left side.
Yeah, Freeze coming in, and Matrix gonna be thrown down. They are over onto the point. Back cap coming in at the moment from Soon, but he himself is going to be going low. Uses the recall, drops down below. He's gained a tick for his squad. The rest of them are dying around him off the point. The bomb lands up top. The OT dwindles away. The Philadelphia Fusion will be able to take map 2. Now at game point, 1 more map win, and they have secured their spot in the top 12 for playoffs and will have eliminated the Paris Eternal. If they want to keep their hopes alive, they got to reverse sweep.
Philadelphia Fusion is playing to the meta. They've got a great understanding of it. The execution of this Reaper Mei is phenomenal, and Paris are just simply not willing to match it.
Looking very clean here are the Fusion. Let's see if they close it out quickly, or Paris can put some wins on the board.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile, now connecting 99% of Overwatch League fans. Catch your league on America's network, T-Mobile.
With a win here, Philly locks up a spot in our top 12, our important top 12 for the playoffs, and they're only one map away from punching that ticket into the playoffs, up 2-0 over the Eternal at the half. What's up, everybody? Malik back with Zoe and Sideshow. We talked a lot about this DPS duo going against each other. It's been soon Shadowburn versus EQO Carpe. How's it lived up for you guys so far?
It's been a weird one, right? Because our first hit of the day was a brawl, but also people hitting ridiculous heights at times. This one's been a bit of a brawl without anybody really standing out. It's just been a grudge match.
Yeah, really scrappy. Let's go ahead and jump into the highlights for the first half. We started off at Helios, and again, it was just really scrappy. We saw lots of DPS heroes coming out during this match.
Yeah, and I mean, they went the distance, right? Each and every round could have kind of gone either way, and like Josh already said, no one really stood out. Normally we see EQO or Carpe popping off big, as well as Shadowburn and Soon. They all have that potential, but now it was just like a battle of mediocrity. It was just like, well, we're just kind of all holding our own, and somehow they clutch it out in the end. I very much hope we see a little bit more in the next half.
The Philadelphia Fusion seem to have a slightly better grasp on the meta. I mean, we've been talking a lot about this being the stage where it would be like last year where they go on a crazy run.
Yeah.
We haven't seen that from Philly. I mean, yes, they're close to locking up their spot in the top 12, and they would actually eliminate Paris in this game as well. But it hasn't been dominant by any stretch of the imagination, and there's still a lot of work to be done for the Philadelphia Fusion. Having said that, none of the teams in this league have looked particularly dominant at the moment, so it's a wide open field if you manage to make it to that play.
I think a few people would make an argument for the Charge, maybe a couple other teams under this meta, but
I mean, go for it. The Charge lost to London. I mean, it's just been a big
right now it
circular
went,
thing.
it went full circle. Right now it's really hard. The only team which has been looking at least still very high and very on top has been the Shock in my book.
Yeah, watch, they'll lose the next game now that you said that.
All right.
Poke me.
Well, Sideshow, I believe you saw something at the top of Helios, one of the maps that you thought we could use some insight on.
Yes, absolutely. So I saw a really cool play run by the Philadelphia Fusion, a set play that you might even be able to use in your own games. So here's an insight powered by Intel, where I'll run you through what was happening at the beginning of Well. So these were the rosters, the lineups coming out, and you can see that Carpe is on the Symmetra. So he's going to set up this teleporter, boost them forwards to get a fast rollout for this May Reaper composition. So then where does Carpe go? Because he's lagging really far behind. Well, he doesn't go with the rest of his team. Instead, he sets up on this off angle where nobody else from Paris really sees him. They don't know how to scout him. They don't know where he is. Teleports up to the high ground, and he's going to jump over, and everyone's going to focus on Finzi. Finzi has no idea that he's there. It's a set play that works beautifully to instantly take the Diva out of the mech. Here you can see from this point of view, Carpe teleports to the high ground, the whole of the rest of Philadelphia Fusion move in from the bottom, they get a very quick D-mech on Finzi, and the first fight on control maps is so pivotal. Here, they drop down, you can see Finzi's just in mini Diva form, and then manage to slowly grind out this fight. It's such a clean way of being able to get that first control over the point. They end up losing this round in general, but you can see that Philadelphia are starting to flex and experiment with a bunch of different options for how to play this May Reaper composition in the best way. It's not like they are the most intuitive, fantastic team when it comes to adapting on the fly, but I love little set strats like that.
Yeah.
Anything to get a bit of an advantage out first.
Yeah, and definitely utilize the fact that they buff Reaper Shadow Step, and now he doesn't announce it when he does it. Finally, because he was
much more stealthy now.
Indeed. Now let's take a quick look at a person who used to formerly be a part of the Philadelphia Fusion, but is now part of the Paris Eternal. Shadowburn, how did he look to you guys in that first half?
Well, I mean, he didn't really stand out per se, but that's also because the entirety of the team didn't look quite as cohesive as some parts we saw from the Philadelphia Fusion. On Paris Eternal, everyone just kind of did their own thing. I don't feel like they had the same good setups as we saw from the Fusion. So for Shadowburn, it was just not too much space created, but of course, like, he is a fantastic player, and he didn't play bad per se.
This is actually his stage, I think, to start showing that he has more in his repertoire than just a great Genji and Pharah. We've seen him on the Mei, we've seen him on the Hanzo, and yes, he hasn't taken over this match yet, but we've seen in some of the other games his great wall placement on Mei or fantastic Hanzo Storm Arrow usage can really carry a team through. This is the most important match that Shadowburn will perhaps ever play. His team is on the verge of being eliminated from the Season 2 playoffs, and also he's playing against his former team.
Yeah.
I mean, if there's any time for Shadowburn to step up, it would be in the second half.
That's a good point, man. This is his time to show up. All right, I know Shadowburn wants to get the win against his his former team, especially with his playoff hopes hanging in balance. So I think we need to send him some positive vibes and do his signature dance for good luck. Yo, everyone in the crowd, if you don't mind giving us a hand with this, do your best impersonation of the Shadowburn dance. We have it here up on the board. Yeah,
it's very elaborate.
It's so complex.
It's only
How
right
does
that we do it
go?
first, guys.
I don't know how he does it. It's like
Yeah. Alex, you gotta know this, man. Let's see what you got. There it is. Yeah. Okay.
Nailing it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
killing
I like it. I like it. There we go.
Yeah.
All right,
There
we
we
got a little
go.
something from him. There you go. A little bit of enthusiasm. Yeah, there we go. Get some people. A little bit.
People trying to figure it out.
It's really
Put
complicated.
your elbows into it,
Incredibly
everybody.
complex.
Put your elbow into it. There we go. So elegant. It's graceful. So graceful. There you go. Your turn. Look at how graceful she is with it. I love it. This is the good energy. Oh, no.
I love how much enthusiasm he has for it.
Yes, Wolf. Yes.
Wolf.
No, that's.
Yes, Wolf.
Wolf's getting into it.
Wolf he's jumping on it like,
I have no idea.
Right. One more. Good match. One more.
The peer
He's
pressure.
like, no.
Oh, well.
Oh, there we go. You dab. Don't dab. When I'm hosting, no one dabs on this show, okay? All right, guys, we got Hollywood coming up for map 3. Stop so.
I'm sorry.
Do not.
I'm sorry. I didn't do anything. Oh, my God. I'm being enabled by our audience, just so
Come
you
on,
know.
guys. Order in the court here. All right, so map 3, we got Hollywood. Who is this map favorite, in you guys' opinion?
I still have my ex in the fusion basket, and I'm not sure I can take them out right now. Those are maps where set strats and cohesive play will get you the advantage, and so far that's more what I've seen from the fusion than what I've seen from Paris.
All right.
Yeah, totally agree. I think this is Philadelphia Fusion's game to take. It'll require a huge performance from Shadowburn and soon in the second half.
All right, the analysts have the Philadelphia Fusion in the second half taking the match, and they're just one map away from doing that and locking their spot in the playoffs this year. We'll see if they can do it in just a bit.
And that's Dallas setting themselves up for a quick take here.
Coming from a small town to like a big city like this, it's definitely different, but also cool and exciting. It sucks like leaving my friends and stuff behind and family, but like I knew what I wanted to do, and this is what I want to do in life.
Trill nails the shatter.
I just want to have fun and just do something that makes me happy, right? And this makes me happy. Getting to like travel, meet new people. I feel like this is like a once in a lifetime sort of thing. So like I just want to take it and just like run with it as long as I can.
And welcome back on the other side of the halftime. I'm Achilles, who didn't want to dance, and Wolf, who got so far in there with his dance moves.
I mean, given how poor my dancing was in that situation, that's not looking good for Paris after an 0-2 start in this series.
That's
I
true.
tried,
You might have cursed them here.
I may have. I mean, I looked at the dance. It's like a 47-step dance, I think, if I counted correctly. So it's a little bit complex to learn, and I saw it for the first time just then. So, you know, I might have to study a little bit before we give it another shot.
Well, maybe Paris Eternal, hopefully they've studied a little bit in the halftime as they get ready to come in here, because now they have to pull off a reverse sweep if they want to keep their playoff hopes alive. Philadelphia Fusion just have to close this out, and they are guaranteed in that top 12, so they are right on the cusp of taking this series quite cleanly.
And it's a little bit of a disappointment, I think, for Paris fans that they are just not willing to adapt in this series. You know, the May Reaper is so strong right now. It's strong on Hollywood as well. It's another map, though, where Soon can try to run his Widow. We can see Shadowburn on the Hanzo. It's a great map for that style of play, especially in the streets phase before we get to the end of the map. But of course, you have to break through A first, and you have that opportunity to have that high ground battle, so you can play to Paris' strengths. But sometimes using your strengths alone is not enough when a composition becomes this powerful. You know, I'm not trying to say that this will be the new GOATs or that this is going to be the forever meta, is the May Reaper, but right now it's where we've settled. It's the strongest and most commonly used strategy on a lot of these maps, so you have to be willing to run it, or you be willing to lose to it. Paris, they're going to start with the May Hanzo.
Yep, and the Hack Fist, if you want to call it that, here for the Fusion. Carpe on the Doom and EQO on the Sombra. Will be Sato, the Wrecking Ball, so trying to really stir the pot here for the Paris Eternal, keep them guessing as far as which way they should be looking. Not going to be trying to slowly advance with that Orisa. Already, though, solid start. Punch into the back, finds Cruz in mid-air. Absolutely obliterates him. Carpe will be taken down by Sun, who's operating on the high ground inside the cafe, and Sato frozen up, goes low. Hasn't been finished off yet, however. Haven't been able to get much on the point yet either. Have the Fusions. Still an opportunity to maintain control of this point, try to hold this one out.
Look at the heals coming through from Neptuno. He's trying to buy time here. Now Sato's back.
Really slowly building there. The Dragon Strike coming through the doorway. Carpe, however, jumping through with that Nano Boost. Has to play back as the Bionade connects onto he and Sato. Will be safe for the moment. Charges up the next punch, but oh man, misses it. Thought he gets pushed out of the way by Sato. Now Poco going to be knocked out of the mech by Shadowburn. Another punch goes through. Cloudy this time will be taken down, but it's at the cost of Neptuno, who gets hooked in and finished off with a combo out from Finzi. Sleep Dark connects. Carpe going low, gets finished off. Shadowburn finds the Baby Diva. Nearly 2 ticks snags here for the Fusion, but the Paris Eternal will be able to hold on.
The composition the Fusion are running is not long-lasting. It doesn't have sustainability because you don't have anything outside of pick potential with the rocket punches. Sure, you have some sustained damage with the Sombra, but this club is really looking for an EMP fight. You know, it's great if you can get 2 or 3 kills and take the point on your first push, which almost happened, but in those longer fights where Eternals start trickling back in, you're going to have a hard time sticking to the point. They're not going to swap, though, because they do have these 2 critical ultimates, and in the longer fight, they will get Sound Barrier. Not going to wait for a Nano, you wouldn't think, because that's going to take a little bit longer. I think the fight has to be here and now. Otherwise, they need to change composition. So this needs to be a big EMP, and he's spotted. That's huge.
Yep. Zoning him back, buying time, waiting for that next code to come up so he can turn invisible, try to work his way into the enemy lines again.
To be honest, now they're going to have the Nano, but a lot of time has already been burned. Here comes the engage.
Yeah, dive coming through, trying to push them off that high ground inside the cafe. EMP comes out. Reaches to find several here on the side of the Paris Eternal. Soon is still holding on by a sliver of HP. Drop down into the back, finishes off Cruz. Punch coming in. He's going to be connecting in with a limousine, keeping himself safe. Doesn't want to overcommit into Finzi, who can still pick him off as a Roadhog. And with the team grouped up, they will be able to go ahead, close that one out, get the cap onto point A. A decent time buy from the Paris Eternal. They have multiple ultimates ready to go, so they can certainly drain this time bank down for this streets phase.
You'd expect Carpe to swap over to the Widow here, especially because they have free high ground control. They've got a Winston, but they're much more interested in running dive and countering what the Eternal will try to do to take high ground control back. You can see Cruz already jumps up and he's pushed away. They have an EMP, as you can see, but not a setup to use it yet.
Yep, has to jump back. Poco, however, is going to be taken down. He tries to hide behind that self-destruct, but is unable to do so.
I have serious questions with Philadelphia's composition here. You know, you can control the high ground, but what are you going to do with it with a Doomfist?
Well, gets pulled in as the Nano Boost comes down. Does manage to finish off Finzi. Now Neptuno going to be eliminated. Shadowburn will capitalize on that one. Push back over towards the cart. Cloudy was left by himself. Does get taken down. So a bit of free space bought here for the side of the Fusion.
They need to look for this EMP Blizzard fight now. Paris Eternal do. Then use that to take back full control of the high ground. If they can do this before Eco gets another EMP, that's what they need to do. I mean, it's not even an ideal situation, it's a must-do. Eco is so close, he's got it. If he gets to EMP here, this is terrible for the Eternal. They need this combo, they need this fight.
Already working his way around the back. EMP going to be coming in, and soon is hacked, so cannot counter EMP. Mortality Field does come down, but Sato just goes ahead and focus fires that one. Soon gets taken out by the Rocket Punch. Vinci manages to find one. That might be as good as it gets here for this push. Now the primal range going to be invested. Bionate is there on Sato, but the damage is just so lacking at the moment. For the side of the Paris Eternal, there's nothing they can do to stop Sato. Can't take him down. He joins Cloudy, falls, the cart continues to advance.
They wanted to save these ultimates for B contest, but they were just looking for too ideal of a situation. The Philadelphia Fusion are the ones who actually make the aggressive play.
They do, but this could come back to bite them. Blizzard going to be coming through. Oko going to be frozen up. EMP is in. Hack there onto Carpe means that he will go down. The whole hog comes out from Finzi, but the res is there. Coco now EQO going to be finished off. Still trading up are the Paris Eternal, looking to gain control of this cart here right at the final stretch. Seems like they just might be able to do so as Neptuno will get finished off.
Neptuno gets another kill on his way out, but high ground goes back to Paris Eternal. This is a very risky fight. If anything gone wrong in that setup there, maybe in, I mean, we'd be looking at a B push right now. Carpe's going to swap off of the Doomfist, but interestingly not onto the Widow, not onto a Hanzo to try to control sightlines and high ground, but actually onto the Reaper. Asato will set up for this Orisa. They're just going to try to run this May Reaper, push in with speed boost, get on top of the Eternal before the EMP is ready. They can use this high ground to close the distance, using Ice Wall very creatively.
TP to the other side is there from Carpe. Applies that pressure, makes everybody drop down. Coalescence. Not yet there. Boombox going to be trying to build that one up. For now, just the supercharger is in from Cloudy. Shadowburn, however, getting closer and closer to that next Blizzard. The EMP is online, so the combo is about to be there. There's not really a way for the Fusion to survive this. Boombox is still getting close, but now the EMP comes through, catches 5, a Bionate on top of 3. Poco answers back, manages to find both supports, but the Blizzard is there. Shadowburn finds the kill onto Carpe. And it's 18 seconds remaining here on the clock. Poco trying to stay in that mech, which is his way up onto the high ground.
Greed really pays off here for the Eternal.
He's got a sliver of HP. He actually killed off soon. He's still in the mech. He's going to have to sacrifice and just tag in here.
I don't know if it's going to work out here.
Drop down coming to the Coalescence is now there from Boombox. Will be able to top him up. Shadowburn gets forced into the ice block. Now going to try to make it behind that barrier. Manages to do so, though. They wall him off, but he keeps himself safe with a wall of his own. Heals coming in, but Sato was cut off, so Boombox can't offer up any healing to him. He does get taken down. Now Poco going to be knocked out of the mech. It would take a miracle, it would seem, at this point for the Philadelphia Fusion to actually make this one happen. Boombox does manage to find one. Neptuno is still alive. But it's really just both of these supports and the May. The whole hog coming out now. Finzi just to shove them off the cart. He manages to do so. And that is where it will stop. Paris Eternal, a real chance of taking the victory here on Hollywood.
Yeah, absolutely. Holding that Blizzard EMP was so risky, but it paid off. They won that fight, built another quick EMP Blizzard, set up to deal with the May Reaper that was coming in for the Fusion, staggered respawn timers, and were able to retake the point. And that is a huge win on the defense.
Let's see if they can put that win on the board and try to start this reverse sweep when we come back.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of...
So there was no getting around it. At best, John and his assault squad were only somewhat prepared for what they were about to attempt, but he didn't dare admit that.
And here we go. Hope's alive for the Paris Eternal. Looking to put a map win on the board and keep the ball rolling for a reverse sweep if they can take the victory here on Hollywood. Just in front of point B is as far as they have to make it.
Yeah, and for Paris here, I mean, it's up to them to decide now what composition they want to run to try to crack A, because that's going to be the toughest part of this. In theory, if they can win a really good team fight early on A, they'll have ult lead for leading into that B capture, which will win them this map and potentially bring them back in this series. Still, remember now, if this is a failed attack, that's the it for the season for Paris in terms of playoffs. So this is a critical moment. They're going to go with the Hanzo Mei, essentially the same comp they ran on defense. They're going to run it on attack, mirrored by Fusion here.
Mortality Field coming in, good wall up there. Shadowburn's still going to be slept, but will be safe from getting pulled into the enemy squad soon. Around that high ground. There's down that Sonic Arrow, is looking to see if Carpe was going to push him, but actually comes in from above and will be able to take him down. Fantastic start to the defense so far for the Fusion. And as Poco, the sliver of HP will be able to kite back and stay alive.
Now, there's a lack of healing, obviously, on the side of the Paris Eternal because they're running the Zenyatta variation of this style. So you get a lot of extra damage, but the healing is missing, and no one could actually save Gray when he was bionated there by Boombox. So big play by Boombox, and Cruz just couldn't save Gray. We will have Shadowburn taken out here by a very long-range shot from Carpe, so that's another further stagger. And the Fusion are looking to race to that Blizzard right now on the defense. They already have a Dragon Strike which can buy time, and they are in a great spot to just really hurt this time bank. If Paris can't do something with the Zenyatta, they need picks. It's so difficult to run an attack Zenyatta because you're so reliant on the hook to get value out of the Discord Orb. You don't have line of sight to get hooks when the Fusion are playing this far back out of the choke.
Yep, another wall coming in, denying the hook there from Finzi. Gotcha's going to be spammed in, and Matrix comes through, and instantly Gray makes Sado disappear. Now Poco going to be gone, but just like that, they answer back onto the enemy tank line. A 2-for-3 exchange here. The Paris Eternal looking good, but then Cruz gets taken down by the Dragon Strike, and now soon eliminated. Kyo catching him as soon as he comes into the cafe. Same will be said here for Gray as the Nano Boost gets tossed in. Patiently waiting. Nothing that Shadowburn can do.
EQO has the Blizzard, the critical ultimate we were talking about before. And the sustainability from Ana helps them win this longer fight despite the opening there with Gray on the Discord with the Amplification Matrix. They have Transcendence to heal through EQO's Blizzard, but they don't want to have to use it that way. The best ideal situation is to try to get a kill first with the Blizzard before that can really go off.
Really good pull in.
That's a good start.
Answering hook going to be coming in, however. Cloudy placed right here onto the point. Poco will be able to finish him off. The Dragon Strike rolling through. Unable to really find any kills. Kyo with the Blizzard. Gets rid of that Immortality Field. Sets up for the kill on a Shadowburn. Now Gray.
And that's a big problem. You know, the Blizzard will freeze everyone despite the Transcendence. The Transcendence doesn't cleanse the freeze. Gray's just now swapping over to the Ana, but this Zenyatta choice has really cost them big. In terms of attacking, you know, it's so much harder to use than the Ana. And now they only have 60 seconds left to make that swap. They have the Blizzard, and there's no Diva on the other side. They need to capitalize on this correctly.
Well, that's going to be Sado taken down at the start. Poco uses the whole hog, pushing them into the back alley. We'll just wait for that one to expire. They wall him off, trying to deny any heals from the flank. Shadowburn pushing forward, still holding on to the Blizzard. Can he actually just keep this one in his back pocket? They are ticking up onto A. Boombox over at the top here. Sado rejoins with that Wrecking Ball. Carpe's into the back. He is antied, and he will get taken down. Gray manages to find that shot, leaving that one through the doorway. It's the kill. Cap nearly there for Paris on A. Now the Blizzard's going to be used. Poco gets the pull in, but frozen just moments before he can try to get a kill on the Soon. That will be the closeout on A. A second lease on life here for the Paris Eternal. 2.5 minutes to make it in front of B.
Fortunate he had to use the Blizzard there, but it's the easiest, best way to lock down those stagger heroes, especially the Wrecking Ball coming in onto the point. You just don't want to deal with that. You don't want to have that potential for the Fusion to come back full strength after the Wrecking Ball buys time. Soon's having this high ground battle right now with Carpe. He's got the Dragon Strike. There's no Winston support for this, so, you know, he may have to jump down. if you know, the rest of the squad comes up with Ice Wall. So far, more passive though are the Fusion.
Dragon Strike, looking for that drop shot. Pull there on Sato, but spam healing. Coming out from the rest of the Fusion. Support will be able to keep him alive.
Nice wall there.
Nano and a Amp Matrix ready to go for the Paris Eternal. Here, that's going to be the windows coming out from both of these Batists. Bionade connecting on the Poco, but he's got that immortality field to stay alive. Sato fills off the enemies. Both now going to be taken out here. EQO playing around the side. Throws in the Blizzard just in behind the cart. Zoning back the members of the Paris Eternal. Fortify out from Cloud as he tries to stay alive and on the cart, but the Bionade connects. They will be able to take him down. A minute gone off the clock so far. Philly Fusion, they're in control of the cart.
Philly Fusion looking to knock Paris Eternal out of playoff contention here.
And secure their own spot.
That's right. Soon, gonna swap over the Widow. They're gonna try to get an opening pick to then perhaps control the high ground and set up for a fight with the Blizzard that they will have shortly afterwards. The Fusion can use a Dragon Strike to delay here in the choke, and they will.
Major Bionade hit there on the 4 members of the Dragon Strike rolls in. Immortality Field, however, cannot get finished off. Does save them in the extended fight. Pull through, however, Vinci getting snatched up instantly into the whole hog, and Poco takes him down. To shut down the hopes of the Paris Eternal and get the Fusion across that playoff finish line.
They've got one more chance at this Paris Eternal. This moment is so huge. They need to be able to set up for a Blizzard.
Cloudy's trying to make his way out of there. Hook not gonna have the connection, but Mortality Field does buy him enough time to actually survive. Poco trying to escape. Can't do so as the Blizzard comes in from Shadowburn. Freezing them up, they push in behind the barrier. Getting the kills to come in. Immortality Field buys a little bit more time, but Vinci gets rid of that one with a whole hog. They clean them up. 4 members currently gone inside the Philly Fusion. That card pushing up. 18 seconds left.
He needs to get on the high ground. He needs to pop off here on the Widow. He's actually just going to look for the shots here from the ground into the choke.
He's playing low.
Nothing yet.
He sees the swap there from Carpe, comes around the corner, misses the first shot, but it doesn't matter. No one can make it over. They get walled off. Paris Eternal actually keep their hopes alive. They make it there right at the end before OT. They put a map on the board.
Heroic Blizzard there from Shadowburn, getting everyone caught in that choke point, forcing them back, using the May wall to zone, and setting up that fight. Brings us to a real series here at Kilos. This is not going to be a walkover. Paris will fight back for their chances here in top 12.
Still dangerous territory. Still have to get that full reverse sweep to keep their hopes alive. Let's see if they can do it when we come back to the next map.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile, now connecting 99% of Overwatch League fans. Catch your league on America's network, T-Mobile.
And welcome back, Paris Eternal keeping their hopes alive, looking to pull off a reverse sweep here against the Philadelphia Fusion. We're able to get the victory on Hollywood, but have to keep that momentum, that wind in their sails as we get ready to move into Escort.
Yeah, and Paris, I mean, they've had some struggles in terms of composition. They've had some struggles in terms of, you know, ult economy. And in that last fight, everything was stacked against them, and they still pulled it off. That's an extremely clutch moment for Shadowburn. Route 66 will be potentially our final map here, or the map that sends us to a tiebreaker. But for both of these teams, this is a map where it suits their playstyle. You can run both the Reaper Mei here and Widowmaker. You can run Hanzo as well. For the Fusion, looks like they're going to opt into the Widow defense to start things off. And soon we'll try to challenge that with his own Widow. If he finds success, I mean, it's low risk as the attacking team, especially when you're coming out of spawn, to run the Widow on Escort, because if you get an opening pick or two, then it's golden, you get a free push. If you fail, you respawn with a different hero and you move on. So,
well, same map that we saw Paris play versus the Valiant in week 1 of stage 4. Pushed themselves into a game 5, nearly had that reverse sweep. That was with Soon on the Widowmaker. But for now, we'll just be on the Hanzo.
He's being a little bit indecisive. He will swap back to the Widow briefly.
Changing it up. Grab there from Carpe, just avoiding getting halted in. Soon trying to go in for the flank. Carpe is up above him and takes him down. And goes straight back in, follows up for a shot on the Cruise. Now Cloudy. And this is Carpe just doing Carpe things.
It feels like Carpe is starting to get back into his stride with Widowmaker right now. You know, everyone remembers that last Escort map we saw with him where he struggled at the beginning and then was able to pop off at the end on Havana. He has just settled in just out of the get-go in this series on the Widow when playing it.
Yep.
Soon's still trying to challenge this, and it's so obvious the only flank angle he has. So Carpe's just constantly checking that while using this pillar.
Out there. Carpe is going to get protected by that Discord Orb. Now, yeah, Matrix thrown in. Immortality Field could be eliminated here rather quickly. Shadowburn's got to use that wall just to try to zone them back, and Carpe will get pulled in on the backside of the halt. Alleviating a lot of pressure here for the side of the Paris Eternal. Though, as I say that, Shadowburn himself also going to get picked off. Poco nearly taken down. Still has that barrier. The cart has not advanced. It's just now starting to inch forward.
All right,
Will not
right now,
find anything. Gray going to be gone.
For Paris, this needed to be it. This needed to be their moment. They needed to get Soon into position on the high ground. He's up there now. He needs to get those headshots.
Is he trying to stay alive now? Going to be walled on the hook. Not connecting here on EQO. He'll get frozen up again. They're trying to finish off that Immortality Field. Are able to do so. Makes his way in behind the barrier. Now the Blizzard comes in, so EQO has to use the Ice Block.
Another headshot.
Alive. Soon finds Carpe. Now Poco going to be gone. Looking for a little bit more. Gets to think they're on to Sato. Vinci has the alley-oop as they finish him off. That will be the wipe coming through.
That's the moment. That's the moment where you get Soon into position. Sure, you're down on heroes. You traded poorly otherwise, but Soon's in a potential moment to carry his team. When you're in that high ground position, as Soon gets here, right, he's able to pop off. Now, when he gets the opening kill here onto Carpe, there's no one to challenge. Headshots on frozen targets. You're gonna poke your head out, you're dead. So that's the moment where Paris' playstyle really comes online.
Pulled in here onto Finzi. No chance to take a breather, just melted down so rapidly. Soon now getting flanked from below. DQO is going to be looking to spot him out, but he is deep into enemy territory, already over towards the second phase, but Neptuno doesn't manage to find the kill onto him.
All right, this is do or die for Paris. Carpe takes out Cruz. Soon,
it's looking like die.
Well, will
At
he
least for now?
Will he swap off the Widow, or is he going to just look for that critical fight again, where he gets an angle, a flank angle they don't see, or he gets onto a high ground and takes out Carpe, and then the only challenge for him really becomes EQO at that moment, so he has that carry potential. We don't really have carries in Overwatch, not really, but this is one of those heroes that gives you the opportunity.
Oh, for sure.
And right now, he's not getting the angle he needs, and he's got Infrasight against him.
Yep. Okay, just sneaking around the side here. Jump over the top, looks for the hit. Unable to find it. Just a little bit of damage coming out from the body shots. They try to make their way back over onto the cart. Good wall there from Shadowburn as that major halt comes through.
They have to deal with the Blizzard now, too.
No one getting yoinked. Finzi just holding onto his hook. Knew he wasn't going to be able to find anybody, but they find him! Melted again. No chance to stay alive, and now Cruz is taken down by Carpe. Jump up over the top. Tagged twice by Soon. Still going for the fight, but Soon says nah. Not a chance. Sprays him down with a left click. Blizzard is out here on the cart.
Behind him.
QO still trying to play forward. They managed to find Poco, and Boombox is gone with that Transcendence available. Barrier is up. Soon looking for the shot. They get pulled back down here onto the low ground. Into the ice block goes EQO. Playing in behind that barrier, trying to stay alive. Will get broken down. Sato eliminated. Now EQO gone. It seems like the Paris Eternal will in fact be able to push forward into point A, bumping up that time again.
The hope is alive here for Paris. Soon has Infrasight, and he has the opportunity with this take on A and the respawns coming through from Fusion to actually get into a very flanky position where Fusion don't know where he is and he can Infrasight. So that's why he's kind of keeping himself hidden right now. He's been spotted now, so chance wasted, arguably. It's a good hook. So now we can go high ground. There's no challenging Widow on the other side. And look at it, he's already getting kills and the kill feed's popping up.
That's a shot there on the Neptune, but Sato just managed to finish them off. Transcendence going to be used by Boombox. Whole hog as well from Poco. Need to get some kind of control over this cart, but not going to be found for now. Shut down there from the hook. Will continue to roll forward. Down to 1:35 in the time bank for Paris Eternal. Infrasight rolling at the moment for Soon.
Gotta pick your battles of your Fusion here, and I don't know if this is the one they want to take on these choke points, but Soon has high ground, and they're just fishing the barrel for him. I think it might be time to just back off. They're gonna look for one more fight.
Oh, bring around the Rosie being played here by Sato, but he is, yeah, they all fall down to the end.
Yeah. When you're in this position as the defending team, often in Fusion in this case, often you want to just back off and try to get sightline advantage on the other side of the door. Kind of similar to Junkertown A in this meta. But they went for the contest and they got bopped. So now look at the threat, I mean, of Shadowburn even challenging Carpe. Headshot there on the way out.
Yeah. Actually hitting EQO. Had it been Carpe, would have been able to finish him off. Infrasight up for Carpe. See what kind of position he can get into. Trying to create some picks. Hook going forward. Bionade there on the Poco. Freeze him for good measure to finish him off. Cruz is trying to apply pressure to a Widow with the Infrasight and just gets punished for that. Nice sleep dart, however, will come through from Gray and set up for Finzi to come around the flank.
So Carpe knew he couldn't control high ground because of the contest they attempted and they lost it. So he decided to flank instead. Gets a kill, but dies obviously as soon as Paris Eternal react to this. So now they have this really nice free push. And EQO gets taken out before he can Blizzard here. That's going to be a long stagger. This is going to be a contest on the point itself now for the Fusion. They should have Transcendence, but Paris have really taken this game back into their hands.
Trying to exit here soon. Watching that right side spawn exit. Doesn't quite have the angle onto the Hanzo, but actually does manage to find him in the end. So Carpe going to be taken down. Sato now eliminated as well as his supercharger. And Matrix is thrown down. Poco pushes his way back through, but he just takes so much damage. Nothing to be done. They're trying to keep him alive. A whole lot of good measure there for Finzi. They will be able to finish the map. Route 66 completed for the Paris Eternal. Now just need to hold back the Fusion. And then they will be pushing us into another Game 5.
We talked about it in so many of the Paris series we've had here in Stage 4 is Soon is a legend. He has always been a legend on this hero. And the entire strategy, the entire game plan for Paris is to play around the ground fight with the Mei Orisa Hog to get Soon opportunities to get a kill on Carpe so then he can kill everyone else. And if you get those one in a million moments, you know, as a player like Soon, they happen much more often. You get those moments where you get a triple kill, you win a fight, you push a point. And it's an extremely risky strategy. It's also very high skill. And this team has been preparing for this style of play so much here in this stage. I just want to point out that that is rare. I mean, that is not what most teams are doing right now. Most teams are not willing to go Widow into a defensive Widow who has better line of sight, has an Orisa barrier, has all of these things going for them. Especially on a map like Route 66 where you only have one flank angle. It's Soon just saying, I am good enough to just win this straight up. And that's a bold statement he's making right now. And he's almost brought his team back to a tiebreaker map when they are on the brink of being eliminated from play-ins.
Keeping those hopes alive as best as he can. Will be on the Hanzo here for the defense. For now, Carpe going to be matching with that. We'll see if he wants to swap over onto the Widowmaker after seeing the rest of the Paris composition.
Boombox on the Zenyatta as well, so looking for hook potential and Discord orbs, but a little bit of a lack of healing comparatively. Again, difficult to execute on the attack.
Yeah, hold back defense here for the side of the Paris Eternal. Just going to be playing around the corner. not every team has adopted the playing forward on the cart where it starts off.
Now it's especially good when you know you finish the point and play back against Zenyatta.
Oh, Poco just going to be melted down. Bionade on the 2. Now Carpe going to be taking a nap. Soon we'll be able to find that kill on the Sato. Be putting himself way far ahead of Carpe as far as that Dragon Strike charge is concerned.
The impact that Boombox has made is dwarfed by what Gray has been able to do. The Bio Grenade coming through, the output of healing when we're having these trades up in the front line between the Maze, the Orisas, and it just gives Paris this edge when they can play around this corner. So that's the difference in strategy here. And Boombox, until they get around that corner, is really going to struggle.
Back to the push, works their way up.
Another bio.
Spamming out, and yeah, Bionade. It's 5 this time. Immortality Field just now going to be finished off, however, so time for everybody else to get topped up. Immortality Field in from Cruz, right clicks coming in. So try to keep Shadowburn in the fight as the Blizzard will come down, and Sato will get dropped. We have the freeze onto Poco. But it seems like for now we'll be safe. Kua actually answers back 2 kills onto the enemy damage dealers, but will get taken down in the end, so Cart's still going to be in control of Paris.
Ordinarily, a trade like this is great for the attacking team because the defenders have a longer run back. And in this case, it will end up being a good trade, but it's hard around this corner, so you can see how careful Fusion have to be despite being up 2. Dragon Strike.
Tossed in
a great one.
From Soon.
Very far away.
Yep. Just buying time, wants to be able to rejoin in. Knows that he can build that very rapidly.
But see, they do get back control of this corner, though, because of this Dragon Strike and because of how passively Fusion was playing. And, you know, the Ana is ending up being the better support in this case. See if the trance pays off, but another bio.
Yep, bio onto 2. Give him the sleep, unable to find him, and soon going to be taking down Neptuno. Fitzy takes a breather to try to stay alive, going lower and lower, and he's just on the edge of that barrier. Can't quite get across the threshold. He'll be taken down, but Duo lost in the fight. Bray going to be gone, however, Poco gonna drag this one back. They'll have those faster run backs as well here for themselves. Harpe hovering low, but soon now going to be taken down in that back flank. Immortality Field cleaned up. That will be the effective wipe coming in for the Philadelphia Fusion, but so much time has been taken away from the time bank here.
Now remember, I was talking about picking your battles and whether you decide to come out of this choke point or not. Because this cart is so far back, the Paris can actually make a reasonable attempt here to actually use the high ground and come out of this bridge. See, you know, you're trying to make it happen. You have this tiny window to get through, and they're going to have to set up before they scroll through.
Looking for the pull there. Dragon Strike to disrupt on that high ground. Carpe still safe in the back, has this window, gets the shot onto Cruz. As soon as that Immortality Field is gone, now Dragon Strike going to be tossed out into the other side of Big Earls. Offers up a lot of damage, hoping to break down that front line. Another
Really
effective wipe there for the Fusion. They will be able to glide through. A little bit more time bought for the Paris Eternal on this defense, but they cannot hold them back.
Really patient, really calculated play from the Fusion, knowing there would likely be a contest. Carpe gets the Amp Matrix. He's got his Dragon Strike out. The zoning and control of that choke is brilliant. And Fusion, that could have been really bad for them, but they just were very aware of every potential scenario where things could go wrong for them and played around that. Ice Wall back up here for EQO, so might get split here.
Yeah, they try to pull them off that high ground. I believe EQO, yeah, he does drop down a little bit lower.
And this is a setup where Fusion can control the high ground as the attacking team. Feels great when you're up here, you have that barrier, and you're unopposed in terms of damage output. They force the supercharger, then they disengage around this house. Saloon, whatever you want to call it.
It's been a lot of free distance here. Now the double wall. Oh no! Cloudy trapped. Will get taken down by the whole hog. Neptuno going to be eliminated by Soon. Another Bionade comes in on the 2 members on the side of the Philadelphia Fusion, including Poco. It's the mitigation coming through from the breather. Boombox with the Transcendence will keep him topped up, but he is freeze into sleep, into dead.
I think it's time to consider Boombox swapping over to the Ana, because, you know, he trances, doesn't save anybody, doesn't help anybody. The Bionade is there, the picks are coming through too quickly. And Paris now has full control. High ground now finally belongs to them once again. Boombox is picked, no swap. He's keeping the Zen, and that could come up to come up as a big reason why we end up going to that tiebreaker map, is he's just not finding the same value as Gray is.
See so much poke damage coming through there. Sato nearly getting taken down. Another Bionade connects. Two gonna get caught. Carpe uses the Dragon Strike to get that hold through, and Great will be eliminated. Nicely done by Sato to set up the play, but is that gonna be enough for them to get that cart rolling through again?
They need
See
more.
soon with the Sonic Arrow cut off on the other side. EQO taking pot shots with those right clicks, trying to take him down, but he's gonna get hooked for it, but he makes his way into the Ice Blood. Instantly out now, dumps the Blizzard through. EQO will get finished off, but not before he gets that Blizzard in to take down Shadowburn. Setting up for the rest of the kills. 45 seconds remaining here for the Fusion as they keep inching closer and closer to the finish here on B.
They will get this finish. There's no realistic way for Paris to contest, and if they do, they will lose control of sightlines, just like we saw previously, which is why Carpe had to flank, if you'll remember, on the Widow, which is part of the reason why they finished the map with a minute 16. So right now, Paris saying, okay, I'm just gonna back away, try to control this sightline, try to control the whole main right straight down the middle.
Poco taking a nap again, the Bionade to get the finish. Sure that he cannot remain in the fight. Card is still inching forward, mind you, as it hasn't made it yet to that first corner. So still playing back, still playing respectfully for the most part here are the Paris Eternal, as they nearly have 6 ultimates online. Cloudy just 6% away.
Supercharger early.
Shadowburn gonna be taken down. Now Cloudy, Poco sets it up. He comes up with 2 kills. Absolutely huge. He's looking for another one. Soon plays forward. Poco will cut him down. Will be a time bank advantage no matter what here for the side of the Paris Eternal. But they need to stop this cart. They're still holding on to 5 ultimates.
Okay, Soon's gonna swap over to the McCree. Wants to have that extra pop-off potential, that extra damage output here. Dragon Strike comes out. They're gonna have to take the other spawn.
Trying to stay alive. Cloudy, sliver of HP will get taken down. The Storm Arrows out from Carpe. They have to find the kill. The Supercharger going to be eliminated.
Soon's Nano.
Matrix going to be thrown in. The wall comes in. Vinci going to be taken down. They have no one really that can play forward on the cart other than Shadowburn. He uses the Blizzard. He's looking for the freezes. Poco going to be slept, frozen. Just over here onto the side. Takes a breather, trying to stay alive, but Cloudy is there. Burns him down. 30 seconds remaining. Fusion gets her back. They find one onto Cruz. Do they keep playing forward, or do they just go for the reset? It seems like it's still going to play up, and now the Hog comes in the barrier. Going to be denying a lot of the damage coming in, and Vinci has to hide behind the cart to keep himself alive. Shadowburn rejoining with that Doomfist. Going to be taken down. Vinci finds the hook on the boombox, eliminates the Zenyatta, but then is finished off by Sato. Now coming out from EQO, looking to freeze onto Cruz. Will be able to finish him off. Wasn't quite in that immortality field. Now the Blizzard thrown down here into the cart. Into the Ice Block goes EQO, trying to stay alive. Cloudy is there on the cart, trying to keep this one contested. EQO going to be finished off.
They're starting to stabilize here, Achilleos.
Punches there, he knocks him away. Boombox trying to come back in with a Moira, but going to be taken down. Just doesn't stand a chance. The Dragon Strike rolls through, but it doesn't matter. No one can tag in. The Paris Eternal hold them off. They tie us up 2-2. We are going to one more map.
One more map, and it's just the way it goes with Philadelphia Fusion. It feels like so many Game 5s, so many final tiebreakers. Paris looked down and out at halftime, but 2 strong finishes mean they will have one final chance to keep their play and hope alive. Great performances from the damage players. Finzi coming out on the Hog. What a map.
2-2, Game 5 coming up. Let's see who comes out on top.
Team up for special attack. Cease your 冻住，不许走！
We are down to the wire here. Game 5 getting ready to come up. Paris Eternal trying to pull off that reverse sweep in week 1. We're in this exact situation against the Valiant. We're bringing it back, got to that game 5, but could not finish it off. Can they do that against the Philadelphia Fusion now today and keep their playoff hopes alive?
I mean, certainly the momentum is in their favor right now. The wind is out of the sails of Philadelphia Fusion after a really great start. And it's really on the back of Soon getting... I mean, he's getting these headshot kills, he's getting these setups, right? And he's getting into position to crush, using terrain, using high ground, what the Fusion are setting up. And that's a terrifying opponent, one that plays with no fear. He plays extremely confidently, and no other Widow is really playing the same way Soon is right now in this meta. So when you're up against that, it's tough to really coordinate a defense or to feel like your setups are going to, in theory, win, because usually they do. And usually you don't have Widowmaker players trying to fight into this. But Soon is absolutely killing it. Now, Control is a map where it's map specific in terms of how much impact you're going to have on Widow, or if you'll even get to play Widow. We may just simply see the Reaper Mei duo, you know, especially if we go to Busan. That is very much the standard. So I think on the tiebreaker map will make a pretty big difference as to what compositions are available for play.
Pressure is on here for the Paris Eternal. They want to keep that playoff hope alive. It's still a very faint hope of being able to make it, even if they can get the victory here. At least the dream doesn't die there. For the Fusion, again, on their side, you know, getting that victory would help secure their spot, would put them in that top 12. Still highly likely that they're going to be able to do it in future maps if they can't close it out now. But that's but the here and now is what is going to be on these players' minds.
This is a much more dire situation for Paris because, as you mentioned, it's important to note that we're saying Fusion can guarantee top 12 with this win, but a loss here does not mean they are out. But that is what it means, in fact, for Paris.
Yep.
So this is a must-win map, just like the previous two, Hollywood and Route 66, where they were able to squeak by those victories. It looked hopeless. It really did at halftime. And even at the beginning of Route 66, it looked like Paris was done. It was over. And we'd be talking about player of the match right now. But confidence from Soon, good coordination around him, and just overall a great understanding of how to utilize high ground brings us to this point. It will be Lijiang Tower, a map where we've seen, especially here on Control Tower, where we've seen a lot of Reinhardt Zarya with the Mei. Binzy has it locked in at the moment.
Yeah, just going to be flipping around, it seems, so.
Yep.
Not going to be running the Zarya.
It's the mirror here. Speed boost out. Then you see the swaps, Boombox onto the Moira.
Yep.
And then you see Gray is actually sticking with the Ana. Interesting choice here. Very rare to see in this mirror matchup between the Mei and Reapers.
Soon taking a lot of damage already as he tries to play forward and build up towards that Death Blossom. Does manage to stay alive. Wall's going to be coming in. Shadowburn denying that halts away as he goes into the ice block, and Cloudy going lower and lower right in front of that barrier. Neptuno on the wall, however, going to be taken down soon there to capitalize. He just surges forward, nearly doubling the ult charge of Carpe here at the moment. So Riv HP, but the healing comes through. They will be able to keep him in the fight. The Coalescence is out from Boombox. Trying to flip this one back into their favor as the point is unlocked, but not taken by anyone yet. Fight right in front of the barrier. Now the sound barrier going to be coming in. Carpe going to be eliminated. Ice block is there from EQO. Death Blossom going to get popped. Unable to find any kills itself, but they do win the fight. They zone back the rest of the fusion, and they get the cap.
How did Cruz get a sound barrier when Neptune is only at 52%? The obvious answer is heal deny from Gray. So many bio-nades hitting, Poco's not eating them, and those bio grenades mean Neptune does less healing. Who's also obviously in speed boost mode more of the time, but those things add up. Cruz gets a barrier, that's a win condition. Now they've got a nano boost, and they still have his heal denies on lock. There's a wall off.
Yep. Will get jumped on Shadowburn. Gonna need a little bit of assistance here. Carpe will get hounded down, but he has that Death Blossom online. Will does get finished off, however. Cruz coming up with a kill. Now Sato going to be finished off. Poco knocked out of the back, and this is a fantastic start to the defense here for the Paris Eternal. Will get the freeze up here onto Poco.
Just
with
repeatedly slowing. Yep.
Now the sleep.
This is just so much free percentage.
You know.
Neptuno still very far away from a sound
bans.
barrier. Yeah. So far away from a sound barrier here is Neptuno. EQO using this Blizzard is going to be a challenge going through chokes where Finzi is waiting to absorb. They need this engagement to go well with the Death Blossom and the Blizzard together. This will be a delay. Supercharger set up so they can break the barrier.
Well, soon going to be taken down. Now the Death Blossom instantly there from Carpe. Bionade connects onto 3. Those are thrown in as well. Shadowburn still going to be eliminated. Cloudy behind the barrier will just get advanced on. They clean him up. Sleep onto EQO is great. Tries to get something down in the back line, tries to find one pick. They will get above 75%, no, 80. So decent delays here for the side of Paris Eternal. They have time on their side, if nothing else.
3 stagger attempts. It's Finzi, it's Cruz, and then it's Soon. And then you can see Shadowburn's coming in with the ice wall and the ice block.
As close as you can.
They should get this up to about 95, worst case scenario, and then they're going to regroup. That's a cool strategy there they used as well. Cruz was hiding. He wasn't contesting with Finzi. Only when Finzi was demeched, he came through and bought the time there for Soon to come in and delay, which then allowed Shadowburn as well. So that was basically a 4-part delay to get this up to 95.
It's kind of cool looking. TP coming in as he was getting bolted over to the side.
Yeah.
Soon makes his way through. Fusion just playing back over towards the point now. Cruz tries to get that next sound barrier online. Get that flip back through into their favor. Bomb thrown in. Side room, however. The Finzi unable to find any picks with that one. Cloudy's going to be taken down.
They force a sound barrier. That's big.
Yep, do get rid of that one. Coalesce is still going to be held by the Fusion, who are approaching 5 ultimates online. That Blossom comes in from Zoot, manages to find Sato. Will be zoned back for the moment. Apply that self-destruct from Poco, so keeps them pushed away. Carpe holds the flank with that Death Blossom ready to go. Trying to push forward, 50% there. Soon going to be receiving. Nano boost here, but he's looking for a target. Finally makes his way back over here, finds Poco, knocks him out of the back. Blizzard going to be thrown down, but no one killed off on the side of the Paris Eternal. They're actually still holding on. Cruz comes up with 2 kills, takes out EQO, now Carpe. The damage dealers on the side of the Fusion out of the fight. The Bionade is forward onto Neptuno. Can they clean him up? Yes, they can. The sleep there onto the Baby Diva. They finish him off. Now they just have to gate them off the point. EQO is here on the Doomfist. He's going to have to touch.
Such a risky decision to contest there with the sound barrier, but they commit it, and that's going to be it. That's going to lock this round up. There's no way to contest. Beautiful play from Paris. The momentum is absolutely on their side right now. And the crowd wants them to keep their chances alive of playoffs here. And it's been a very razor-thin series. A lot of these moves we're seeing from Paris, you know, remember the Hollywood hold there where they barely were able to get the EMP Blizzard off. This sound barrier where they were down a member, where they commit to the fight, they commit to Soon's Death Blossom, just narrowly nets them enough kills to start flipping the point around. One of the most terrifying things you can ever play against in any competition is a team that has no fear of losing, especially when they have everything to lose. And Paris are taking so many crazy risks, be it Soon's Widow, these crazy sound barriers, the holding of the Blizzard, the EMP, all throughout this series. And now they're just 1 round away from the reverse sweep. What a story it would be.
Ball coming up, trying to cut off half of the squad here from the Fusion. Does so, but they can't capitalize on the kills. They take multiple members dangerously low. Can't quite finish them off, but good forward position now for the Eternal here on the point. Wrap around, back to the front. Fusion looking to come up main. Ball comes down Shadowburn answering with one of his own. Pops out of that ice block, looking for a freeze onto somebody. So far hasn't been able to find it. Carpe, as he gets pushed outside, will be taken down. Point still going to be unlocked, still not taken by anybody. And Neptuno comes up with a nice knockoff there on the Finzi, who did not have the jets available. Can't get himself back on a solid ground. Falls off the side of the map. Ult coming through, freeze there onto Poco, trying to get rid of that D-Matrix, are unable to do so. Now Shadowburn's going to be taken down. Coalescence just not quite enough. Sound barriers in from both of these squads, but it's going to be Carpe coming up for the next kill. As soon gets taken down, then follows up for a double on the Cloudy, a triple onto Gray, with Vinci getting knocked out of the mech. That will be the cleanup, and that's going to be the first lockdown to the point.
Now, Gray has the opportunity to swap to Ana here, but he's not going to because he knows that Philadelphia Fusion are in control of this point. They have Poco with the chokes controlled, the ability to shut down so much, so many bio nades. Carpe very aggressive here. That was pretty risky. Not going to commit though, controlling that high ground.
Nearly had taken down soon. Death Blossom coming in soon, trying to find a pick, but Lens Matrix is going to be there from Poco. Blizzard now going to be invested as well by Shadowburn, but he's going to be taken down. Answering, Death Blossom is there from Carpe, comes up with two. Sato going to be eliminated, but that might just be the end of it here for this push. Paris Eternal.
They committed both.
Reset again.
They've committed both ultimates there, the Death Blossom and the Blizzard. Paris did, whereas Fusion took the later engage and only committed the Death Blossom. Get to keep that Blizzard, which is obviously stronger defensively than it is offensively. And this means that if Finzi doesn't get in a position to absorb this, Fusion essentially gets one free team fight win.
Wall coming through, Gray gonna wrap around the side, uses the Coalescence. Trying to keep everybody in this fight. Probably gonna get caught off guard there. But away from his team and knocked out of that mech. Those are thrown down. Finzi looking for a pick with the self-destruct, is unable to find one. Poco in the meantime, frozen, trying to pistol his way back up into that mech. Seems like he might just be able to do so. As the Paris Eternal just continue to suffer losses.
And it's a long, slow fight, which means that there's even more control meter gained here for Philadelphia Fusion. Looked like for a moment there that with the DMAC onto Poco, maybe Paris would take the fight in neutral without ultimates. But not only did they fail to do so, Shadowburn only built half of his Blizzard, and they only have one fight left. They're going to have to win this on the back of Sound Barrier engage with this Reaper ultimate. And even that's going to be tough to use against Neptuno's counter Sound Barrier. He's going to be able to use it second, very likely.
Yep, wall up soon, nearly picked right off the bat. The Sound Barrier going to be coming down to try to save him. As Neptuno matches, Coalescence stacked in on top of it as well. Will get taken down. The Death Blossom there from Soon, managing to find one pick, but they need so much more than that. They need to get this cap, and they need to hold it all the way to 100%. They have not gotten on the board yet. In this round, Night Market has not been kind to Paris Eternal thus far. Sato going to be taken out. Cloudy dropping back down. Just gets pushed on. He's trying to dance around the barrier to try to stay alive. So far, is able to do so, but it's a sliver of HP, and the Blizzard is rolling. He'll get finished off. It seems like this will be 100-0. Philly Fusion taking us to one final round, as always, in Game 5 to settle it all on Gardens.
Late swap from Gray onto the Ana, unsuccessful there. And they're just not able to get value out of it. They're not able to set up for a fast enough Blizzard for Shadowburn, despite Soon having that setup there, the engagement with the Death Blossom. And that's after they were able to bait out Sound Barrier for Neptuno, so it was an ideal engagement for Paris Eternal, but still not good enough. You know, ideal in terms of how many different ways that could have gone. This was the one they wanted, but Fusion holds strong. And guess what? It's time for Shadowburn's Pharah, because this is the only map of the three on Lijiang where it's viable. Legendary Pharah player. This is one of his best maps historically as well. He's got crews backing him up. And that's what Paris need in order to save themselves here, is a great Pharah performance from Shadowburn. He's the X factor here.
So I'll get that double boop into the well at the start of the series. Wasn't enough for them to get that victory in the end, but we know that he is very adept with his Pharah. Pushing around on the flank through these windows. Gonna get that damage in. Major Halt connects on everybody on the side of the Philadelphia Fusion. Now Bionade onto both supports.
60%, 70% of an ultimate too, already built. He's got such a good angle.
It's getting closer and closer. Boombox, he slept out of the Coalescence. A major shutdown there from Gray. But soon, gonna be finished off. Bionade, however, connects on the 4 on the side of the Fusion, and Sato will be taken down. Point getting ready to get capped, and Cruz has the res, putting Soon back into the fight, but he's instantly taken down by Carpe yet again. He's having none of that nonsense.
Nano's out. He has to commit.
Nano's thrown down. He's pushing forward. Sees the D-Matrix use. Now he's going to be dropping the barrage. Zones them back. Remember, the point has not been capped yet. Gets a boot back and it's Poco taken down. Shadowburn. He sets it up. The cap is in for the Paris Eternal.
I mean, that was such a bad situation for him. Not only was the D-Matrix there, he was nanoed for so long, he didn't even get the full duration on his ultimate, but the Fusion stepped back. Had they captured the point, as you mentioned, it wasn't locked. Had they captured it, would have been so great for them. They would have just used the wall, but they had to tag back in, and at the very last moment, he gets one barrage kill, he gets the knockoff kill, and he's 35% up to the next ultimate here. And Paris Eternal have the bridge control too. That means they have to take this side, this right side from their perspective, otherwise they're gonna get knocked off by Shadowburn, which means Paris Eternal could set up walls in the choke. They've got such a good opportunity here to continue this slow stagger. Carpe is going to swap to try to counter the Pharah. He's going to go on to the McCree here. But getting line of sight, easier said than done when half of the map belongs to Paris.
Yep. Pushing them back. Let's see if he can get anybody into the pit there. He's unable to do so. Carpe continues to take a lot of damage, to say the least, here on this approach. He'll slowly get top back up. Just looking for an angle, pushes around the side. It's a couple shots there into Shadowburn, but in the meantime, Boombox has been eliminated. Sound Barrier is still going to be used by the Philadelphia Fusion as they look for this flip at 60% of the board right now for the Paris Eternal. As Grey will get taken down. Sets up a very nice bio-nade. Cruz comes back in, gets the res. Carpe gone, now Sato eliminated. Soon on that Reaper, Nano coming in, taking them down.
They barely used anything. They used support ultimates here, and the booster, the damage booster, they've got the barrage. They have soon on this Reaper. He's got his ultimate now, but like, how do you get in here as Fusion? How do you get the Blizzard in? It's going to be so difficult.
Carpe doesn't know what to do. He just swapped over onto the Widowmaker. Is now back over onto the McCree, just getting rid of any charge that he had.
No Sound Barrier. Coalescence has to be the engagement tool to get the Blizzard off.
They have to use the
10
wall
seconds.
just to safely get across the side here. 92% for the Paris Eternal. A barrage, a Death Blossom, a self-destruct available. Coalescence starts from Boombox.
Soon he's flanking.
Bio-nade connects on the 4. Carpe does manage to find Shadowburn, but Soon is there. He's got the Death Blossom. He takes down 2. Carpe finally finds the kill, and the Blizzard comes in from EQO, but he's got a sliver of HP. Carpe is taking a nap. The bomb comes in, looking for a pick, but Poco isn't going to be able to find anything. Shadowburn with a sliver of HP, the OT dwindling away. Carpe, he rolls in, but he rolls to his death. OT ticks down, they can't make it in time, and the Paris Eternal pull off a reverse sweep to keep their playoff hopes alive.
The desk shakes as Cruz shows his emotions here on stage. They bring the reverse sweep in, they keep the chances alive, and we saw a little bit of everything from Paris. We saw Shadowburn's legendary Pharah to help close things out. Soon's positioning there on the Reaper for that final Death Blossom. And this is a completely different team than every other team in the league right now with how they are playing their Widowmaker. And it's all because of Soon. What a turnaround in a series that was almost completely lost. And for the Fusion, this is one step further away from where they want to be. Not only are they not guaranteed top 12 now after this match, but they are one step further from top 6, which is still possible for them. But it's going to be so much harder now. This was a series you needed to win if you were Fusion, and looking to skip play-ins might not happen now.
No, it might not. Whew, what a series. Had to go the distance, of course, but Paris Eternal come out on top. Guys, we've got Emily standing by on the floor with Shadowburn, so let's go ahead and hear from them.
Thank you, Wolf and Achilles. I'm here with Shadowburn. Blizzard Arena, give it up for Shadowburn and the Paris Eternal. What an impressive reverse sweep. Not only did you keep your team's playoff hopes alive, but you also beat your former team. So tell us what's going on through your head right now.
I mean, it feels really good. Like, it's the end of the season, but like winning last games, it matters a lot for us too, to like keep it going, like keep practicing. I think it's really nice.
Absolutely. Now, Shadowburn, I don't know if you're aware, but during halftime, we busted out some of your best dance moves, and we invited everybody to join us for the dance cam. So, not to put you on the spot, but can you break it down for us again?
Yeah, let's go for it.
Let's go for it. There you have it, everyone. Wolf and Achilles, back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Emily. Good to see the dance coming out from the man himself. Still got the move, still remembers it. I have no idea how he does it. He's go home and study, I think.
He's got to be ecstatic after that win, too.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the standings here. I mean, look at where Fusion is going to sit now. Drops down to 9th place, 14 and 12. And they need to really have a great finish in stage 4. I mean,
they're going to have to win basically every other map if they want to break into that top 6, and even if they do, they're not guaranteed.
Yeah.
Whereas they might actually drop out of top 12 if they end up on a losing streak here.
Well, Eternal, they keep their hopes alive of making it into that top 12, but you can see the map differential still not fantastic for them. So need cleaner series moving forward from here. And they have, some very tough opponents. Dragons, they've been on a little bit of a dip as of late, but still a force to be reckoned with. And we have the Washington Justice, who are so far undefeated in Stage 4.
I think they can definitely take out the Dragons if they play as well as they did today and they play around their Widow strengths, even against DM. I think there's a real chance they could win that. The Justice is the final boss. It's crazy that when you think about Soon, you go through Carpe, you go through DM there, and then you have to go through our new Widowmaker god, Corey. So you have to face 3 insane Widow matchups for the rest of this stage, and that's crazy.
All right, well, he already took down the Eastern Corey, so in Carpe today, but soon will be our player of the match presented by Omen by HP. I mean, Shadowburn, especially on the far at the end, fantastic, but soon throughout the series was just very clutch for the Paris Eternal in engineering that reverse sweep.
He certainly was, especially when you look at Route 66, where he's able to accomplish things that shouldn't be done, that shouldn't be possible on Route 66, and challenging Carpe in a few 1v1 duels that set up for multiple kills. Special shout-outs to Gray as well, who was a big difference maker on the Ana, because he was the difference in that mirror composition. He was hitting Bionades left and right, and he made a huge impact too. Paris as a whole played great today. Soon, player of the match with just absolute carry potential.
Fantastically done from him. Well-deserved victory for both him and the Paris Eternal, keeping those hopes alive. Fusion still very close to making it into the playoffs, but it's not yet going to be clinching that top 12 spot here today. We do have more Overwatch coming your way. Next up, it's going to be the Toronto Defiant going up against the Florida Mayhem, our team of the day here at the Blizzard Arena. So make sure you guys stay tuned, because that's coming at you in just a few.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Toyota, official North American partner of the Overwatch League. Toyota, let's go places.
Did you see the game last night? Sinatra's gonna get MVP this year.
There's no way Sinatra wins MVP.
What are you talking about? Have you been watching the same
Bumper
game?
has been so clutch for the Titans, putting up insane numbers.
I think you're both wrong. Jonak, still the MVP. Also, first match starts in an hour. See you there.
The real MVP is Yada Chad Amon.
Team up for special attack.
Hey, who's ready for another 5-map set? I know I am, and this time...
I'm prepared.
I'm prepared, that's right. Don Monte Cristo back with you again for another series, and this time it's going to be between the Florida Mayhem and the Toronto Defiant. Now, both of these teams are already eliminated from playoff contention, so you might wonder, well, what do they have really to play for? First of all, the fans, come on. Just because your team gets eliminated from the playoffs doesn't mean that your fans don't still want to watch the games. They do, obviously. Having other teams in other sports that I watch that sometimes are eliminated before they reach the playoffs.
He's really used to it.
No, well, lately, yes. But anyway, the point is these guys are playing to kind of, remain in the position they're in right now. That's part of it. But also, it really is about looking ahead to next year, kind of thinking, how do we want to sort of form this team? What stuff do we kind of want to run, really? And to be fair, Florida is coming off a pretty big win over the London Spitfire.
They are.
So they do have that going for them.
And you can see that experimentation with Florida, too, when they played against London. After they had already secured the series by getting the draw, they were able to switch in many of their, I guess, bench players, but we don't really know because this is a team that's still experimenting with their starting roster.
Right.
And that's what we're going to see today. Basically, we might see a lot of different players swapped in and out, but it's important information for the teams about who's going to be performing well on stage, what their synergies are, and they need to make sure that they give all of their players stage time so they can make the best possible decisions.
Yep, that's right. And the other interesting thing about this series is actually the Florida Mayhem are playing against a lot of their former players on Mayhem Academy and maybe on the team itself. As you can see, Logic's, Mangachu, Shaq's Fact Fiction later in the week when they play Valiant. I was talking to some of the Mayhem staff backstage before the match, and they were like, yeah, this is kind of like in-house scrims for us. We're kind of, this week, we're kind of playing against a lot of the people we used to practice with, in the team house.
Yeah, and I think that they probably do have some very good information from their coaching staff, especially if their academy team, about what is going to be coming up for their players, what their weaknesses are, what their strengths are. So this is valuable information. And, the Mayhem is looking pretty good these days. The Toronto Defiant also were able to snag a win last week. So these teams are not, I don't think, at the bottom of the Overwatch League right now.
That's right. Well, one of them is going to get a little bit higher up in the standings after that. Well, maybe after this series, we'll see what happens, guys. Let's hear it for our first team in this match, the Toronto Defiant. A team making a lot of moves in the roster department lately, trying to figure out the synergies, get everything moving, operating.
Yeah, I mean,
manufacturing.
It's been an interesting run, right?
Sure.
For the Toronto Defiant, because they went from an all-Korean roster, added a bunch of Western players, and you know what? They played with these 4 starters last week. When we see Sherrick coming back in for the tank position, and it seems like communication has been cleaned up a little bit when they have Mangachu, Logic, Sherrick, and Gods in together with Neko and Aid. They just seem to be functioning better as a unit and can make adaptations faster in-game.
Right, does seem to be going a bit better. They're going to need all the adaptation, all the chemistry they can muster against a team strong enough to take down the London Spitfire. That's right, it's our other team in this series. Let's hear it for the Florida Mayhem. Who's that? A familiar face, a familiar palm tree. It's Swoosh, that's right. Leading the team, where are they? It's just 1v6 today, Swoosh. You can do it, man. That's right, here they come. Swoosh, back with the tree again.
The Walkout King back with the palm tree for the Florida Mayhem. Nice to see him back in Los Angeles. He's been coaching over in Europe recently.
Yep, that's right. Getting Team Sweden ready for the World Cup. And he's making like a tree and leaving. What's happening? Well, Florida Mayhem have been changing the roster quite a bit themselves, moving towards an all-Korean roster, and there's definitely been a lot of good plays coming out of this squad right now. And if you look at these names, it is a lot of good individual players, but up until their last series, it seemed like it was just a bit of trouble getting these guys to click as a unit.
Yeah, but I think when we saw them play this roster in their London match, there were a lot of pleasant surprises. BQB looks comfortable on the May. Saya player back in the hit scan comfort zone out of Brigitte prison, where he was for most of the season.
Yeah, from Daegu, South Korea. That's kind of down the center of the country. Really nice city. Been there a couple times. And now He's in the Overwatch League, and as we look at some clips from this guy, yeah, he's playing a little bit of the Reaper. He's death blossoming all over the place because that's a verb now. But the Widowmaker is really this guy's forte, and he's been showing awesome stuff on that for a while now, going back to last season too.
Yeah, really skilled hit scan. I think that's what's exciting is Logix has also been performing well on hit scan, so a chance for Logix to get revenge on his former team, and it should be, you know, potentially a very exciting Widow duel between these two players.
Yeah, should be great. Widowmaker duel is definitely one of the spiciest spices of life in the Overwatch League right now. That's for sure. But, you know, we've seen a lot of Reapers, so we'll pray to the sniper gods and see if we can get some Widow v Widow in here. Let's take a look at our map set brought to you by Toyota, starting things off on Ilios for Control. Then we're going to Hanamura for Assault. King's Row will be our hybrid map, and then Havana for Escort. And if we need it, that fifth and final tiebreaker map. And if the rest of the matches today are any indication, we're going to be going there. Almost guaranteed at this point.
It does seem like the Toronto Defiant will be going with the Mei Reaper combination. Plenty of experience on that composition this stage. And I'll see Florida Mayhem potentially going out with Saya player on the McCree. Did see London try that on well earlier in map 5. Quick switch for them though. Florida wants some mid-range damage dealers with the Hanzo as well, and they are going to be sticking with it.
Yep, that's right. With that color palette, McCree sounds like a whole different thing.
It's true.
Yeah. Red and yellow, you know what I'm talking about. You know, we see a lot of players starting out on the McCree lately, but they don't end up staying on it very long. Ooh, this is that trick that we saw Philly do just in our match before. Reaper coming up over the top, trying to get the drop on the D.Va. They try to focus it, but they don't get the D.Va like Philly do. They do get the kill onto Fate instead, so you're going to be okay with that if you're Florida Mayhem. Another one on Nahago, but on Logix, just tearing these guys apart right now. Florida Mayhem. I mean, this is some people early.
I mean, the tanks were siphoned off to the side, and they have these long-range heroes firing from across the point, but they can't do that with the Orisa barrier and the Mei walls. They are eventually going to give it up, and they will have to take a trip off the edge of the map. Dragon Strike was gained by BQB, so a lot of poke damage done, but Neko heals it up, and that means a fast coalescence for him.
I wish I could just, like, punch a wall and, like, leave my logo on it. That'd be a neat skill to have, wouldn't it?
I mean, you could do that.
Well, if my logo was like a fist, I guess. Like I painted my fist and then hit the wall. But it doesn't really work like that. You can't do an intricate logo. Just swipe the hand. Not yet. Someday we'll have the technology.
See what they can do with the Dena here around the flank.
He's got to worry about the D.Va. Throws the flashbang right into the defense matrix. That one's a little bit rough. Fate a little bit low, though. Dragon Strike doing damage. Mangachu finishing him off right now. Saya player backs away. Now without the tank, though, Florida Mayhem gonna have a little bit of trouble pushing this one. Saya player, though, does get the kill to Sherrick. Ooh, the right click.
He got another one.
Only needs a left to do it. That's right. Logix does get one. Up to 50% are the Toronto Defiant right now, but Florida threatening to flip it right now. With that coalescence coming out from Neko, though, I don't know. They're going to back away for a moment. They're going to get another push here.
Yeah, they definitely are going to get another push. Nano Boost is available, too. That could go down onto BQB's Hanzo.
Oh, they flip it.
Oh!
Logix! He's like, all right, enjoy the point while it lasts. I'm coming to get you. That's right, time to reap. And he finally does go down, but not before his teammates get the rest of the cleanup. And they are just going to take this right back. Only about 12% taken by the Mayhem.
That was extremely clutch drop down from Logix there, because Florida Mayhem had the respawn advantage. Their teammates were going to be there in just a couple more seconds. So, see Logix take the risk. With the Death Blossom ends up paying off in a big way, and they get the point back, only giving up that 12%.
That's right. So Toronto, less ults to defend with. See what they can do. They've got some good ones, though. Sound Barrier and the Supercharger, definitely useful ultimates to just sit and defend one position anyway. Now Mangachu with the Blizzard as well. Uses the wall to switch, or to split the team off, rather. Deadeye does get Shark, though. Toronto in a little bit of trouble as Mangachu falls as well. Now the Dragon Strike coming in from the Florida Mayhem, but they're all in the Blizzard. Logix trying to get as many kills as he can with the Reaper off of that. Gods jumping in on the action as well. Nade for the boop on Nahago, but so it looks like Toronto Defiant still going to be able to hold, and they're at 99% right now. Florida Mayhem, oh, they flip it back. Logix stepped off for just a second, and the tanks from the Mayhem were on the point long enough to flip it.
They're trying to get back in right now. BQB has switched over to the Doomfist. They're going to get a Lucio onto the point briefly, and that's a really good boop. But I don't think it's going to be enough.
I mean, he tried to shadow step out of that one, but you need to be really quick on the on the button with that one to make it when you're going down the well. It's tough to do with Reaper, even with the changes. BQB down. Florida Mayhem trying to defend again. Toronto Defiant flipped it back anyway. Neko with the 2K actually on that Moira, and Mangachu just harassing now on the Tracer, trying to force the Florida Mayhem off of there. Overtime ticking away, they barely keep it going. There's a DMEG though onto Gargoyle.
It's just a D.Va, mini D.Va, and some supports left, and that's not going to be it. So Toronto Defiant handle the Florida Mayhem on well.
That's right.
Kind of a weird composition to come out with a McCree and a Hanzo on well. That's not something we see too frequently.
Yeah, I mean, they were able to take the point back here and there, but weren't ever really able to get any, long-term control on it. So it's another one of those instances where, like, I love that people are trying the McCree, but we just haven't seen it work totally yet, I feel like.
Yeah, we saw it occasionally even in the 3-3 meta on that point.
Sure, yeah. I mean, it's
never,
a classic McCree point. You go back to Pine last year, yeah.
It's never really worked, I think, super well this year.
Sure.
And especially when you have so many ways to cut off line of sight or mitigate damage with a D.Va defense matrix or a May wall,
I think as a McCree player, you kind of think you're going to be able to come around the corner and flashbang everybody, but with a good D.Va, that's tough to do, and then you've got so much verticality on that point. Deceptively large amounts of verticality, so people can drop on top of that McCree all the time. It's rough either way. Mangachu pulled in with the halt, has to back away, gets some May wall down. Logic's having to raid form out of danger. Saya player down, that Reaper not surviving. Nice freeze and a headshot onto Chris to finish him off. Gonna go ice block for the second. As they try to continue to separate the tanks from the rest of Florida Mayhem, and it's working really well. Gargoyle gets demegged again. And Florida's struggling once more right off the bat to get any sort of presence on the point.
I think this meta, in some ways, has been very useful for the Toronto Defiant. When we look at a player like Mangachu, who's always had a somewhat unorthodox hero pool, obviously known for his far, but also for things like Torbjorn or weird projectile heroes, and the May really seems to suit him. And combine that with Logic's being able to play a pretty darn good Reaper at this point in time, and you're seeing a decent control point here for the Toronto Defiant. Question for this series is, what happens when they don't play May Reaper for the Defiant? That's what you want to look at.
Probably have a chance to find out a little bit later. Neko pops the Coalescence one more time. Warrior Ultimate's coming on both sides right now. Logix does get the kill on the Fate, so once again, Florida Mayhem, they're seeming to have a hard time protecting their tanks right now, and Fate's been certainly taking the brunt of that. Might be a positioning thing too. Meanwhile, the Blizzard comes in, Logix barely gets out of it, he's gonna jump on top of them with the Death Blossom, and that, the Blizzard plus the Death Blossom equals instant death for the entire Florida Mayhem team.
BQB with a really questionable Blizzard there after Fate had already gone down. And of course, Toronto Defiant also having their Blizzard in store means that it's much more effective. And as you know, Saya player's gonna have to try and use that Death Blossom without a whole lot of help now. Maybe they can use it during this sound barrier to get some value.
Yeah.
It's definitely a possibility. They're gonna have to go for that.
Well, Shark's got that supercharger too, so it's gonna be a little bit tough to approach. It's gonna go down right now, supercharger on both sides. As Logix fires up the high ground, Saya player does get the first kill on the Mangachu, so that's something anyway. Self-destruct comes in. God's not able to claim any kills with that one, but the sound barrier brought out by Florida Mayhem as they really try their best to flip the point, and they must do it right now. 85%, but it looks like the Florida Mayhem are finally going to get a bit of control going on this point, but look at that. Already over 90% for Toronto. Toronto really has all the time in the world to build up some ults and come back and retake.
Yeah, they do, Doa, but they're going to be matched, looks like. So Toronto Defiant behind in the ult charge battle right now.
Yeah.
But they're playing into Coalescence. Both of our Mays are about at the same point with the Blizzard, which means we could just see a fight where Blizzards cancel each other out. So right now, things pretty even. So Florida definitely has a good opportunity to run this one back.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, they've got the ultimates anyway. Oh, but they lose Hakapin.
Especially when he has the Coalescence. That's so rough.
That's your fault, you know. That happened because of you.
I did it.
Substitute comes in. And oh man, Saya player tries to go for the Death Blossom, but the flower has wilted quickly. And Florida Mayhem gonna give that point right back over again. And it is going to be very difficult for Florida to contest now. The supports are there. They're going to use the Coalescence with Moira to try to keep it alive. And they've got Chris on the Lucio as well. Now finally, Wrecking Ball comes in. That's right there though for the kill on the Hakapin. And Logix is zoning with that Death Blossom. Now Florida Mayhem trying to walk forward again. Saya player has to reform immediately to get out of danger. And Mangachu has another Blizzard. He's going to toss it out right away. Oh, but BQB eats it. Logix for the kill on the Fate anyway. BQB's Blizzard, the one not working out. Nothing working out, unfortunately, for the Florida Mayhem right now. And it looks like the Toronto Defiant are going to be able to hold strong and going to be able to take this map 2-0.
Well, Defiant capitalizing on the pick on the Hagapun.
Yep.
Just a right click from across the map from Mangachu. And dominant show of force here from Toronto in our first map of the series.
Yeah, you know, going into this one, we were like, all right, well, Florida looking a little bit better, a lot better against London. What are we going to see against Toronto? But so far, the Defiant coming out on top. We'll see if Florida Mayhem can tie it up when we come back for map number 2.
The Overwatch League is powered by Intel. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7. And by Omen by HP, the official PC and display of the Overwatch League.
Team up for special resistance.
Welcome to Assist of the Week, presented by State Farm. The NYXL were trying to secure a 3-0 win over the Paris Eternal and had almost stopped the Eternals' push when Finzi and the team tried one last time to gain control. With Meko's Diva waiting in the wings, Libero's May dropped a clutch ice wall to trap the Eternal while Meko ulted over their heads.
Fires, he doesn't get much done, and the hook going to be denied away by the ice block from Libero. Now the self-destruct goes in, and Meko comes up with 3.
Tons of fun for Florida Defiant, or Toronto Defiant, rather. We're combining, you know, the Florida Mayhem Academy, they were all the same team at some point, so whatever. Anyway, Toronto Defiant winning the first map in this series, looking pretty dominant on Ilios. We're going to Hanamura next. And what, in your opinion, Monty, does Florida need to do?
Well, I think this is just going to be a better map for Florida. I think that Defiant are strong in the Reaper May mirrors right now, and also important to note that when we look at Ilios, it's probably Defiant's best map. They're now 6-1 on it, whereas Florida Mayhem are now 0-8. So they haven't even ever won it this year.
Yikes.
So coming into this, both teams 2-1 will be a little bit closer, one would believe.
Both teams 2-1 on this map, right? Yeah. Looks like it's going to be Toronto Defiant going on the attack first. Florida Mayhem electing to defend here.
We're going to see what happens here with the Florida Mayhem. Toronto Defiant looking like they might run a Pharah here to start things off.
Yeah.
And their Widowmaker on the side of Florida Mayhem does make it just a little bit harder to stop those Pharahs, but nope, it's back to the Reaper May, so.
All right.
Not too surprising.
It's a lot of damage on Reaper, but hey, when you just kind of
when you wall them off and you just
left click and
holds left click, that's
well, he also had some really huge Death Blossoms too, so that's gonna add to your damage a lot just right there.
Huge Death Blossoms. Very good.
That's right.
All right. So Gargoyle actually gonna get initial pick here, and
out Chris, Immortality Field Xayah player. Yeah, that's the thing about that Immortality Field. You can kill it quick, but it takes time to target that ability, and when you do, it's gonna get shot by the Hanzo. Clearly.
It definitely is. So Xayah player And he's showing up there. Logic's tried just to get a kill at the end to see if they could get a respawn advantage. It was a noble attempt.
Why not? It's fun.
Might as well give it a shot if you're already considering the reset as a unit there. Second attack here.
As long as you're not exposing yourself to more danger and staggering your own team, you know. Here they come. Through the gates. Maywall pops over the air. Logic's in the back lines again. A little bit of trouble. He has to Wraithform away. Just trying to disrupt the defensive lines from Florida Mayhem. They drop the Immortality field back up a bit. Gargoyle gets a kill onto Logic's, though. And Toronto Defiant struggling to push through the doorway again.
Yeah, well, the Wraithform was already forced out. And the thing about what Logic was doing was he took the attention of 2 members of the Florida Mayhem away and traded that for his Wraithform. But if you're, the rest of your team can't get it done while the Hanzo damage isn't coming in, well, you're just going to be a sitting duck for that Roadhog hook right afterward.
Pretty much. So if Reaper is just a distraction in that situation, you've got the Mei there, but the Mei is relatively short range unless you're going at the right clicks, which fire kind of slowly. So where does the damage really come from if your Reaper is doing it? I think that's the kind of question for Toronto's attack right now. Definitely a good one. Going again, there's the Amp Matrix though coming in for Florida Mayhem. That's going to be a lot of danger, a lot of damage in there. The Dragon Strike getting used. Neko trying to push forward though with the Coalescence, but Saya player says no to Shark. Hagopin picking one up on the Gods as well. The Blizzard from BQB paving the way, and there's no escape for the Mei right now. Mangachu sent back to spawn again, and Logic's has to Wraithform to escape.
That's an important exit kill though for the Toronto Defiant.
Yeah.
So Chris falls at the end of the conflict, and now might have a little bit more trouble, the Florida Mayhem, defending this next engagement. Now they do have Whole Hog and Transcendence to buy time and push them off the point. So we have to wait for Chris to come around the side here.
High ground again for Logic's.
Ooh, nice Discord Orb on the hook. That really melted that mech of gods.
Yep. On the mech already. Mangachu. There's a Blizzard loaded up. Toronto Defiant at least are through the door now. Oh! God! He wasn't even in the mech anyway, but that was a halt into a...
It's like a horror movie where he just like disappears through a doorway with like a meat hook coming out.
Like a Bugs Bunny cartoon or something too, with like the like Shepherd's Crook coming around the corner. That's right.
All right, Toronto Defiant coming in. They nearly have all 6 ultimates available to them. Florida Mayhem has to survive here with his Dragon Strike and a Transcendence.
Here comes Logic's. He's got a Death Blossom. He wants to use these. It's to attack that Supercharger though. Waits for the Blizzard. Wraithform comes out. He's got the shields from the Sound Bearers. Oh,
beautiful.
Gods gets 2. With the self-destruct, and finally Toronto Defiant going to be able to secure point A for the attackers. As soon as they deal with these pesky damage and support players. There we go.
Yeah, that was a really interesting self-destruct.
A little bit to the left, Logic's. Yeah. That was close. He tried.
The self-destruct from Gods came around the outside. We're gonna take a look at it again here in just a moment.
There we go.
So you'll notice that there's a Blizzard on the outside, so he kills it with the missiles. Kills the Immortality field, just barely goes down. And then 2 players on the outside. Look at that, the instant the ice block ends. The self-destruct, that was a beautifully timed play by Gods.
Hagopin tried to block some of that self-destruct damage as well. You can body block it in Transcendence, but he just bounced a little bit too far past and didn't quite get the line of sight right, but nice attempt by Hagopin anyway.
The fact that Gods also killed that with his Bunny Blaster after getting it low with the micro missiles, it's just a sick play by Gods.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why they brought him onto this team. The better flex tanks out there, and he's a good DPS player as well. If they ever decide to change the role. Logic's down though early on, and there's goes Shark, so the attack on point B is gonna get stopped cold here. Looks like the Toronto Defiant will need to regroup a little bit. Late kill on Aid. Aside from that, the stagger's not too bad for Defiant to deal with.
Coming in with a Blizzard right now. The Defiance, I have players still sitting on that Dragon Strike though. And it is very good in these small chokes that comprise the attack here on B for the Defiant. It looks like they're gonna try and go through main this time.
All right.
Easiest place to not get Dragon struck.
Yeah, Halt doesn't really grab anybody there. Supercharger though for the Florida Mayhem. Logic's. Oh, nice
the timing.
What a great timing of that arrow. Yeah, right as the Wraithform ended. Doesn't last for too long. Jarek in a little bit of trouble here. Now the Dragon Strike coming through the point. And that might do the trick. We'll see. Gods did get the kill on the Fate, so Florida Mayhem struggling a little bit, but now Saya player taking matters into his own hands and using those hands to send arrow after arrow into the Toronto Defiant. That's going to be about it.
Solid defense so far from the Florida Mayhem. Defiant having a couple of opportunities, but for the most part, the Mayhem just staying spread out right there, getting that quick kill onto Logix, eliminates most of the Defiant's damage on the point. And, you know, having the Reaper on the point is the most dangerous factor when it comes to a retake from the defending team. So if he's not there, it's a lot easier just to run in and clean things up.
Very true. Ooh, Saya play with a kill on the aid right as things begin. Logic's gonna go in anyway. And they've only got 40 seconds left. They need to make something happen here. Either that or you regroup fast, but no, they're just gonna kind of let the little sort of stagger out. And now Toronto Defiant's attack in big trouble.
I'm not sure I would have shadow stepped onto the balcony with the Diva and the Orisa if I was Logix. Doesn't seem like you're gonna get much done there.
He was counting on the ghostly intimidation back.
I mean, I was just watching, just watching Gargoyle just defense matrix him. Like, okay.
It works.
That's
10
what you want to do.
seconds for Toronto Defiant. They gotta get in there. They gotta touch the point somehow. Looks like it's gonna be on Gods probably to get in there and do that. Maywall comes in for both sides. They do manage to touch it. That's right, they're on, but now BQB, he has a Blizzard. Can they kill him before he uses it? Nope, they cannot. And man, with the frozen Diva Mech, God's unable to eat that Blizzard, and that is a problem. Florida Mayhem defending this point easily. Unless there are going to be some major heroics coming in. We'll see. Blizzard used, but no kills coming in for Toronto in this point B attempt. And I think one tick is all they're going to really be able to get here on this attack. Florida Mayhem, solid point A defense, solid point B defense. Good opportunity for them to win this map.
I mean, nothing you can really do right there. You have to fly in as Diva to touch.
Sure.
There's a May on the back of the point. You get frozen, then the Blizzard goes down, and that's it, basically. So not a really good chance there for the Defiant to finish out that attack.
Toronto going to be looking for a strong point A defense when we flip sides and come back. We'll see if Florida Mayhem can get it done.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
Special attack.
We are back on the beautiful map of Hanamura, where Florida Mayhem were able to put together a pretty solid defense against Toronto Defiant. Took a lot of time off the clock on A, and then held Toronto to just over one tick, 41.1% on point B, and that is the mark that Florida Mayhem is going to try to get to as they get ready to get their attack going right here. And what is this? A classic hard point. We got the Bastion going on. All right.
Well, Florida Mayhem is probably not going to want to play May Reaper when they see this.
Probably that. A little bit tough to dive the Bastion with Reaper.
If you can use the May wall efficiently, you might be able to get to the point with a speed boost, but
I mean, it's tougher now because they lowered the health on the Maywall a few patches ago, and you can't really block damage Bastion like you used to be able to. They're going to try it. gonna go for it. Let's see, he goes right through there. Oh dear. Oh no. The halt and Fate is immediately eliminated. There goes BQB as well. Yeah, when you run at the Bastion. No. Oh, it's getting really rough now.
You have to actually eat the halt. Otherwise, you just get halted into the Bastion line of fire. Mangachu has a barrage already, basically.
Well, that helps.
All right, double sniper. Seems like a better plan.
No, we didn't even look at any of the power clips there because there was too much going on with Logic, just eliminating people left and right. Yeah, but yeah, during that, Mangachu was hitting a lot of rockets too. Between the Orisa shield and the defense matrix, it's going to be very difficult to get rid of this Bastion. On board with Mangachu now. He's got Aid on the Mercy, buffing his damage a bit.
There you go.
Aid from Aid. Side player finally picks up a kill on this Sherrick. Wow.
Yeah, and they're also covering that point with the... They're trying to prevent the resurrection with the Coalescence.
That's the idea. Mangachu, though, coming in. He's got the barrage. Not able to use it. BQB picks him out of the air with a Storm Arrow. And now Toronto Defiant, they got to move. And I guess if you're going to get onto the point, Configuration take his way to do it. Oh, no, dismantled, though, by Gargoyle on that Diva. BQB getting close to a Dragon Strike, but going to need to pull some real heroics here. Looks like they might be able to do just that as Gods. Diva back gets lower and lower. Dragon Strike just got thrown out there, but it hits Sharek. He wasn't able to dodge it somehow. No kills from God's self-destruct, and that's point 8 taken pretty quick by Florida.
That was a really good execution by the Mayhem. It was. So they spam down the shield, get the elimination onto Sherrick, and then what they do is they already have the Coalescence from all that rocket damage that was coming in.
Right.
So they go ahead and use it while they're trying to get the resurrection. They're all clumped up around that hard point. See Gargoyle diving in as well. They don't get the res, and like, this is a pretty clean execution here from Florida. They got plenty of time now just to get a little more than one tick.
Not bad. Florida Mayhem now, what are they going to do? There's a halt. Okay, brings in Gods. He drops to the floor to avoid that damage. Meanwhile, Supercharger for Florida Mayhem. Anti-heal on Saya player, but he's not really in too much danger. There's a self-destruct. May wall up just in time to block that one. And Agapit finally finds the first hero kill of it. He's going to get 2 with the Coalescence. He's not dead yet. Florida Mayhem jumping in right now. Now Agapit on the point, ready to take down Neko as he tries to get back to safety. Looking real good for Florida right now here on Hanamura. Can they finish it off? Immortality Field does not last too long, and neither does Mangachu on the Doomfist. 41, 35. They're almost there, and that is it. Florida Mayhem, a clean effort on Hanamura to tie the series up.
That was some really good Coalescence play as a team by the Mayhem. They threw the self-destruct in, which forced the wall, but everybody was on the other side. Then the Coalescence comes through and just rips through the Defiant on the high ground. Nicely done.
Yeah, really great execution offensively and defensively from Florida Mayhem on that map, and we'll see. Call it what you will, skill, the swoosh effect. Either way, we got a tie series going into the half. See you in a few.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile, now connecting 99% of Overwatch League fans. Catch your league on America's network, T-Mobile. And by State Farm. Whatever life brings your way, State Farm is here to help life go right.
Don't we have a spare?
This is the spare.
Do you know how much a pressure coupling costs?
More than you and I will make working on this tub.
we may have yet another map 5 on our hands after Toronto came out and took map 1. It was the Mayhem getting the job done on Hanamura to tie things up at 1-1 coming into the half. What's up, everybody? Oh no, I'm a tree. I'm a tree. I'm just playing, guys. It's me. I'm still here. No, I messed up the tree too.
Did you break it?
Did you
snap the tree in half?
No, it's fine. Guys,
it's
we're here at
heavy.
halftime. We got Brand, we got Sideshow. We're getting ready to break down an amazing first half.
Put it back, quick.
Good job, dude.
Quick. It's all good.
Job, good job.
All fixed.
Well, as you guys can see, we're having a good time. You know who else has been having a good time? Both of these teams. It's been a really close matchup so far between the Defiant and the Mayhem. What do you guys think about the first half?
Phenomenal, really. A lot on the line with this one.
Well, both of these teams have been improving, right? But they've been improving just as they've been eliminated from playoff contention, which makes it a little less satisfying to see these two teams actually start to fulfill their potential. But never mind, it's actually nice to see two teams that have not been gaining really much momentum over the course of the entire season now finally find some success. Florida Mayhem came off a win against London. Toronto came off a win against Shanghai. Both of these two teams, I mean, this is potentially a better match than Paris-Philly you just watched.
You sound like a child's TV show presenter in the way you're presenting this.
Well, I mean,
excitement.
I'm genuinely quite excited for this match, despite the fact that it doesn't have that many playoff implications.
Yeah, and it is very good to see that these teams are actually finally improving. It bodes very well for the 2020 season that we're going to be moving into as well. Hanamura as well. I mean, we were expecting a close game between these two teams. Toronto has definitely been surprising with their own little plays, but it's ended up being Florida Mayhem taking this map in the end. I mean, it's just what you come to expect as well when Sire players on any role where you can really perform and do well.
Same with Logix, right? It's Sire Player and Logix, the two teams that these rosters have been built around.
Two players.
Yeah, sorry, the two players that these rosters have been built around. But I want to talk about Gargoyle as well, because the guy's actually been a real improvement for the Florida Mayhem. He's come in on his Roadhog and he's had a huge difference for this team. Whenever he's able to pick up that hero or when he's able to pick up the Diva, the guy's been impressive. And one of the biggest differences between the Florida Mayhem roster that we saw previously when they weren't having any success and this one. I'm not sure how the second half is going to play out, actually. But I do think that we're actually seeing a fairly decent level of Overwatch.
Yeah. You got a coin on you, by any chance?
No. You want to flip it?
No, we'll leave it then.
Well, I know many people were expecting a close match, but Logix, he's been cooking against his former team, the Florida Mayhem, so far on that Reaper. Been loving it.
Absolutely destroying. Yeah, Logix has always been an impressive Reaper, though it hasn't been in the meta very often, much to your dismay, Malik.
Yeah, it's a weird one as well, though. It's pretty unusual to see Reapers, I think, popping off in this meta right now, because it's long, stretched out team fights. You'll often find that there's not really any side getting a lot of kills unless other team drastically slips up in general. I'm really quite distracted by this palm tree. I do apologize.
You look like you're holding on to it to stop yourself falling over.
Yeah, it feels like that, honestly.
It looks wild, man. All right, well, speaking of former Mayhem players, Swoosh made his return today with the walkout with his former team. It was so cool to see Swoosh back in action here. You know,
how did he manage to carry it without breaking
he
the
held
plat?
it from the bottom.
Yeah, I know.
I've not done that. I've held it from
How
the
he
top.
felt.
It's because he's a Giga Chad.
He is a Giga Chad, yeah. Look at the size of it.
I love this. The entire Korean roster for the Florida Mayhem were looking at him like, thank you, Mr. Viking Man, for carrying out our tree.
Swoosh, man, such a big guy. All right, well, today's walkout was definitely solid, but it just reminded me of all the great Mayhem walkouts from last season. They had tons of them, and teams need to bring back the fun walkouts. Which one was you guys' favorite? We had the dodgeball.
Yeah.
A little bit of,
I miss it.
this is like
honestly.
disco, a little cha-cha.
You know, the old Florida Mayhem squad, they brought a lot of personality with the walkout.
They certainly did. They didn't let all the losses affect them. They still came out with a smile on their face,
horses in the
ready
back
to
and all.
face defeat once again.
Some Gangnam style. Oh, man.
I love this. This one's so good as well. It was so coordinated.
Oh, I love it.
And they ended up letting it fade off towards the end of the season, you know, really focused on their own performance instead. We need to get that energy back in here. I want to see new, especially for teams that have been eliminated from playoff contention. Come on, Toronto. Where was that kind of energy today?
I'm saying, bring it. Bring back the entrances. We love them. We love them. Well, you know what? Another shout out to the Mayhem because they were able to walk out with this tree without breaking it. I don't know how they were able to pull that off. They're amazing. Map 3 is Kings Row. Guys, who is this map benefiting going into this?
Anyone's game at this point, honestly, is how I'm looking at it. These are two very evenly matched teams. They've been improving at such a drastic rate. And the trouble is as well, because we're into a new meta, you often see very variable results. It's kind of all over the place in a lot of the senses. So it's much harder to predict a lot of the way these matches are going to go, especially when the teams are evenly matched and they're both improving at roughly the same rate. So, I mean, I'm going to pull a Swiss card, I think. I'm not from Switzerland, but I'd rather just not predict a team for this one.
I'm going to give a slight edge to Toronto, though, with Logix, because I think with him on the roster and being able to play that Reaper...
Bro,
murdered the tree, friend!
You are not eco-friendly at all, Brand.
Jeez. Murdered the tree.
All right.
It's actually terrible.
All right, so you're giving it to the Logix and the Toronto Defiant
Logix
second
and
half
the Toronto
side
Defiant because they'll be able to play the Mei.
All right, well, guys, it's all knotted up, 1-1. We're going to see if we can not destroy any more trees and sit back and watch the second half. I suggest you guys do the same right after the break.
What do with this?
And that's Dallas setting themselves up for a quick take here.
Coming from a small town to like a big city like this, it's definitely different, but also cool and exciting. It sucks like leaving my friends and stuff behind and family, but like I knew what I wanted to do and this is what I want to do in life.
Trill nails the shatter.
I just want to have fun and just do something that makes me happy, right? And this makes me happy. Getting to like travel, meet new people. I feel like this is like a once in a lifetime sort of thing. So like I just want to take it and just like run with it as long as I can.
Special attack.
Welcome back, my fellow gamers, to another wonderful match of the Overwatch League. Toronto Defiant tied up with the Florida Mayhem as we go into our hybrid map. And Florida Mayhem looked really, really tight on Hanamura. The execution was very good on attack and defense. You know, we saw the halftime crew talk about it. We talked about it too. Just the throwing in the self-destruct, putting the Mei wall, forcing the entire team to turn the wrong direction, and then roasting them with the coalescence. That's the kind of play I enjoy seeing, man. It's kind of the trick plays. Switching it up. Speaking of switching it up, no substitutions I know of. So, you got trolled there. BQB, it's always been in there.
What are you talking about? We're looking at BQB. He's been playing the whole seroseries.
I just wanted to see if people were paying attention. I still don't know if they were or not, but, you know.
Well, you know I was paying attention at the very least.
I do know that. Was I? That's the real question. Kings Row is going to be our next map. Hybrid map coming in. See who takes the lead in this series, unless we have a draw. Then nobody takes the lead. 4-4 for the Defiant on this map. 1-5 though for the Mayhem.
Yeah, read into that what you will with the drastic meta changes.
Yeah, that's the thing.
That we've seen here in Stage 4, but I do tend to agree with our halftime crew saying that the Mei Reaper does play itself really nicely into the last 2 points on this map. I mean, in the first point too. Who am I kidding? But they're not going to run it. They are going to run Logics on the Widowmaker.
All right.
So still going to be a very May-focused map overall.
It's possible, too, that they just want to see if he can hit a shot, like get a pick and then swap to the Reaper. We'll see how long he sticks with it. Saya player. Staying on the Hanzo for now. All right. Hagupin on the Zen, though. Interesting. Mortality Field comes down right away, saving Fate's life. That's a headshot connecting from Saya player, but all the healing is there.
Yeah, the thing is, though, that Toronto Defiant have very weak shield pressure with this composition, especially compared with the Florida Mayhem have. So it means they've got to get a pick or obey wall off, because they're just going to keep getting pushed back into the corner like this when the Hanzo is on the side of the Mayhem.
Vision for Saya player. Got the Sonic Arrow in there. Close quarters combat. Logix has to drop down. He cedes the high ground to Saya player here, but he can still take those shots. Oh, through the tree. That tree is in more danger than the tree during the halftime segment. Hagupin gets a kill onto the Immortality Field, but Neko gets a kill onto Fate, and Florida Mayhem pushed back as they can't quite approach without their main tank.
Yeah, they're going to try and get out. Looks like Hagupin will escape with just a sliver of HP. Saya player will probably not be so lucky here. He's in
0 HP here for Saya player.
Yeah, he's going to die eventually. There you go. Aid will deliver the coup de grace to him, finally putting him out of his misery.
The opposite of aiding, really.
Well,
not
he,
that I
he
mind.
aided him to go back to spawn.
That's true. It's an aid of a different kind. Toronto Defiant. Couple ultimates. They've got the Blizzard for Mangachu, and Logix has that Infra Sight. Hook not going to work out. Woo. Fate
fortifying.
Yeah. If you hit Fortify right when you get halted, you fly really high, too. Which is hilarious. Here comes a Dragon Strike. That team forces him off the point. They get Sharik. All right. Florida Mayhem pushing forward now. But here comes the Blizzard. Saya player gets another kill onto Logix, though. BQB trying to stand strong, and now Saya player gets grabbed by Gods. Mangachu down, though, so Florida Mayhem still in a position to push. They are now on the point right now.
Yeah, Frozen as well, so easy eliminations here. It's only going to be Neko remaining.
Not anymore.
And he falls also. Really good Transcendence timing to keep the members of the Florida Mayhem alive in Mangachu's Blizzard. And now Florida pushes on through. So a couple minutes taken off the clock there. After a slower attack, not super slow attack from the Florida Mayhem.
Average. Wasn't slow, wasn't fast. It was medium.
Medium attack.
Yep.
Fate gonna...
Fate in trouble here.
Nice
Ooh,
wall.
Maywall saves him. Yeah, Immortality and Immortality Field Maywall.
Yeah,
bails out Fate.
I mean, it's fun to see how the teams play around wall, because if you get that little sliver out, then you can get line of sight to put your own Maywall up.
Right,
so,
that is true.
There you go. That's what happened right there. They're able to save Fate.
Maywall again blocking the damage coming in from the Amp Matrix. Meanwhile, Toronto Defiant losing Gods as Florida Mayhem continues to push forward, but Fate is down now too. So that's supercharger. Not enough just yet, but with the whole hog, finally Florida Mayhem gets a little bit of progress going on this payload. A little bit of a delay from Mangachu. He's got the Blizzard. He's not going to go for it though. Going to save that ultimate for now, just to die on the payload kind of situation.
Yeah, he is going to save that ultimate, but Defiant not going to have a lot left now when it comes to their ults. Maybe a Transcendence on this next push, but BQB will be able to match that Blizzard pretty soon.
Yep.
And they'll have a Trance of their own, so probably going to be double Blizzard, double Trance, and maybe Saya player can get some of that damage through the Dragon Strike.
It's been interesting to see Hagupin staying on the Zenyatta for the entire time. Obviously, the Transcendence is nice, and the extra damage is good, but the healing is so much lower. It's the Dragon Strike. Neko has to pop the Transcendence, would have died otherwise, and now the Blizzard coming in for both teams here. 8 down first, an early kill for Florida. Hagupin keeping everybody alive with the Zen ultimate, dude. That's why you run it. BQB down though after the Zen ultimate is out of commission. Mangachu taken out as well. It looks like Florida Mayhem might just be able to grind this through. They lost Saya player, but there's not a lot of members of Toronto left on the payload.
I mean, that was a really good use of that Dragon Strike because it forced the Transcendence so that they could not be split up, the Toronto Defiant, which meant that the Blizzards came down, but the Trance came out so much later on the Florida Mayhem side, and they're able to use that to provide more healing during the actual combat, not just to get to the payload. So planning good here from the Florida Mayhem, and they're able just to pretty easily move through point B.
Question now, will Logix find the angle to drop in with the Reaper here? We'll see. Florida Mayhem having to give a little bit of ground as Toronto gets aggressive.
The payload keeps moving though, as these May walls go down for both sides. Finally stopped up here, as Logic's gonna try and get above the enemy team.
For it.
Looking for that Opportunity to use the Death Blossom.
Had the defense matrix
Nice
got
ball.
too to make that approach. Good wall to block the damage, and as soon as it goes down, guess who's behind the wall? It's Logix. He's gonna Death Blossom, but he only gets the kill. On to Chris. Gargoyle coming into with Hagabin to grab a few more. Oh, but Gods with the 3K self-destruct.
Oh, he
turns it
totally
around.
saved that.
No kidding.
What a
Well, divine
self-destruct.
intervention there.
Yeah, as they came in.
Wow. Well, that's the kind of play you pick up Gods for your team.
Smiting you from above.
That's right.
As it should be.
They have been smitten. Oh wait, that's something different.
A little bit different.
A little bit. Halt. All right, God's there with the defense matrix, protect his team. Magnitude walking forward, got Blizzard. They had to sleep on the BQB. I'm surprised he didn't use that there. They're going for it anyway. Now the Reaper has the nano boost. Here comes Logix, walking forward again, gets slowed down a little bit by the Blizzard. He has to back away. Meanwhile, Mangachu gets the sound barrier. As he gets frozen, gonna die anyway. And so Defiant uses the sound barrier, but they don't really get anything out of it.
They over-pursued into that Blizzard, Noah, and now they're getting taken down one by one.
Well, it seems like there was just kind of like a mix-up in calls on that Blizzard, because some people went forward out of it, some people went back, and I think if they would have just picked one, they would have come out a lot better either way.
And this is where the Transcendence really shines for Hagapin. When you're right at the end of this point and you know they have to jump onto the payload in order to stop you, you've got that massive AoE healing. And Florida in a great place to stop, to just finish this push.
That's right, Logix trying to get behind everybody. Hagapin at the Transcendence as they get aggressive on the rest of Toronto here. Sharik gets frozen. Hagapin there, trancing like we talked about, and Saya player buoyed by the power of the sound barrier, uses his shield to die away. And it's Toronto who exits, and it's Florida who finishes their attack.
Florida's execution has been really strong in these last two maps.
Yeah.
But some really good use of their ult economy, good setup on these plays, and that'll give them 3 points here on Kings Row.
Florida still looking strong, following that momentum from the win on Hanamura. We'll see if Toronto Defiant can turn it around when we come back.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
Team up for special attack. Into the iris. Into the iris. Let them up. Experience tranquility.
Here we are. Florida Mayhem with a strong attack on Kings Row, getting it done with 1:15 left in the time bank. That is a mark that the Toronto Defiant have before them. Gargoyle, of course, playing pretty well on the Roadhog.
Massive upgrade at the flex tank position, needless to say, for the Florida Mayhem.
And a great animated Disney cartoon in the 90s. That was Gargoyles with an S, though.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. That's your favorite.
Not my favorite.
What's your favorite?
Out of, like, Disney cartoons?
Yeah.
I'd gotta go with, it's tough. It's tough to choose between DuckTales and Tailspin.
Ah, okay.
They both have tails in them, spelled differently. Different kinds of tails, really. In spelling, but not in meaning. So I don't know, it's tough. So I'll have to think about that. Toronto Defiant on the attack. go with the Reaper main. Comp as you would expect. Saya player, though, still on the Hanzo for the Florida side.
And Logic's looking at horse butt, as you do on an approach.
That happens sometimes, you know? Mechano horse. God's already out of the mech. It's a rough start for Toronto here on the attack. And yeah, Saya player's making it rougher with a bunch of kills, getting 2. Gargoyle 2 as well. The Saya player helping clean things off, finish things as Toronto Defiant sent back with a clean team kill by the Mayhem.
Yeah, but there is potentially an opportunity here because of how slow Orisa is. Getting back to the point, Fate is going to canter slowly back to the defensive point on King's Row. He's making through the choke now, so we'll be here just in the nick of time.
You know, horses are fast, but centaurs must be slow. I don't know. Maybe that's the reason for Orisa not being too quick. Here we go again, Florida Mayhem. Walling Mangachu off from the rest of his team right now. Mortality Field does go down. Hagopin chased away. Oh boy, Gods gets him, but Gargoyle with 2, and now Amplification Matrix comes in. Blizzard from Mangachu, a lot of blows being traded on both sides. This does, of course, favor Florida, even if they're not able to take the point right now, which it doesn't seem like they'll be able to, but they're going to have the quicker respawns.
Yeah, I mean, this stagger, though, is going to eliminate any kind of advantage. As Nietzsche is right, Gods is dead.
I'm sure he was thinking about Overwatch when he wrote that.
I'm sure he was. I'm sure he was.
That's right. Pleasant guy, that Nietzsche, I've heard.
He's great.
Well, 8 has the sound barrier. Other than that, Toronto Defiant now with a lot of tools to attack this here. On board with Gargoyle as Roadhog right now. Sound barrier, they're gonna go for it. Oh, Saya player's Dragon Strike got eaten by Gods. And then Saya player himself got eaten by Gods as well. Neko down, Hagopin striking back. And that's a nice hook into the whole hog from Gargoyle as they try to push Toronto back again. Great form, and Logic's on the run here. Florida Mayhem still standing strong, and it looked a little bit tricky for a moment. They lost the Hanzo, but that's all they lost.
I mean, Defiant are right, though, to pull back right then, because they know that they'll have a small window of time, but maybe the Hanzo will get back. Looks like Saya player's going to get to the high ground just in the nick of time. Lots of ults used on the side of the Mayhem, and Mangachu has that Blizzard. It is time.
You'd think it would be Aid. Ooh, oh wow.
Gods the save.
Gods again comes in and takes down Saya player, the 1v1. Goodbye Fate as well. He can't survive. Desperation Amplification Matrix comes in from Logic's, but it's not going to do any good. He's just going to look through it like a window to his own team's victory. There goes Hagopin. And that's going to be point A, taken by Toronto.
A good read on the situation by Gods. Goes up there, especially after eating that Dragon Strike, too. That was all Florida Mayhem really had when it came to ultimates. And without that, the Blizzard on the point, too much to handle.
Gods is such a good mechanical player, and he always has been on a lot of different heroes, including a lot of damage heroes. So definitely good to have that diva on your team that is going to swoop in and save you at the last moment.
Hey, set a map record for eating ults already this stage. Certainly one of the best pickups, I think, for this Toronto Defiant team.
Yep.
And we're going to see Fate take out Sherrick with a little help of a May wall. They get a D-Mech on the Gods, too. That's going to be a little bit rough for them.
Yeah, now things not so great for Toronto Defiant. They're going to get stalled out at the beginning of the payload section of this map, but this is a place a lot of teams like to hold. We'll see how long Florida Mayhem can keep it stuck here.
I mean, Florida now is getting their ults back online after losing that last fight, and with a May, with that wall, with the Blizzard, it's going to be very hard for them to stop this. There's a mana boosted Reaper in the backline, so Logic's trying to get some damage done.
Yeah, it could be dangerous for Florida, especially with the anti-heal comes in from Neko as well. Sound barrier for the Defiant as they try to seal the deal with this fight, but BQB striking back with the Blizzard now. Sherrick down, and Saya player takes out his Reaper counterpart. So Florida Mayhem have been moved, but have not been stopped just yet. Now the Blizzard coming in, and Saya player gets a 2K anyway before being taken out by the self-destruct. And when the dust clears, it's still going to be Florida Mayhem stopping that payload.
Yeah, but they're going to have to back off. They have a pilot diva right now. Gargoyle going to get slept on the ground. Respawn's coming in faster for the Defiant. So in the end, the Blizzard and the self-destruct actually do get value, even though the Defiant had to retreat temporarily.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, we'll see if Florida Mayhem can muster another point D defense, or point B rather, defense at the end of this.
They should be able to. Should be able to come back in right now.
All right. Ultimates for Toronto Defiant looking pretty good though. Logic sneaking around the side. Oh, side player though, taking a little bit of damage. He's just gonna try to go forward here. Up on the high ground, coming from behind, from the top ropes. Here comes Reed from the sound barrier there to mitigate a lot of that damage, and he doesn't come away with any kills off of that ultimate. BQB though gets one onto Sharek, and now Logic's anti-healed in a little bit of trouble. Tries to get away. He's gonna be able to shadow step out of danger.
Nano
but
boost
now
on
with
the
Nano
Logic.
boost comes back in again. A kill onto Fate, and he's not done yet. That's 2, and it's gonna be a D-Mech onto Gargoyle as well. Florida Mayhem though trading. They're giving as good as they're getting right now, and with the longer respawn distance from Toronto, it's still going to be Toronto sitting on, or Florida sitting on the payload.
Yeah, Toronto thought they had an opening there because they had seen the sound barrier and the coalescence already go down. Why not throw that nano boosted Reaper into the front line at that point in time? They're going to have another Blizzard when they come around with this next attack, but that'll be matched by BQB.
Should be QB. And down to about 20 seconds remaining for Toronto. They're going to lead in with the Blizzard, but oh man, they're not going to get anything out of that at all. And now BQB turns around with his self-destruct. This time for God's not quite as successful. And Toronto Defiant loses their Lucio as Florida Mayhem looks to lock up this map and take the lead in the series. Saya player from on high gets 2 if you include the God's mech, and I do, and that's it. Florida Mayhem with another one-sided map in their favor.
And that was a map that I think favored, at least on paper, the Toronto Defiant, but they come out with a strong Reaper Bay combination of their own. And Florida Mayhem now 1 away for another win here and looking good.
And 2 in a row would be a big deal for them. Let's see if they can close it out when we come back.
The Overwatch League is powered by Intel. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7. And by Omen by HP.
So there was no getting around it. At best, John and his assault squad were only somewhat prepared for what they were about to attempt, but he didn't dare admit that.
And we come to it now. What could be another match win for Florida Mayhem. Their second match win in a row, and they actually haven't won 2 matches in a row since they played the Shanghai Dragons and the Dallas Field back-to-back last season in 2018. So they've done it before, but it's been a long time. And it was against 2 teams that were, shall we say, struggling at the time.
Yeah, neither of those teams was the London Spitfire, like we saw the Florida Mayhem take down.
Right. And
shut out, actually, only with that draw.
I think you can safely say Toronto Defiant in its current state is still quite a bit better than Shanghai and Dallas were in that state last year, too. So.
I agree with that. I think Toronto has been performing pretty well overall. And guess what?
Check out.
When no one's won on this map, someone must win.
Wow, I'm just glad we could be here for this. Somebody's first win on Havana.
And knowing how things are going today, Doa, we'll definitely be in for a map 5, so Toronto victory incoming.
Let's do it. 20 games of Overwatch in one day. Can you handle it?
I don't think we've actually had 4 map 5s this season.
Have we?
No, I don't think so.
Maybe.
All right.
I can't remember things like that.
All right, we'll ask Captain Planet. All right, get on that. Ben Troutman.
Be our hero. take our lack of knowledge down to 0. Florida Mayhem on the attack here, in case you hadn't noticed. Toronto Defiant on the defense, but it's not looking like a good one as Mangachu and Gods both out of commission here. Gods without his mech, only the Bunny Blaster. Logic's come back for the kill on the Chris, but Saya player's like, anything you can do, I can do better and more devastatingly. As I finally chased down the mini deep. Okay, that was harder than I expected, but he finally got it done.
Pilot Diva is bouncing around on the cart there. Toronto Defiant did get the Coalescence in spite of the losing fight.
Is it strange that Pilot Diva is theoretically, it looks more agile outside of the mech than in it?
Well, the mech can fly though, so I'm pretty sure on the ground I'm more agile than an F-15.
On the ground, yes, I suppose you might be. The turning radius is much better, at least. Neko does have the Coalescence here as Toronto Defiant push in. They've got the sound barrier as well, I suppose. QB with the Blizzard, ooh, nearly takes down Logic. He has to Wraith form away, and as soon as he's done, it's going to be a Frozen Reaper. Gets chased down by Gods, trying to save the day again. There's the Blizzard, ooh, traps him in the room. Meanwhile, the sound barrier comes in for Toronto, but it's not soon enough to save Shark on the Orisa, and Florida Mayhem still pushing ahead. Side player doing a ton of damage, and barely can't get out of the Blizzard, but he's okay. He's got the sound barrier. Mangachu does kill BQB, so it is a 6v5 in favor of Florida at the moment. No, it's not. It's a 5v5 as Shark is not yet back to the fight at the moment.
Yeah, there's the Death Blossom onto the payload. They're just trying to buy some room here, and they do catch 8 out in the open.
They do indeed. Now the self-destruct for Gods, and he's going to catch Hagopin with it. Saya player down, or takes Logic's down. He's going to get another one as well, as it doesn't look like Toronto Defiant is going to be able to stop this payload from getting to the end of A. Seems like it's only a matter of time. And God's back to spawn.
Well, quick delivery here to point B. Florida Mayhem racing through Havana.
No kidding.
Thus far, I have another Coalescence up and available to them. Swaps coming in now from the Defiant, Roadhog, and the Zenyatta. So setting themselves up for a big pick composition with the help of Logics on the Hanzo.
Into the Don Robotico distillery. What does he make? I'll give you a clue. It's in his name.
He makes Dons?
You're right. Udon noodles specifically. Yeah, delicious. How he eats them as a robot with no mouth, I don't know. Just going through the mustache, I guess. Saya player, early kill on a Mangachu here. Logic's fighting it out on the high ground, and Saya player, haha! You dare hook Saya player? That's right. That is an insanely one-sided fight, and that payload is moving quick.
Defiant just getting manhandled in these last 3 maps by the Defiant, or by the Mayhem rather.
Florida manhandled.
Yes, Florida manhandled.
That's right. Toronto Defiant on their last legs on point B here. They can need one more defense on this point. Shark about half health, but now he's got no health. Blizzard coming in, again, just on the payload to keep the Toronto Defiant at bay. They can just put Gods right back off the point. That's point B taken. They couldn't even get to the payload. It was actually a really nice ult by Fate to pull Gods and the rest of the team back into that upper room away from the payload.
Yeah, synergy has really been building among these 6 Florida players that have comprised the starting roster in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah. It's impressive stuff.
Now, I thought we'd see more swapping today, though. I thought we'd see more experimentation, considering that this match is, all things considered, relatively meaningless for both of these organizations. But instead, they both really want to win.
I mean, league-wise, it's totally meaningless, right? They're both eliminated, but
they can't even spoil each other.
Exactly, yeah. But they still have a lot to play for. As far as playing for your spot on the team, you know, you're playing for the fans. There's some intangibles there, you know? Fade down early as Toronto Defiant finally starting to get back to the defense a little bit. The transcendence used by Neko as the Maywall came through. A bit of die from side player on the point, but no kills out of that one.
There was an immortality field down there. Now the kill's going to come in as the Maywall assists the Florida Mayhem.
Yep, certainly does, and that's a 20-player kill streak for Saya player too. Crazy.
I mean, there is a ton of time on this map left too. Havana with over 3 minutes left in completion has got to be one of the fastest we've ever seen.
It could be one of the, if not the fastest. Let's see how fast they can actually close it out. Here's the Blizzard coming through. It's going to get dropped, but it's from Florida Mayhem. They got to deal with Mangachu as soon as he's out of that ice block. That's going to be about it. Can they get there? Neko dies, and a lot of time being taken off now by Toronto Defiant, perhaps spoiling the record right here, but no kills from Toronto yet. And it's the spin to, attempt to win from Shark. He's gonna get halted into death, and now Gau's back again. That is gonna be it. And despite the little stall at the end, that was still a blazingly fast attack round on Havana.
I mean, it's 36-6 for eliminations in favor of the Florida Mayhem.
Jeez, wow.
Ends up being our 4th fastest Havana time. Really good stuff from the Mayhem on these last 3 maps after taking it pretty hard in that control. Looked good for the Defiant, but they've just been slipping over time, it seems like.
Yeah. A little bit of a despondency setting in on the Toronto Defiant side, as you can see. Seems like.
I like how the flashing lights reflect on God's head.
It kind of makes it look like he's like a robot. And there's like a thinking process going on the inside, Kind of like one of those hard drive lights.
It does look like that.
Load attack program.
Yeah, tough match here for the Defiant. Came in strong, and they've just been tailing off ever since then. They've never won Havana. Of course, neither of the Mayhem, but certainly looking like Mayhem have a hefty advantage.
Certainly do. Like you mentioned, the 4th fastest attack we've seen on this map. And so the question is, will Florida be able to finish it off with a strong defense here? Or will Toronto Defiant keep their hopes alive and send us to our 3rd map 5 in a row? The way things have been going today, I wouldn't be terribly shocked about that, but I think this is going to be the hardest to accomplish map 5 yet we've seen today.
Make a little bit of an adjustment here. Logic's on the Sombra. You know they have to clear this quickly, and EMP might be the best way to deal with it. Oh, early ice block for BQB. They have to protect him as he retreats, so Risa's shield goes down.
Yep. Toronto slowly moving forward, engaging that payload. There's a nice halt. A lot of damage coming in from Logic's opponent. Has to use that Wraith form early. Now Saya player using his to fortify ends on Fate. Aid with the killing blow there. And Florida Mayhem starting to be forced back already. Goodbye Saya player. And the defense cracking early for Florida. Toronto should get a bit of distance out of this.
Yeah, Logic did switch back over to the Reaper right as the fight began, and they will be rewarded for it. Logic dealing a huge amount of damage. And
I question the wisdom of all this, live fire near a gas station, but hey,
or a distillery.
It's just me, or a distillery. That's just me, I guess. Maybe other people.
Because remember,
concerned about safety, maybe.
In the distillery, the rum is at cask strength, which means it's more flammable. Ooh. You know what I mean?
You're right.
Dangerous.
Yeah, that's just how Don Robotico likes it. Distilled with an element of danger. Logics with the kill on the Saya player. Soundbear coming in a little bit late for Florida this time, and Defiant pushing fast. Living up to their name and refusing to let this series go without a fight.
The secret to the flavor of Don Robotico is the live rounds within every barrel.
That's right. A hint of crispness and a large dose of danger. Don Robotico udon noodles. Yeah.
A quick take here on A for the Toronto Defiant, keeping themselves alive in this series. Florida Mayhem gonna have to use that Wraith form early on Saya player to back off. And here we go, playing around the corner here. First corner inside the distillery phase.
Toronto barely slowed down so far, but now with a kill on the Shark, maybe that's time to change. We'll see. Mangachu drops the Blizzard down, and Florida Mayhem. Oh, Logic's got the Death Blossom, got 2. 3 if you can include the Supercharger, but I don't know if the Supercharger is a sentient thing.
Try and just get Ziva in there for a little bit more stalling time. One thing Toronto Defiant have been doing well all series is coordinating the Blizzard and Death Blossom combos.
True.
For big team wipes. Get some movement on the payload right now. Be another fight here for the Mayhem at the end of this point. Coalescence has been a big tool here for Hagapun throughout this series.
Mangachu firing the right clicks in there. They tried to wall him off, but he was able to squeeze through. And here we go. Wall now self-destructing off some of the Florida players. Nobody dying to that self-destruct, but Hagabin can't stand the fire from Shark. Here comes the Death Blossom from behind. Side player, he tried. You know, I'll give him an A+ for effort there, but F for execution.
I mean, once Hagabin was done with the Coalescence, they knew they just had to go give that a shot, but the Orisa barrier, the defense matrix, everything, the Coalescence, everything coming up against him.
Yeah.
And so now Toronto Defiant, look at this. They still have a couple of minutes now to match the time of the Florida Mayhem.
That would be pretty insane if they're able to do that. We had a near record time set by Florida on their attack, so if Defiant can equalize,
yeah, it's looking good.
Better. Be interesting. Saya player swapping over to the Widowmaker now. Oh, what are you doing? Logic's, just, you know, maybe trying to find an angle, but
he's trying to teleport. Look at this.
Yeah,
Gods has swapped to Reinhardt. Oh, now he's back over to the Roadhog. Okay.
Oh.
Here's what's going on right there. Does head back into spawn.
Would have been interesting. Thought maybe they're going to go for the higher jump for a second there, but not the case. There's a hook on the BQB, though. The halt hook combo comes in again. Tank split off from the healing at the moment. Fade has to back off around the corner. Mangachu moving forward. He's got that blizzard as well. Oh, that's not going to be good for Chris.
Actually going to get Sherrick, but that's not going to be enough with the blizzard on the ground.
I don't think so, no. Side player did get the kill on the Logics again, though, with that Widowmaker, but the Widowmaker's not going to be able to stop the payload.
Side player still taking shots from the fort here.
I get a little bit concerned for Lucio when, like, the entire enemy team dies and he's like, yeah, that's my jam. Like, all right, death is your jam, Lucio?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a sadist.
I guess. Like, well, that's a little bit disturbing. You do you. Be you. Well, that's coming in. They're pairing it with a sound barrier, really going for it to try to finish off Florida Mayhem here. And they are setting up for what could be a crazy fast attack here. That said, BQB and Saya player coming in with a few kills. Saya player grabs 2, and Florida Mayhem at the last moment. Saya player going wild on the Widowmaker, and 4 kills to end that defensive fight. And finally, get Florida a little bit of breathing room at the very end.
Yeah, that's going to put an exclamation point onto that one. And Toronto Defiant switching to a double sniper look right now to match BQB and Saya player on the Hanzo and the Widow. Take another look at this one. Gonna see here, he's got the infra sight up, so knows where everybody is. Quick flick. And he's also going to take out Neck. Oh my, that's
beautiful.
Shuts down the desperation, Death Blossom.
It's a thing of beauty. So Florida Mayhem. Oh! That is a 1-1v1.
The thing about it is Saya actually doesn't have the most kills, but he has the best ratio of kills on Widowmaker to Widowmaker in the league. Came into this series, 10 kills on Widow, only 2 kills against him.
Oh, goodbye. Time to reset. And Toronto Defiant going back to spawn again to try to regroup. 2 minutes remaining, though. Ooh, Mangachu hiding under the bridge. Like a troll. I'm not saying he's a troll. I'm just saying sometimes trolls hide under bridges.
Mangachu's kind of.
There's
kind of trollish sometimes in his Torbjorn plays.
Kills with Torbjorn Hammer. I'm not saying he's a troll, but he's troll-like qualities in a way. Just something to keep in mind.
Something to think about.
That's right. Food for thought. Toronto Defiant trying to finish off this round right now. They've lost a lot of time as Florida Mayhem with a strong defense, and here comes the Dragon Strike, and there goes Neko. Shark down as well, took a lot of damage from that Hanzo ultimate. BQB finishing people off as the reset comes in again. And that is going to be a little something for Logics to remember.
Memento.
That's right.
A memento mori, as it were. All right.
Saya player sends his regards.
It's going to be an infrasight now. That last shot did get Saya player his ultimate. Now he's going to slow that approach even more. Toronto Defiant getting desperate here. Only a minute remaining. They're going to have a significantly smaller time bank at the very least.
Indeed. 50 seconds.
Infrasight used by Saya player.
Oh, and that is not good. Shark, at least they're going to know where his body is for a while anyway. Sniper, B-Sniper. Logic's looking for a kill. He got the Hanzo, but he can't find a Hagapin. Gets a pick on a Mangachu, and now Florida Mayhem. They let that payload move. They gave him a fighting chance, but they are not letting him get any further, it seems like. One more attack coming in from Toronto.
And remember, the Mayhem have held this point for nearly 5 minutes, 4 minutes and 50 seconds. And a lot of that's on the strength of the Mayhem's double sniper composition as the Defiant got close to capping.
Crazy. As Florida Mayhem tries to close out this defense, tries to win 2 in a row, and that is how you do it. Saya player, Harisa going for the high jump record, but he's not going to make it down as he gets self-destructed, and God's out of the mech as well. This one's done. Florida Mayhem, nobody even going to get to the point, and that is a 3-1 victory. 2 matches in a row for Florida here in Stage 4.
A rarity for Mayhem fans, but I think you're cautiously optimistic for this season. And Florida, we saw them beat London, but I think they're a legit threat to spoil some games for people at this point because they look clean.
That's the thing, is you really got to take Florida Mayhem seriously if you're going to play these guys. If you're a team fighting for that playoff spot or fighting for a spot in the play-ins at the end of Stage 4, and you're running into Florida, it's not going to be a gimme. That is definitely a spoiler game you need to be worried about.
Yeah, absolutely. So it seems that every match we see Florida, they look just a little bit better.
Does seem that way, doesn't it? A tough one for Toronto, but again, for both of these teams, you know, it really is about 2020. It's about figuring out what's going to work going forward. And in a certain sense, you don't want to lose these matches, but in another sense, you know, the pressure is kind of off as far as now we can try things. Now we can kind of experiment and really kind of use these matches as kind of like really good practice situations to prepare for next season.
Yeah, I think it's hard too for the Defiant because even though they have been looking better, they released their head coach just yesterday?
Yeah, we didn't mention that.
So yeah, a couple days ago, and so there has been a little bit of a mix-up within the coaching staff of that team, and that late in the season, you know, might have an effect on them as they look and see what they're going to be doing in 2020.
Yeah, you'd imagine it would. So let's take a moment and look at the player of the match brought to you by Omen by HP. It is the one, the only, the flex support extraordinaire, Hagopun. He's got his glasses on. He can see you. That means he can headshot you.
He couldn't see you before, but now he can see you.
He can't headshot you with the Moira, but he can headshot you with other heroes.
I mean, honestly, the 2 pushes on Hanamura attack here were kind of back-to-back won by his coalescences.
Yeah.
And he was just playing great all day. Some really good transcendences, too, to keep them in the game. So Hagopun, a player who got a little bit of revenge against his former roster on London last week, continues his role here, and he's been basically the best overall player on the Mayhem this whole season.
I cannot disagree with you. And the thing with Moira, too, is that is a hero that can do a deceptively large amount of damage and can find picks. You know, people kind of make fun of it a little bit because it's easy to aim, right? You can just spray the healing across everybody. But if your positioning is good, you can actually do a lot of damage and cause a lot of mayhem, if you will, in the enemy team. So Hagopun putting the best face for Moira out there, I think, in the league, perhaps you could say at the moment.
Yeah,
and either way,
really good play tonight.
Yeah, certainly something that brought the Florida Mayhem to their win. So that's going to be match 3. No map 5, but don't worry. We've got another series coming up. Don't worry, guys. It's going to be the Guangzhou Charge taking on the Seoul Dynasty.
Really important match for playoffs.
Huge
really
match for these
important.
guys. Yeah, that's right. So do not go anywhere. I'm going to relearn how to speak English. In the meantime, stick around. More Overwatch League coming at you right after this.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile, now connecting 99% of Overwatch League fans. Catch your league on America's network, T-Mobile.
Special attack.
The Dynasty, a team that has been chock full of talent since the start of the Overwatch League.
When you think of Seoul Dynasty, this is a team that was supposed to be the pride of South Korea. Throughout the league's history, they've never had the shining moment. They've never been an elite team like New York, like the Vancouver Titans now.
일단 저희 팀은 이제 잠재력을 다 보여줬다고 생각은 안 하고요. 왜냐면은 이제 날이 갈수록 점점 더 잘해질 것 같아서 저희는 아직 보여줄 게 많다고 생각해요.
더 보여주고 싶은 거는 더욱더 성장할 수 있는 팀이라는 걸 그 가능성을 보여주고 싶습니다.
San Francisco bring it home. The Seoul Dynasty put up a better fight than the last, but after map 1, it was just utter domination.
저희가 상위권 팀이 되려면은 좀 더 좀 탄탄한 이미지를 심어줘야 된다고 생각하는데 이제 거기까지 가기에 지금 정말 지금 노력을 하고 있으니까 성장할 수 있을 거라고 봅니다.
Fissure will be retiring from the Overwatch League effective immediately. Dynasty parted ways with damage dealer Munchkin.
저희 팀 지금 분위기 자체가 여러 선수들이 좀 나가고 이런 것 때문에 좀 어수선한 분위기가 있을 수도 있는데 서로서로 메꿔주면서 지금 다들 열심히 하고 있습니다.
For the Dynasty, we need to see more from them. They have a tough schedule. I mean, going up against the Shock, then against the Dragons, that is a big ask. But if this team wants to have any chance of getting into playoffs, they need to be winning these games.
일단 지금 현재 상위권 팀들 대부분이 자기 팀만의 색깔을 확고하게 좀 가지고 있는 팀이 많은데 저희는 좀 그런 부분에서 좀 약한 모습을 좀 보이는 게 많은 것 같아서.
Going up against the Seoul Dynasty, the LA Valiant extend us to one final round on Ilios to settle it all.
Bomb.
Space manages to come up with a pick.
That may be a map.
That's probably it. Probably lights out for the Seoul Dynasty.
일리어스 3라운드 때 이제 저희가 거점을 뺏었고 상대가 이제 들어올 때 그때 솔직하게 말하면은 아 큰일 났다.
The headshot on the Kareem, that's a stagger.
And the Seoul Dynasty close it out. Their first win in Stage 4.
피츠 선수하고 일리시 선수가 정말 잘해줘서 이겼지 않나.
The Dynasty will be able to maintain control of the point for the listen. Coming up with a 4K on the back end.
발리언트전 경기가 엄청 중요했다고 생각을 하는 게 스테이지 4를 저희가 안 좋게 2연패를 하면서 시작을 했었고 그거를 끄는 기점이 되었고요. 이거를 끊음으로써 저희가 좀 더 저희 페이스를 찾아올 수 있지 않나 싶기도 하고 이걸로 인해서 저희 선수들이 좀 더 희망을 가졌으면 좋겠어요.
And welcome back. One more match this evening. I'm Achilles back here with Wolf, and it is time for the Seoul Dynasty to go up against the Guangzhou Charge. Heavy importance for both of these teams coming in trying to get victories. Playoffs are looming on the horizon.
Certainly, and for Seoul Dynasty, it's about reclaiming old glory, right? It's about trying to make a difference in this final stage to guarantee themselves one of those top spots
to have their first season playoffs. They've only had 2 seasons, but a lot of people put Seoul as actually the favorites to win the 2018 season. In the inaugural season, they came in as ex-Lunatic High, and everyone said this team is going to win it. Didn't make season playoffs. This could transpire again if they have a weak end to stage 4.
You can see right there, they are just outside that top 6 in that 7th place position, going to be looking to move up. Charge, however, down at 11. They have that negative win-loss record as well as the map differential. So a firm win, a clear-cut one here, would do wonders for them to make sure that they can get into that top 12 spot for the end-of-season playoffs.
And that is the big moment they're looking for, is to take these top wins. If we take a look at the previous match we had between these 2 Chinese teams, Guangzhou and Hangzhou, it ended up being a pretty dominant match for the Charge, which a lot of people were surprised by, but they just look so clean right now, and a lot of teams are looking better than they did in the 3-3 meta because the DPS lock is in, and you see just so much success from Nero in particular. He's so flexible, and the Charge, I think, I personally would argue, come in as favorites in this series tonight.
I mean, having, Happy, having Nero, as you say, it's going to be a tall order for the Seoul Dynasty to take them down. One of the big members on the side of the Dynasty that we expect to be fielded here tonight is going to be Illicit, putting up a lot of different heroes here on the board. May going to be the most predominant one, but he has been going over to different picks throughout the series.
And it's crazy to see how across the board he is pretty even between these 6 heroes, his top 6. Obviously May in this meta being the most usage, but we see a lot of Genji out of him as well. So something to look out for Illicit, being a little bit more flexible, a little bit more successful than Fleta overall, which is a big surprise if you watched last season. Of course, Illicit, a new addition to the roster this year.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Seoul Dynasty going to be looking to continue that momentum after taking down the Valiant. Going to be looking for another win here today. Like we said, both of these teams going to be vying for victory. So let's see who comes out on top. Let's go ahead and bring in our first squad. It's the Guangzhou Charge.
Guangzhou looking in absolute form right now. Nero, the man himself, is a great DPS partner with Happy. There's so many of these in the league right now that we have this roll lock. 2-2-2 means that your DPS partner is someone that you've got to work well with in this meta, especially with Double Sniper being so prevalent, May Reaper being so prevalent, and Nero and Happy are one of those pairs that you can always count on to come up big. And it's crazy to see how successful Nero is as the only Western player in this starting lineup, but he has absolutely defied all expectations. People were worried about communications, comms, how the synergy will work, and after seeing him play, especially at the end of Stage 3 and Stage 4, no one is worried anymore. Everyone is just colored impressed.
Yeah, well, let's see what Nero can deliver for us here tonight. Expecting some great moments from him. But let's go ahead and bring out their opponents and challengers here in this matchup. It's the Seoul Dynasty.
Reppin' 82, I'm in Seoul City. Riding down the streets, got my homies with me.
Seoul Dynasty has had a tough road towards the end of this season to try to maintain that top 6 spot. They're not there yet. This one will put them one step closer. As you see, the old support duo Toby and Jaehong will start tonight. And they're bringing in a squad here, starting on Control, that's very familiar to everybody. Will be Fitz and Illicit on the DPS duo. This is something to really zoom in on and look at, because we've been seeing more Illicit than Fleta in recent times. And Illicit's story is actually very similar to Fleta's. Fleta was a player on a team called Flashlux, and there's a term, Fleta deadlift, that comes from carrying that team, and obviously having a lot of final blows, right? 50% or more of total. Illicit comes from a team called Blossom, which was actually at the bottom of the standings in Korea for a very long time, and he was one of the players that was played very infrequently, and he's made it so far since then. Now he's on the Seoul Dynasty, a dream team for many Korean players. He faces off against Nero, both extremely flexible players who could play the hit scan and projectile. You're going to see him on the Genji a lot. You're going to see him on the Mei. And when you take a look at their ranks on the Mei in particular, you can see in terms of Blizzard kills and team fight win rate, Illicit is #1 right now. So that's something to look out for when we do end up going into those mirrors, especially the Reaper Mei across the board.
Yeah, just need the team really to kind of back you as soon as that Blizzard does come out. So it seems like that's going to be one of the strong suits for the Dynasty that we'll keep our eyes on. Let's go ahead and put our eyes on that map set presented by Toyota and see where we're going to be headed for the series. It will be Ilios to begin, then into Hanamura, Kings Row, and Route 66. He eluded a map 5 there in that last series between Toronto and Florida, but perhaps we can close the evening on another map 5.
It's certainly possible. This series absolutely could go the distance. And we're going to start things off on Well. We have seen a lot of different compositions in terms of Pharah. We've seen quite a bit. We saw it from Shadowburn just earlier. We do see the Reaper Mei, and you also see a lot of McCree Hanzo to poke out the Reaper Mei. It looks like that's what Guangzhou Charge would like to start. And it's a pretty safe composition to run out on too, because if you end up in a mirror with the Hanzo McCree, you just mechanically outduel. If it's a Pharah, you've got the answer to the Pharah, and if it's Mei Reaper on the first push, you've got a really good shot of out-poking.
Well, Fitz looking at maybe at least get an initial snipe. No, we'll still be pushing forward here with the Widowmaker.
Bit of a surprise to see him start this.
Already getting a nice little shot there onto Hotpa. Just gonna be rotating around to the right-hand side as we take a look at Illicit up in the skies. And Nero will have the headshot to go ahead and get rid of that Pharah, and I believe he died in such a position that getting a res is not gonna happen. Nero instead just gonna come up with a double. It's another headshot onto Fitz.
He's dealt with both threats at the same time, and that's, I mean, that's incredible, especially to get just a regular headshot kill as Hanzo, not a Sonic Arrow one and not a Storm Arrow headshot kill. It's very difficult to do against a Pharah in the sky. He hits the headshot onto Fitz, so he just completely shuts down any opening the Seoul Dynasty had in neutral with a double threat there. And now they have control of this corner.
Yep, just gonna be bunkered down here. Waiting for the Dynasty to go on their approach. You can see them playing off over into that back left side. Nero just gonna be looking to build up for that Dragon Strike. Still a little ways to go. As they break down that barrier, finally start chipping away at Marble, who's hovering at about half HP. Illicit, however, just managed to find a kill on a Rio. And the Charge are not running a Mercy, so they cannot get a res in. And Illicit comes up with a double kill. Ashu will also be taken down. Is playing around that windmill here on the other side of the well. Now Nero going to be eliminated. It seems pretty likely that Seoul Dynasty should be able to get this flip. Happy manages to find one, but Hotpa so low. And running out of D-Matrix will get taken down, and that will be the flip, but 55% accrued for the Charge.
Toby grabbing the res here onto Illicit is very big, so that he can actually control the high ground space here. From above, poke down the members of the Charge that try to come through this walkway around the barrier. And just having that extra threat as the approach comes through for the Charge is a great feeling to have if you're the defending team in this case. They also have a barrage they can use when the Seoul decide to commit in. Just hanging around this lighthouse right now to avoid being hit by a sleep dart or any of Happy's stray left clicks.
Supercharger dropped first. Illicit. As everybody's inside, just waiting to see where they're going to be approaching from. They have the Infrasight now.
This could be huge if he gets behind the Diva. Risky though.
Well, they do know where he's at. Hovering right above, dropping those rockets through. Diva going to be pushing up here into the air. Hotbot trying to push him out of this position. Is unable to do so. Now Nero's going to be taken down. One member weaker are the Guangzhou Charge. Good push back there with the concussive blast from Illicit, just keeping himself safe up in the sky. Now dropping in. D-Matrix is there to mitigate the barrage, and Hotbot does take him down. That was not the window of opportunity that he wanted. Just gotta make the flip happen now.
Got a little bit impatient there, you know? I mean, he was threatening Hoppa, but Hoppa would not die.
Nice dink there from Happy. Gets the shot on the Fitz. The Charge goes around the back. Manages to take down that enemy Widow. Flip comes through. Dynasty with a very bare bones lead at the moment. 67% of the 60 that the Charge have.
Well, they punished the res. It looks like it. Toby's down.
Yep.
No way out of this one. Greedy Resurrect there gets absolutely punished. So Charge now taking the lead in control meter. They have a Deadeye to stop the Pharah approach. There's no threat of a barrage, and Seoul Dynasty don't have any initiation ultimates. They don't have a nano boost to try to get somebody on the point. They don't have Valkyrie. So, I mean, if you're Happy, you're just sitting here looking for a potential Deadeye pick, and you know the fight is going to be in your advantage from the outset.
Spots the Pharmacy around the back. Suddenly flips forward, nearly takes down Fitz. One additional headshot there, and he would have had it. Oh my god, just listen to the clicks coming through. Marble gets melted by Happy. Headshot after headshot. This guy is just incredible. Now follows up as Michelle will get knocked out of that mech. We were in the overtime here for the Charge. Shu gonna be taken down, but the Deadeye is there. And Happy snipes Toby right out of the sky. Fitz sent off the side. Now the Baby Diva finished off. There's cleanup duty here for the Charge to take this first round. Honestly, giving them some hard times, but still going to be that first round well going over to the Guangzhou Charge.
The Deadeye is always a nightmare in scrappy fights when you're a Mercy, or even a Pharah in this case, because you're always under threat because you don't have a large health pool of getting popped by the Deadeye early. But to be honest, when I see Happy flank and start firing at Marvel, all I see is a red skull on Marvel's head. He did not miss. He was hitting the headshots. He did not make that fight look fair in any way. Happy most famous for his Widowmaker, of course, but he is a great hit scan player. When he does have these opportunities to play the McCree, it makes it difficult, you know, to even consider running a Pharah. Now, Seoul have a really wacky comp they're starting to run out with here, it looks like, unless they swap the last second, the Pharah Reaper. And that's not standard. You have two threats. You have one on the ground, obviously, in the Reaper, and you can bust up tanks, but it is certainly hard to execute that synergy, and in fact, Fitz will swap.
Yeah. Unorthodox, but also just strange that we have not seen the maze come through yet from either side. Nero's going to be on his Pharah with Happy on the Doomfist.
That's why Fitz swapped to Widow in particular, to have that kind of counter to the Pharah so they can win the Pharah battle themselves. Seoul Dynasty to then control the point. First flip goes to Charge, though, with a threat of the Doomfist. Seoul just cannot collapse in.
Well, they start working their way through. Instantly, Seismic slam down onto Marvel. The cap will come in as they pull back. Just a little bit too much damage, so have to play a bit safer. Pocket healing still going to be there for Nero as he hovers up here in the skies, trying to find his next target. Jaehong going lower and lower. Needs some support from Toby. Actually going to be shooting Happy now. Taken down as Nero tries to get the kill here on a Fitz. Will be able to do so, but it's just a 2-for-1. Now basically making 3 as Hotbutt gets taken out of the back. Drop low here on the point, just trying to get that barrage online. Will get cut down by Jaehong on the flank, and Dynasty will have a very fast flip.
Happy swapped over to the Sombra here. Rio is going on to the Wrecking Ball. And they're not going to allow Seoul Dynasty to just sit fortified behind this shield to operate on the point itself. You know, when things get dicey, back up, take control of that. They want to have the ability to hard engage with EMP. Nero's Tracer pick is one of the more interesting parts of this because you can sometimes blow up a support with this, but otherwise you're going to have a lot of trouble getting through Marvel's armor, and you're not going to have any potential to shut down the Reaper or the Pharah. You just don't have the damage output to do so in a one clip.
Yeah, certainly can make things a lot more difficult, puts a lot more pressure on the likes of Hotbutt and Shu to try to get that far out of the sky until the EMP becomes available. Let's Happy can get on top of the platform and dump in those attacks here, but now Jaehong going to be sent off the side of the map. Fitz will be taken down by Nero on the Tracer. So good fortune so far for the Charge with these character swaps. Nero will be able to find another one as Marvel will get taken down. And they finish
Valkyrie.
Yeah, the Valkyrie was used. They'll be just trying to stick in here, but will get burned down in the end. So another fast flip for the most part here for the Charge, 57% for the Dynasty.
Looks like we're going to see a Mei swap here for Illicit. Yep, there it is. Just lets the barrage go. That's why we saw the Valkyrie there, because you just want to buy a few extra percent, and they're going to swap composition completely to, you know, what we've been calling a lot of different things, but pulse spawn potential here is definitely there, but it's also pretty easy for Michelle to shut this down. He misses.
Not going to be able to find the stick. So a bit of damage there onto Michelle, but not exactly what you wanted, especially when you had them completely caught off guard.
Soul is on the point, and this comp just basically cannot be beaten.
Dash up to the side, Chara going to be taken down, but Toby is answered for as well as the Bionade connects in from Shu. There's to find that one, but now Rio going to be gone. Jaehong trying to stay alive with that Moira, sliver of HP remaining, but self-destruct from Hotbutt, not going to be able to find anything, and they finish off that Baby Diva. Fitz getting chipped lower and lower. Seems like he will be all right. Takes down Nero in the end. Back in control, back in the lead of the Dynasty.
Once you get on the point with this composition that Soul is running, it's almost impossible to crack with something like a Tracer. And for this reason, they really have to rely on the EMP engage. If this engage goes poorly, then Guangzhou are going to lose this round very likely. They're going to have a pulse bomb too. Look at where Fitz is hiding.
A very sneaky Reaper. Gotta be careful if that sleep dart comes in. Instead, it's gonna be the Bionade. Fitz will go low, drops down, looking for the hit. There's the sleep there. He's getting finished off. Shu comes up with a kill. Toby will be able to go ahead and finish off that Ana, but it's at the cost of 3 members on the side of the Dynasty. Fitz with his solo mission just couldn't quite get it done. The rest of the team left vulnerable. Dynasty will lose the point again. As the clip gets ready to come through, Jaehong just trying to buy as much time as he can, but it doesn't last very long. They're at 99%.
Fitz.
One fight territory for them.
Fitz with the unnecessary flank there. He played really greedy, he played risky, in a situation where he could have just played safer and played the point, used the extra healing there from Jaehong, and gotten a Death Blossom in the fight. He's going to have it for this next one. They're going to have Blizzard, but getting to the point itself is the hard part versus EMP, and they don't know where Happy is.
Well, they do now. Into the back, just going to be making sure they can't be using that Mega Pack. They do force him away as he falls dangerously low. Death Blossom now online. Dynasty are in onto the point. They actually get the flip. Sound barrier coming through from the Guangzhou charge. The pile driver unable to find anything. And Illicit loses out on the Blizzard. Hotpa knocks that one up. Fitz going to be popping the Death Blossom. He's down about half HP. Hotpa makes it back with the mech intact. Self-destruct from Michelle. Manages to find one as Rio will get taken down. Can they clear them off the point? So far it's looking pretty darn good because Happy is gone. Nero off the side of the map. Believe he might have recalled off the side. Finish off Hotpa, and the Dynasty will be able to take Lighthouse. Time to settle it all on Ruins.
Very close call. Hotpa eats both the Blizzard and the Death Blossom, but they get enough of a positional advantage there that it doesn't matter, and it's so hard to kill the Mei and Reaper in the front line when they've got healing coming out from a Moira, the Moira heal orb, the Moira left click, amp it up, all of this, plus the extra life steal. I mean, how do you break that front line with what the Charge are running? EMP's your only bet, but it still wasn't enough. Toby didn't even have to use Sound Barrier in that fight.
Yep.
Now, for this next engage, it looks like we're going to see the Mei Reaper opening for Soul. They're going to try to rush to the point. This is a new, very common thing that we're going to start seeing, especially on this map. Teleporter to open. Yep, Toby waits behind so he can teleport or speed boost the Reaper back in so he can rejoin faster, but getting your Mei onto the point first is what you really want to do.
Working their way forward. It's going to be over on that left side. Dynasty set up. If they do want to pull forward, the answer is going to be yes. Marvel takes a lot of damage, but fearlessly charging forward are this whole Dynasty. And they are going to be profiting from that as Nero and Hotpa both get taken down. The Mortality Field, great focus fire there from the Dynasty, ensuring that no one will survive from that. And that will be the first cap going through for them.
When you see the Charge of swapping their composition, it's very difficult to utilize what they had, especially the Batiste versus an already entrenched Soul Dynasty. They have to mirror. They took a gamble running the composition, hoping they get an opening pick. They just couldn't win the race without the teleporter. They're in trouble now in terms of ult economy, that's for sure.
They're pushing their way up. Coalescence is there from Jaehong. Looking to weaken whoever he can. Rio falling low will get finished off a shelf. There to help ensure that final blow. Hotpa can't quite make it to the other side of the wall. Will get knocked out of that mech. Likely left to jump off the side. Now we'll just get cleaned up by Fitz here at the end. We can retreat safely with that Wraith Walk and hover above with that Death Blossom ready to go.
They just want to get up on this high ground and control this zone so they can drop down on the Charge when they come through. You know, this forces a lot more slow play from Guangzhou Charge, as you can see here. You have to be cleared by Hotpa, they have to contest, this buys time, they get to retreat back and fight on the point.
They do force Fitz away. Ball goes up, looking to isolate somebody, so far not going to be able to find it, but now the Death Blossom gets stuffed in. Fitz manages to find one. The Charge does get taken down. Illicit uses the Blizzard to clean up here onto Nero, the freeze onto Rio. They're all just sitting ducks. Dynasty, another team fight victory. Guangzhou Charge, what can they do to get this back into their favor?
I mean, when you look at things, it's going to have to be a Blizzard opening in this fight. They have the Blizzard versus no Blizzard, and if they can catch everyone, even a Sound Barrier won't be enough because, you know, you're still going to be frozen and the fight's still going to be won. It has to go off first. He needs to freeze the Diva and then drop it in.
Yep, he spots Michelle, goes ahead, throws down that Blizzard. The Sound Barrier is out from Toby. Self-destruct into the air from Michelle. They're going to create some space and actually finds a pick on the Nero, taking him down. Jaehong will be on the exchange as Rio comes up with one. Happy now, receiving the Sound Barrier out from Chara, has the Death Blossom available. Back cap coming through. Toby, dangerously low, trying to duke it out in the 1v1 versus the Lucius here. As both Orisas will fall, but now Happy going to be eliminated. Might not be able to use that Death Blossom at all in this map. OT starting to dwindle. Push forward from Hotpa, playing solo here onto the point, will get knocked out. Self-destruct forced. So far, no one focus firing that maybe even. It seems like he might actually be able to stay alive. Finn building up another Death Blossom. Not going to be able to find much because that D-Matrix is there. They didn't punish Hotpa, so he can keep everybody else alive through the opposing Reaper's ultimate. Alyssa coming back. Remaining there from Hoppa. Alyssa coming back in, as you say. It's going to be taken down. The Death Blossom there for Happy. Again, unable to find anything, but they keep him protected, so he's at least still in the fight. One member down here for the Seoul Dynasty as they try to close this one out, but Toby's going to get picked. Now Alyssa and Jaehong going to go down. It seems like this will not be 100-0. The flip will be there for the charge.
Now Seoul Dynasty will not make the same mistake that Philadelphia made earlier. They will simply let the point go, respawn, change heroes. Marvel's going back to the Orisa. They're not on stall mode anymore. They're going back to team fight. You know, it's basically standard team fight ult bills, eco pushing here. This actually could be the push if they can somehow bait the Blizzard out from Nero. You can be patient. You don't want to commit ultimates unless they're sure this is a one-team fight. That's how Guangzhou gets back in.
They wall them off and nearly pick off Shu right at the beginning of it all. Coalescence going to be coming in. They get the hold to drag them all forward. Blizzard out from both sides. Happy going low, barely survives as the sound barrier comes through, and it's going to be Fitz and Marvel both taken down. Alyssa trying to survive, but he just will not be able to do so. And it seems like the charge will be able to win that one out. Dynasty swept under the rug.
Now that was a lot of commitment there. That didn't need to be done. They could have been a little bit more passive. Sometimes you see blood in the water when you have all these ultimates, and you know that you win the map if you win the fight, but now you've given Guangzhou a chance to turn the ult economy on its head. And they're more than halfway to winning this map now. High ground taken away here. So we're going to have to loop around the right side using this ice wall. Once they get to the point, they can try to operate around this Death Blossom, but Charge have their own, so it's very cautious. The approach has to be the Seoul Dynasty.
Trying to inch their way forward, but Marvel taking so much damage in between these barrier placements. Gotta be careful. Happy caught out there for the moment. Will be forced to use the Wraith Walk as the TP comes in from above. Dropping down. Look at the Death Blossom set up. That's gonna be Chara. Now Happy taken out. Command advantage over to the side of the Seoul Dynasty. They just look for more targets. Bionade goes forward there onto Rio and Nero. The first one gonna fall now. Both gonna be taken out. Flip is there. 99% for the overtime. Guangzhou charge. Can they hold this one off? Get pushed back over onto the point, but Hoppa's gonna be knocked out of the back. He does not have a self-destruct to try to make his way back in. He and Shu both now gonna be eliminated. Happy rejoin, uses the Death Blossom, but the Deep Matrix is there from Michelle. Denies away the damage. Rio gonna be frozen. Take it out. Wall comes up, and Seoul Dynasty advance forward with a win on Ilios.
What a few great plays we just saw from Seoul Dynasty. The big one is Fitz on the top of the pillar, sets up the Death Blossom from above, catches Chara, and it was just lightning fast reactions. He makes the call, he goes up to the pillar knowing that that has to be the game-winning or losing moment. No hesitation, and Seoul takes the lead.
But a hard-fought win for that lead for the Seoul Dynasty. Let's see if the charge can tie us up when we come back.
The Overwatch Week is powered by Intel. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7. And by Omen by HP, the official PC and display of the Overwatch Week.
They don't just play for a team. They play for every fan, every rival, every moment, every match. And when everyone watching expects the best, they perform with the best.
Surrender to my will. Team up for special attack.
time.
The Vancouver Titans, Stage 1 champions. The Shock have done it, Stage 2 champions. Make some noise for the current holders of the California Cup.
That's right, it's coming up. It's getting ever closer, as are the playoffs, but the Kit Kat Rivalry Weekend is nearly here, the 24th and 25th of August, coming up fast, so make sure you guys get your tickets in now before they sell out.
Yeah, it's going to be a great event. In particular, I'm looking forward to the Stage 1 and 2 Finals rematch aspect of that. Shock versus the Titans is going to be very exciting, but I mean, there's a lot of great games in there, so it's definitely shaping up to be our best home stand yet, so don't miss it. This series, on the other hand, has actually been quite close as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, very back and forth, 3 rounds on Ilios just to settle it all. It seemed like Seoul was going to be able to get the 100-0 on that last round of Ruins, but Charge came back in and gave them a run for their money.
Now, Fitz having that last pillar set up there for the Death Blossom, very impressive. Getting those kills when they were needed most for the Dynasty. We're heading into Hanamura today here in our final series. We'll have to see whether we'll see that Pharah here, or is it just going to be the more standard, because we've seen a lot of Pharah to start things off, but nope, not to be the case here.
Oh, seems like we might have a bit of an issue here on the side of the Seoul Dynasty, so we'll get things taken care of so we can jump straight back into game. No substitutions, obviously, so should be quite fast for us to go ahead and get right back in here.
Yeah. Talking about Fitz, though, we have an interesting stat for him, so I am told, going to the second map.
What do you got, Captain Planet?
This might just be Reaper stats on the last map. It is, in fact. So 6 Death Blossom kills in total there and 12k damage. So Fitz coming up big. I mean, this is a hero that's so meta right now, and you can't play the hero alone. Like, you really need to rely on your team setups for you. You need to rely on your Mei giving that extra pressure, etc., etc. So the duo has been looking pretty good so far, but we are back in game.
That we are. Seems like just a bit of a scouting mission here, at least to start. Fitz going to be charging forward with the Sombra. And he says, yep, they got a Hanzo, they got a Mei. They also have a Batiste, so 369 comp coming in for the Guangzhou charge.
Dynasty just going to be running Mei Reaper. And Happy looking for this flank here, the defensive flank. It's actually very powerful.
A really good shot there on a Fitz. Nobody to capitalize, though, unfortunately, for the side of the Guangzhou charge. But now stunned up, taken down. Hanpa finds that hook through. They just sit here on the staircase. Mei wall only lasts for so long.
Nero with the perfect ice wall setup, too, to trap them. That was, again, just great synergy between these damage players. Getting it done.
Well, they managed to find Chara.
Getting out of here as Seoul is not the option. You have to fight. And as you say, they get that first pick.
Now they have the setup here onto the point. Jaehong ready with that nano boost. We'll go ahead and toss that one forward. Shell pushes his way out from the point. Will get frozen, however. Likelihood knocked out of this mech you would expect. He's trying to jet his way onto the roof, but he just can't quite get there. He still was able to take down Shu. Cap is coming in, and Seoul Dynasty have 5:45 in the time bank.
That was an insane play to just nano the Diva.
Hey,
Jaehong,
go distract them all.
Jaehong put the damage in using that nano boost, and they got extreme value off of that. And it felt very much like on the whims, you know. It was not a pre-planned strategy. They were just like, this is the moment, we can use this. Now they're gonna ice wall walk around, so there's no line of sight on the charge yet. Until they, go through this doorway, but they obviously know that this is the approach angle. You can see the checking going on right now for Nero.
Yeah, falling, he's going to be on the flank, trying to drag them into the pit. Will be the ice block out from Melissa, just waiting on that Dragon Strike. Happy unable to find any kills with that one. Barrier coming down as Marvel falls low. Will be able to survive, but now there's Supercharger in. They get that Hulk pull up over the top. Shu going to be going down, but Fitz and Marvel both going to be vanishing as Alyssa tries to have a 1v1 with Nero, but not quite a 1v1. They get a little bit of a extra chime in. Unfair fight, Alyssa will lose.
Does end up getting taken out there. The setup for the charge was pretty good, and they were able to identify Solus taking that left side angle using the ice wall, so there wasn't really much of a surprise there. Fitz did very little damage in that last fight, so nowhere near a Death Blossom. Interestingly, Happy going to go over to the Bastion right now, and that's one way to break through the front line here that's so tanky and so self-sustainable. Dynasty gonna have to scout this early when they come through this doorway. It is that barrier is not gonna last very long, Marvel. In fact, he's not even going to try to put it there.
Yeah. Gonna have to try to go for the main wall first, then into the barrier. D-Matrix, pack. Stay to the barrier as they get ready to move down onto the low ground. Happy just giving a nice little adjustment to make sure that he is ready.
Sound barrier is available, and here's the wall to block. Maybe they could touch here and grab a tick. It's so difficult, though.
Yeah. Trying to displace this. Very difficult. Now that's going to be the Ant Matrix in. Bomb goes up over the top. Immortality Field will get taken down by that. Fitz just capitalize on top of Happy, getting rid of him. Kobe, however, going to be frozen now. Nero coming up with 1 kill. There's the wall off Marvel in the back. Answering Blizzard. Thrown down now by Illicit. Nero will get locked up, taken out. Rio antied on the point and completely isolated. Will be finished off. First tick going to be sacked here by the Seoul Dynasty with still about 3.5 minutes left in the time bank. Do they just close it out right here? Char going to be dropping down. Doesn't last too long. They're so close to closing this one out. Hoppa barely manages to tag in for a little bit longer. The pile driver coming in now for Rio. Gets a pop up, but the mech is going to be lost for Hotpa. The Baby Diva does not stand a chance. I expect that Rio as well will not against Fitz with this Reaper. They freeze him, they close it out. Seoul Dynasty, very strong start to Hanamura.
I mean, can we talk about how difficult it was what they did there too? They scouted immediately, the Bastion on the other side, ice wall up, go down using Defense Matrix, wrap around, set up a bomb play, while then Fitz at the same time teleports in after the Immortality Field is down, gets that opening kill onto the Bastion. That was nuts.
Good stuff here for the Dynasty. Let's see how their defense fares.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
Cease your resistance. Pass into the iris. Cease your resistance.
And welcome back. 3:06 established in the time bank by the Seoul Dynasty as they complete Hanamura. A very nice push and a very nice shutdown on the Bastion bunker set up on that high ground. Go ahead and take a look at Jaehong here in the final moments of this map.
Yeah, I mean, he was obviously just great at shutting down these final moments for these players, especially that shot onto Happy means that Happy is not able to get his rocket punch in there, get some shields up and delay, etc. And now that Seoul are on the defense, they're going to run the variation here with the Sombra, which can make it very difficult for Charge if they're operating around ultimates on the attack to really find their way in. But what you're missing, obviously, is the extra frontline sustain, so it's tough for Illicit now. He's going to have to really crush it against Guangzhou Charge's frontline if they decide to go the Reaper route. So far, it's the Hanzo. Don't worry, everything's fine. The killer's panicking a little bit, but...
Oh, Happy was like, hang on, there's a Sombra around here. He fits that moment of panic where he's like, I gotta get the heck out of here. Doesn't manage to do so. Just gonna be spotting him out with the Sonic Arrow. Push up here on top of the door, trying to snipe Fitz from above, who's just hovering in the back line. Has the hack there onto Nero, so he's unable to get into the ice block, but they don't have too much damage to actually threaten him. And Fitz not really teleporting to the safest location, so we'll put that translocator a little bit further away from where the enemy team is at. Marvel, however, going to be taken down. There's no mercy here for the side of the Seoul Dynasty, so nobody to put it back in the fight. Frozen, but gets right back out of that one and will be able to take down Nero.
EMP
Maybe
is
a
ready.
fighting chance. EMP is ready. The wall going to be dropped down. 3 members hacked out. The Bionade layered in on top of it. Hotbutt will get finished off. The front line broken down. Shoe finished off as well. So good initial holds here for the Seoul Dynasty.
Talk a lot about how the damage dealers need to really be in communication with each other and in conjunction with each other in every move. If Alyssa had not dropped that wall, you know, I mean, things could have ended up being very different.
Oh, yeah.
So, you know, you miss a translocator throw like that and everything could change in an instant. Okay, Jaehong up here on the high ground. They actually have a really nice, setup here where they could basically have a crossfire so that if the charge go in too far, they're going to get slept because this is around the barrier.
Point pressure being applied. Nero and Rio rather have made their way over onto the point now. Hotbutt joining them. Jaehong still sitting here at the top. Will use that nano boost. Marvel's going to get cut off by the wall and is now hovering dangerously low. Does not have that adaptive shield for a little bit longer. Is now becoming available. It's a bit of damage. You can see doesn't get that much shielding, but Michelle with a whole hog comes up with 2 his charge shoe. Both going to be taken down. No supports available for the Guangzhou charge. Now Hotbutt dead. Michelle is on a killing spree in this game. Gets rid of Nero as well. What can this man not do? Oh my goodness! Single-handedly shuts him out, basically.
And Illicit sets it up. Illicit, before this match today, 80% win rate in team fights when Blizzard is used. So taking a look at this again, gonna wrap around the back. We'll forgive the hook, but it's the whole hog set up here. Then when you go into the point later, the Blizzard comes down and he just clicks heads.
Unreal stuff here from Michelle. Fantastically done. And those supports just weren't really ready for it. Going back into the action though, you can see Dynasty set up here onto the high ground. They'll start working their way through. 1 tick has been snagged by the Guangzhou charge.
As soon as they come in, the EMP's ready.
EMP comes down, manages to catch 3, but Shu is not one of them, so gets the Transcendence out, but it's still going to be Rio taken down. Ends up doing wonders here. As Fitz just looks for the next hack target. Can't quite find it, but Happy is taking a nap. Jaehong coming up with a staple sleep dart onto that enemy Sombra.
Seoul Dynasty is just looking god tier in terms of coordination right now. Oh, over the wall! That's a
not
problem.
what I wanted, not what I wanted. What Marvel is thinking right now.
He should be able to get out though.
Yeah, couldn't quite get that freeze onto him. Well, that drop back down, but he misses the pile driver! And no! He just kind of delivers himself to death.
Yeah, didn't get the grapple there, unfortunately. This is an opportunity now for the charge. They're going to come in.
Oh, yeah.
Blizzard set up. There's no diva. Super easy to drop it.
He's rezzed. He's zipping his way back to the point as quickly as he possibly can, but in the meantime, the charge will be able to snag that second tick as we enter under 10 seconds. Drop down in from Illicit. Very dangerously close to having that Blizzard online. Nero going to be taken down, but trade out onto the enemy Mei as Illicit will fall. Hotbutt going to be taken down now. Guangzhou charge have to stay stuck to the point, but I don't think they can do it because Michelle is here, and he is just chewing people apart. Pushes forward straight and past that amp Matrix, but still will get taken down. Focus fire gets rid of the hog, but now the EMP comes in on both these supports, and slivers of HP remaining will get taken out. The Seoul Dynasty looking to close out with a full hold here on Hanamura. Rio pushing forward, rejoining with a Wrecking Ball, trying to buy some time for Hotbutt to get back in onto the point. Blizzard comes down, Nero goes into the ice block, the whole hog ready to go from Hotbutt, but he's hacked, he cannot use it. Can they finish him off in time before it comes through? So the answer is gonna be yes. They get rid of him, and now it's just cleanup duty for the Dynasty. There it is, the full hold, and now they move up 2-0 versus the Guangzhou charge.
Michelle walks away with the most damage in the server as well. I mean, insane plays from the hog across the board, 60% hook accuracy. The guy was on fire. The coordination looks good between the DPSs, Jaehong's nanos, great. He's getting the kills. This looks like the Seoul Dynasty we've been waiting for all season long, and finally here in Stage 4, they have found their footing.
A major resurgence here and a fantastic start to the series for the Dynasty. Let's see if they can close this out cleanly when we come back after halftime.
The Overwatch League is powered by Intel. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7. And by Omen by HP.
Don't we have a spare?
This is the spare.
Do you know how much a pressure coupling costs?
More than you and I will make working on this tub.
动作不许走。
The Dynasty are trying to find a way into the top 6 for the playoffs, and they look to be on a mission so far in this one. It's Seoul up 2-0 over the Guangzhou Charge at the break. What's up, guys? The crew is back here at halftime. And let me say, guys, the Seoul Dynasty, they've been cooking so far in this match. They are who we thought they were. They look strong.
Yeah, even though they're 1 and 2 in this stage so far, people still have them highly rated. When we're cooking up the power rankings in the behind the scenes, we all rated the Seoul Dynasty still in the top 10. And the reason for that is, even though they lost games against the Shock and the Shanghai Dragons, they still looked pretty good, and now they're showing it.
Right, you said it, quality losses earlier. So let's go ahead and jump into the highlights, starting off with Ilios. The Dynasty were able to come ahead with this map, but for a lot of it, I feel like the Charge gave them a pretty good run for their money.
Yeah, it was a close series overall. I mean, in the end of it, what got the better of the Charge was, honestly, Seoul having the better sort of coordination and teamwork. Like, it feels like the Guangzhou Charge, to the point that I've kind of been cooking up in my own head as well as I've been watching them, is that they get the wins against a lot of the weaker teams because they've got very mechanically gifted players. You've got Hopper, who's he's always on point with the Roadhog or the Diva, and Nero and Happy are a very formidable DPS duo, damage-dealing duo. But overall, the one thing that they kind of neglect in some ways that Seoul really go all out on is the coordination. And Seoul have really kind of worked out what they want to do in a lot of these team fights. And you can tell that the calling structure is really good as well. Just based on the way that they use all of their cooldowns effectively. Hanamura is the greatest example of this, honestly, as we watch that, as we jump back into it. But overall, that's really what's separating these two teams. And Seoul are proving that you don't need highly mechanical players to really get ahead right now in this meta.
Yeah, I mean, the May Reaper composition has been such a formidable style for the Seoul Dynasty. They were the first team to really start running a lot of it with Fitz on the Reaper, and he's really, maybe still not pioneering that style, but was a couple of weeks ago, and is still getting huge value out of it against the less coordinated teams, like apparently the Charge.
Right, it's very interesting, because I feel like the Seoul Dynasty, the first thing we've seen with a lineup this big, that's utilizing it the right way. And they're postulating every little thing, like the cooldown times, like you mentioned, Brent. It's really cool. And we saw more of that moving on to Hanamura, where this one was pretty lopsided, in my opinion. I felt like the Dynasty just cooked them.
It was a bit of a roll.
Yeah, it was a bit of a roll, wasn't it? And this is where Seoul really just took it by storm. You can tell in a lot of the ways they use stuff, the Charge, they tried a decent attempt of it. You can see this here. Great set play by Seoul, recognizing what have they got available to them. Okay, we've got the Self-Destruct, we've got Fitz as well, we've got a Nano Boost. So they coordinate everything. They know the Self-Destruct is going to absolutely bust open whatever they try and use to mitigate it, and they clean up off the back of it. It's using everything they've got at disposal and recognizing the win conditions in these fights that make Seoul such a good team.
And that was instant reaction as well. As soon as they saw that Guangzhou Charge were posted up there, they knew how to break it immediately. There was no improvising on the fly to set strat, set plan. They break it quickly. And then when they're on the defense, they again looked fantastic. They completely demolished. Michelle just wanders around the map and gets a 5k here for, you know, who knows what reason. That's just how you play Roadhog. But the team looks clinical.
You play Roadhog.
That's how I play Roadhog. I wander around the map and hope people feed into it.
Just whole hog into the distance. Hopefully you hit somebody. All right, well, we mentioned earlier how important this match is for both of these teams. For the Guangzhou Charge, they're still trying to make it into our top 12 into the playoffs and lock that spot in. And for the Seoul Dynasty, they're already in, but they're trying to make the top 6. And so this match is actually pretty huge for them. What do you guys think? Like, for the Dynasty, is this a must-win match for them, in your opinion?
If they're going to try and make roads into the top 6, yes, absolutely. I mean, you can see there they're just on the outside. We're possibly expecting Spark to drop outside of that top 6.
Yeah.
The other teams in there look pretty solid at the moment. You wouldn't expect many other people to be dropping out of it. But between them and Guangzhou, I mean, Guangzhou are the ones who are more desperate, honestly.
Yeah.
Because they need to get into that top 12. And before this, they were looking pretty hot. I mean, 3-1 coming into this was great. But you can see that they're maybe more of a gatekeeper team. They're on that cutoff.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of the weaker teams in general as well are going to be falling to them. Now, against the Excelsior, I don't know what to expect in that one. New York have not looked particularly grand when it comes to this metagame. Fuel as well. It's just been a case of just disappointment, a case study in that. So, I mean, Guangzhou Charge are still looking to be in a good place, even if they lose this series here. but you can definitely see the skill gap, at least, between them and a lot of these other teams.
Yeah, I mean, it said, right, there's a 71.4% chance of them still making the top 12, so don't despair if you're a Charge fan, but that was assuming that they had a good chance in this game. They were predicted to win based on the ELO models that we have, and they're predicted to win the game against New York. Now, the ELO is all over the place, as are our predictions, because it's Stage 4, brand new meta, brand new kind of system with role lock, so it could still slip away for the Guangzhou Charge. This important game, the one against New York, very important game.
Indeed, indeed. Moving into Kings Row, do you think the Charge have an opportunity to get back into this game?
Maybe. I mean, it depends on how well they can really coordinate now as well. It was what it comes down to. But there's always a possibility that we see Happy really pop off as well on the Hanzo. Like, Kings Row, it actually seems like a good map for Guangzhou. I'm not going to rule them out of this series just yet, but from what we've seen so far, Seoul looked like the more dominant team, especially that Hanamura match, incredibly one-sided.
All right, well, I can't wait to see what happens. But guys, you heard what I said. We've got Kings Row coming up for map 3, and there's a good chance we might see more of the honor god himself, Ryu Jae-hong, on his signature hero. He recently joined us to break down all the settings and strategies that make him one of the most respected honor players in the history of competitive Overwatch. This is Game Set, presented by Omen by HP.
There it is. Oh, that hurts so much.
안녕하세요. 저는 서울 다이너스티의 류재영이라고 하고 닉네임은 저의 이름과 똑같이 류재영을 쓰고 있습니다. 저는 서포트 외에 좀 딜러 개념으로 쓸 수도 있을 거라고 보고 있고요. 왜냐면 정말 스케일도 너무 좋고 감도 같은 경우는 400 DPI에 4.29. 제가 크로스헤어를 점으로 쓰게 된 이유는 오버워치 같은 경우는 어떻게 보면 총의 반동이라는 게 필요 없이 이제 가운데만 쏘면은 적한테 피해를 줄 수 있기 때문에 안나 세팅에 대해서 뭐 특별한 거는 토글 줌을 온을 하고 스코프 감도 같은 경우도 조정을 해서 사용을 하고 있고 또 이제 나노 부스터 이 덱을 하게 되면은 이 가운데가 없어요. 무조건 왼쪽에 뜨든 오른쪽에 뜨든 그래가지고 이거를 좀 더 세밀하게 실수를 안 하기 위해서 제가 감도 같은 경우를 낮춰서 50으로 사용하고 있고요. 저희 편한테 제가 힐러로서 힐을 주려고 할 때는 스코프보다는 스코프를 쓰지 않고 그냥 힐을 주고요. 이제 적 팀이나 아니면 저희 팀이 정말 멀리에 있을 때 그때는 스코프를 쓰고 해중 같은 경우는 뭐 제가 정말 저 적을 확실하게 맞출 수 있을 때 감이 잡힐 때만 쓰거든요. 나노 부스트를 주는 제일 우선 순위는 탱커 쪽에서는 뭐 라인하르트가 있으면 라인하르트고 겐지는 어느 때 쓰든 상관이 없어요. 뭐 수비적으로 쓰던 공격적으로 쓰던 겐지 혼자서 다 할 수 있기 때문에 살기 위해서 쓸 때는 상대방 이제 윈스턴이나 딜러들이 뛰었을 때 어차피 생체 수류탄이 저희 팀이나 저한테 맞추면은 이제 그거를 이용해서 제가 체력이 반 이상 까였을 때 상대 팀이 물러왔을 때 같이 맞출 수 있을 때 같이 맞추고요. 수면총 같은 경우는 그냥 상대가 이렇게 보일 때 어디로 가겠구나 제 혼자 생각을 해서 근데 맞아가지고 저희 영상을 봐주셔서 정말 감사드리고요. 저희 영상을 보고 나서 좋은 안나 플레이어가 되시기를 정말 바라고.
It's best not to question how Jae-hong does what Jae-hong does on Ana. Just accept it.
Into the iris. Your resistance. Nerf this. 不洗澡。
I'm very disappointed in the comms thing last week, by the way. How do you make a comms video without featuring Cruz's idiotic...
Idiotic, mate. Can you even speak English, mate?
Idiotic?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
It's not open mic. It's comms mic. Oh, mic comms? Oh, thank you. Oh, now we know. You're never gonna get a soundbite of me saying it correctly. What's going on? Yo.
Voice check. Noko. Nico.
Oh god.
Oh, you're too loud!
I like how when people say your voice is low, people's immediate
They put
reaction
it
is
in their
putting it
mouth,
inside
bro.
their mouth.
Yeah, what was this?
This was...
Delete everything.
What dude? Kawaii, masa.
This was...
Oh, I forgot. 3, 2, 1. Fighting!
Fighting!
Roar, you're Genji.
Roar!
Roar, switch heroes.
Oh my! Oh, so close! I can see the ref behind Roar. Yeah, he was watching Roar.
You're on camera.
And a nasty dab. Put on, okay. Now we focus on the game again, okay? Yeah. No happiness for now. Whoa, what? No happiness. Yeah. What do you mean? Play with this pair. I headshot the Genji. Oh, man. Oh, man.
Alright, welcome back, guys. We're halfway through this set, the Seoul Dynasty. Looking good, starting things off with a 2-0 lead. But can they close it out? That is the question you and I already had. A reverse sweep earlier on. How about a second one?
It doesn't feel likely, going into this one right now that we will see a reverse sweep, but only time will tell. Seoul Dynasty, as the analyst on the halftime show pointed out earlier, looking pretty clean right now with fits on the Reaper, elicits Mei. I mentioned it earlier, Captain Planet gave me the stat that leading up until this match, 80% team fight win rate in Blizzard fights. Anytime you use the Blizzard, it's like an 8 out of 10, you're winning that fight, which is massively ahead of the average, 34% ahead of the average, in fact. So, looking good for Dynasty right now in this meta.
Super solid start for this series here. We'll see how they fare now that we move into King's Row. You see Charge gonna have the better record overall, but that is through some different iterations of the meta, mainly 3-3.
So this map is often decided by Dragon Strikes in a lot of team fights because of the narrow choke points. Very much similar to how when Rialto was first released, we saw a lot of Hanzo there for the same reason. So it's about the Hanzos in a lot of ways in terms of success rate with those fights, but it's also about the Immortality Fields and the Batistes. We'll see the Mei Reaper start here for the Seoul Dynasty. See if Charge can outpoke them here as they sweep around the left side.
Unsurprising start. Gonna be set up there on that high ground Rio, saying, nope, I'm just gonna go ahead and get ready now. Not to give away any free percent here. Alpha still has a decent back angle that he's playing on. Isn't getting pressured, but will still wrap around with the rest of the team. Thought maybe he would try to hover there. Instead, it's just going to be Seoul Dynasty charging forward, get rid of Rio, and then Immortality Field. Alpha still will be able to find one, but a tick is going to be snagged by the Seoul Dynasty. So still somewhat decent start for them as Hava gets frozen up and taken down. Here we'll be able to find Jaehong.
It's a really nice wall from Illicit.
Here. Just looking for that poke one shoot. Focus out just a little bit more. Is not able to do so. And Nero is somewhere just off killing supports. There he is. Got rid of both Jaehong and Toby. And now Marvel will be eliminated. Decent first push here for the Seoul Dynasty as they get up to 77% just about.
Yeah, they're about to have a Blizzard. Nero and Illicit tied right now in ult charge, so we'll have two in this next fight, potentially, depending on how the setup starts here. And the Dragon Strike can pair with that. We're going to take a look really quick at the support kills here just from behind. Nero was just up here the entire time. No one could contest him. But in this next fight, we're going to see Dragon Strike coming out from Happy.
Sorry about that.
Yep, back in. Blizzard going to be coming down now. Marvel going low, just going to get melted. As well as Fitz and Illicit. And that was the Seoul Dynasty Blizzard used as well.
Yeah,
So,
that's unfortunate. I mean,
team wipe.
they held the Dragon Strike, so I was technically a liar. But otherwise, this is a pretty efficient fight. They keep both support ultimates here. And now Seoul Dynasty, things are looking pretty dire. You might even want to consider a swap to Batiste here. You want the sound barrier for Toby, but like, this isn't looking good.
Jaehong on a secret mission here into the back. Will be able to throw that Nano Boost down. Dragon Strike goes in. Marvel takes so much damage from that one. Not going to be eliminated yet, though, but Fitz can't get much done with that Nano Boost. And oh my god, he's sent into orbit. Shu taking him down. Sid hovering here below. Looking for the freeze onto Rio, but it's just taking so much damage. Nero manages to come out on top. And suddenly, like you said, dire is kind of the word that comes to mind because we're down to 1.5 minutes.
Yeah, and remember too that even though Fitz is almost to that Death Blossom, getting onto the point to use it, but there's not a whole lot of high ground he can operate around. He can't really teleport into a flank angle to get a big Death Blossom on. It's so obvious. They even have to use the wall to try to close this gap. It's really tough here unless there's a big mistake on the side of the charge. Now Fitz, if he can get an opening kill, that's what they're really looking for right now. Then he can look for the Death Blossom usage. There's no Diva to block it.
Gotta be careful though. Pushing forward, the wall gonna be coming up. Down to 1 minute now. Supercharger gonna be used by Rio. Hoppa taking a nap for now.
See, he has it now, Fitz does, but getting in here, how is that gonna happen? How is that going to work? It's just such a hard thing to do.
I think you just gotta wait until they come over to the point. Instead though, they do go
Barrier.
for it. Now Barrier gonna be coming in, the Blizzard gonna be thrown down. Mortality Field gonna be taken out. Blizzard manages to find one, but Happy answers back for two. Marvel and Fitz both gonna be eliminated by that Dragon Strike, but it seems like the damage is done. The Seoul Dynasty are on the point. They get the cap.
That
with
was
3 minutes remaining now.
That was such a great play by Toby. They trusted, Seoul Dynasty trusted that if they got into position there, they could bait the trance. And then Toby knew in that moment during the trance, if he barriers, if Fitz can get this ultimate to work, he can actually make it happen in Blizzard. So a lot of commitment there from Seoul Dynasty to make it work, but it works brilliantly. They're very weak in terms of time bank, however, so this is the first success of many they'll need here on this push. They're already down on ultimates because they had to commit so much to that fight.
Yeah, and Matrix, Whole Hog, and the Blizzard available for the side of the Guangzhou charge. Move up around the first corner here. All to come through, and that's going to be the Ant Matrix thrown in the window up top. Bionade connects on to 4 members, but they have the Immortality Field. The charge still feeling comfortable to stick around.
Yeah,
Right up top.
Immortality Field can outlast that. And now they can just drop down, and they're going to get back control of this archway. Look at the catch onto Marvel, isolated. This is amazing for Charge, because now they have... Essentially, they're playing for A again, with an archway to work with, excuse me. Happy, knowing that they're not running Batiste, feels really good about just tossing out some stray arrows here to get that ult charge, because when there's no Immortality Field, you can see the power of the Dragon Strike. We've seen it now twice from him having big impact in these fights. Don't even need the Blizzard for it to get value in these choke points, especially this archway they control.
Card starting to roll back just a bit. Start pushing forward again now here. So Charge not really fighting for this corner. Just allowing Dynasty to push forward. They know that this window up top is a very good position for them. Mortality Field's going to be taken down. The Nano Boost thrown in on to Fitz. Whole Hog's out from Hotba, but he's going to be taking a nap. And Rio will be eliminated. Blizzard comes in now for Nero. Dragon Strike here on a Marvel. Both the Reese's going to be gone as Chara gets himself a double kill.
He doesn't even need it. He doesn't even need the strike.
Yep, you just go ahead and hold it.
Nero was so composed too in that moment when the self-destruct came out. A lot of Mei players would have dropped the Blizzard there, knowing that there's no way to absorb it. But he actually waited for a more ideal fight after the self-destruct had already gone off. You can still get it up while the remake is going on, and he drops it in a great place, waits till the last second so the rest of the team can commit with him. And Chara pulls the double. That was a great fight, extremely ult efficient, as Happy still holds that Dragon Strike. He's not going to use it in this choke. He wants to use it on the point itself to contest that final moment in overtime.
Wall goes up, Dragon Strike coming through straight down the lane. We'll zone them back for the moment. The Supercharger set up onto the high ground will get killed off. Illicit able to find the angle to snipe that one down. Hulk comes in, pulls them together. Blizzard gonna be out from Illicit. They need to capitalize right now. The freeze is there onto Hoppa, trying to finish him off. Will be able to do so. Shu, sliver of HP. They'll get some of that shielding to come back in, but now it's looking like an overtime push into B for the Seoul Dynasty. Guangzhou charge. So many staggers coming in on the back end of this. Can they contest this?
Critical to note in that last fight too, Jaehyung slept Shu, so he couldn't Transcendence there. If he had been able to use Transcendence during that Blizzard, we'd be looking at a completely different fight. But that's a great moment there. You know he's got the Trance. They need this time desperately. Fitz, will he teleport to the top? That's a risky decision. A lot of Reapers won't make that choice. He's gonna do it.
Look at the audio cue, it should know.
They definitely know.
Top.
They've got to know at this point. Well, he's waving, so he's acknowledging that they know.
He's gonna be waiting as patiently as he can. Nano Boost is ready. Gets tossed in. Fitz on the drop. Manages to find Happy. Still holding on to that Death Blossom. We'll see how long he wants to hold it for. Just wait until they get closer to the end, it would seem.
He bled Rio down. Now he's chasing.
Big four. The wall comes up. Nero as well going to be using that. Wraith Walk is ready, so Fitz can go ahead and exit safely as Illicit plays forward. Going to catch somebody else off guard. Card being brought up by the support duo at the moment. Transcendence is out from Shu, pushing his way through. Hotbutt going to be eliminated. There's no defense matrix available for this Death Blossom when Fitz decides to use it. It's going to be used now. Shu going to be taking down the sound barrier a little bit too late from Toby to try to keep the Reaper in the fight. Charge has managed to find one, but now Nero is going to be gone. Cannot use that Blizzard. Dynasty have one of their own. Michelle comes up with a double kill with the self-destruct, and they will be able to finish King's Row with time in the bank, I believe about 23 seconds.
Remember, too, this was after a really weak time bank on A and an overtime finish on B. So suddenly, Seoul Dynasty, dominant performance from Fitz, takes the risky teleport on the high ground, gets picks without using the Death Blossom. You can just see ice walls for days.
Saw a full hold on Hanamura. Do we get another one here? Let's find out with the Guangzhou attack.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
Cease your resistance. Let them up.
Pass into the iris.
And welcome back, Seoul Dynasty, able to make it to the end of King's Row with 23 seconds to spare. And now we will get ready to see how they fare on the defense as the Guangzhou Charge get ready to go on the attack.
Late night here in Los Angeles, nearly hitting 11 p.m. This series, for it to go later, for it to go the distance, Guangzhou are going to have a good push here. Seoul Dynasty not running the Batiste on the attack, but they will run it on the defense here. They're not going to fall victim to Happy's potential Hanzo. He will start the Widow, as you will normally on attack, look for a pick. And knowing there's no enemy Widow on the other side, you can keep this longer, and he is going to look for that angle over the barrier here. Fortunately, no headshot. Well,
yep, didn't find it the first time, but as soon as the barrier goes down,
I jinxed him.
He gets the next one.
Sorry, Illicit.
Well, now pushing forward, Bionade goes through Immortality Field, keeping Marvel alive for a little bit longer, but now Toby gonna get picked off. They drag Jaehyung forward. Immortality Field will get taken down, and so will the Ana. Happy just coming up with more snipes there into the back line. Just get the pop out onto Michelle's Mac, the drag in on the Fitz, and the take on point A. Guangzhou charge very comfortably set up with a massive time bank for this second phase of King.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't get much better than this. You get that opening pick onto the Mei. And the cool thing about that is, too, Mei kind of acts as a tank in this meta and has a lot of CC. You take her out early, so it's so easy to flip the point because you're going to win that frontline battle. But also, you've eliminated her ability to build ult charge on the defense, so she's nowhere near a Blizzard.
Yep. Then further behind there is Alyssa. Happy going to be forced off the high ground for now, but has the infra sight. Yeah. All right, you know what? I could probably just go straight back over to the side.
Michelle, you could see him looking. He's like, I'm not going to let this happen. But after he scouts and fails...
Nearly took down Jaehong there. A bit more charge on that attack. That would have been one dead on. Bionades out from both sides, hitting 2 members each. Marvel still falling dangerously low, precariously so. Will get top back up as the Ant Matrix from the charge expires. Dynasty still going to be able to play quite far forward as they now have a nano boost ready to go.
Now, with Toby swapping over to Lucio, Happy's going to swap over to the Hanzo, so if he could build a Dragon Strike, that might be their best way to break out of this archway. They don't have control at the moment. Nero's got a Blizzard, and, you know, if that's not eaten, there's a really good way. That's another great way to set up a fight here.
He's got to be really cautious about playing around with Diva. Nade does manage to catch onto 3. The Nano going to be tossed down onto Fitz. Into the fight shoot. Will get frozen on top of the car, and there is the 8. Michelle is able to come up with it, takes that away from Nero. Crucially done. Very big moment for Michelle. Comes up clutch.
And the swap for Happy just doesn't find value in that fight. He built 17% of his ultimate, so he's going to swap over to the Reaper. And they're just going to have to settle on mirroring this composition. As many teams I think we will see in the coming weeks who aren't running this will have to learn to do, because this is the strongest meta, or the strongest thing to play in this meta in close spaces.
Nanobu's coming down, the wall goes up. Alyssa trying to cut people off, now throws in the Blizzard. Happy gonna have to use the Wraith Walk just to try to make it out of there without getting frozen. So the Nano effectively gonna be wasted on the side of the charge. Good shutdown here from the Seoul Dynasty, as they will be able to get a stagger here onto Hanma, pushing him back to the other side of the archway and blocking him off.
So frustrating if you're a Diva to get stuck like this. Yep. Happy doing very little damage again on his swap because of the Blizzard, gets frozen early. You can't use a Hanzo here without ultimate because you don't have sight lines. You can't break through the barrier. And Soul are just going to even operate around this right side here so they can't. So Nero can't even build Blizzard charge with his right clicks. And if you commit in, you're going to get frozen first.
Yep, walls up from both sides. Supercharger going to be placed on the other side of the Guangzhou charge's main wall. Will get finished off as the bomb comes out. Hanma looking for a pick, is unable to find anything, and Char's going to be taken down. Jaehong finding the shot while keeping everybody else alive as best as possible. Fitz still going to be taken down. The Blizzard now out from Nero, looking for a target. Nano boost is available. He could use the Boostio here just to try to keep him alive, but does not do so. Instead, he'll just keep spamming away, throw down that Bionade, and keep Toby in the fight.
Absolutely crazy.
Will receive that. Nano boost pushes forward, walls off Nero. They clean him up. Seoul Dynasty look entrenched on the other side of this archway right now.
I mean, you pointed it out. Jaehong could have nanoed there. Anyone could have, but he had faith in his abilities. He knew he was going to keep everybody healed. He knew he had that bio grenade available, and he turned that fight. You know, he didn't need to use it there at the end, but he used it just to be safe. But it's just insanely impressive to see how long he kept them alive there with Toby in that room with the amplified healing. Rio's asleep here. Yep. Will be woken, and now for this next push, all they have is the nano boost.
Ball's coming out again. The supercharger going to be thrown down. A lot of damage there on the Marvel, but he's going to be surviving for a little bit longer. But this time it's Hanma who comes up with the eat on the Blizzard, takes that one away from Illicit. Fitz going to be taken down, but so is Happy. And now Illicit will be joining him in the grave. Both damage dealers on the side of the Dynasty losing out here in this fight. Still playing quite far forward, but not going to be able to last too long here as Jaehong will get taken down. He's going to hold the cart in place as long as they possibly can, then wait for the respawns to come through and recontest in front of B.
Let's remember, too, that Seoul Dynasty were in the same situation with overtime, and we're able to finish the map. It's absolutely doable. If you have a few clutch fights, you can control this zone here. Happy misses the Death Blossom. He does not have that they were able to, of course, take B and then take C with Seoul Dynasty. So that's one tool that is missing as we head into this next fight. Fitz is just going to wait.
Giving a nice little wave, still going to be playing down low here. Trio pushes forward, uses that supercharger. Now the sound barrier coming in. The supercharger does not stand a chance. Fitz just waiting for some of that shielding to expire. Uses the Wraith Walk. So now he's a bit stranded. Should he try to go for the Death Blossom? Instead, we'll just push forward here, trying to take down Shu. Bionade is there. He's also got the Mega Pack, so will not be able to find the catch, but they zone him out of the fight for a considerable amount of time.
Yeah, that's huge. There's no healing.
Marvel trying to stay alive. Will get taken down, but the Death Blossom comes in, so both the Riz is going to be traded for as that self-destruct goes in. No pick to be found for a hot butt, makes his way back into the back, and Illicit will get cleaned up as Happy gets that nano boost, this time finding a lot of value. They're going to be halted for a little bit longer, but they will go ahead and finish off the remaining members of the Dynasty.
So
150 in the time bank for the charge.
Happy has the Death Blossom and the high ground, just like Fitz did now, as they do capture B. So history can repeat itself here potentially. Seoul Dynasty, though, is not getting spawn camped yet. They will have one more chance to contest. The question is, do they know where Happy is? They found him. Michelle's found him here. It's a pretty common spot for a Reaper to hide.
Spot him out. Takes a lot of damage as Fitz plays up there onto the high ground with him. Bionade helps chunk him down, and Wraith Walk was already used, so Michelle is able to get the kill.
Is there anything Jaehong can't do? I mean, really?
I don't know.
I mean, he just put, that was just straight through, nothing but net. That bio grenade, he's got a nano up.
Got the sleep onto Rio as well.
This guy is playing like a man possessed right now, and it shows in the performance here. This next fight for Guangzhou Charge, they could try to use this Blizzard, but they don't have a positional advantage.
Walls up, trying to cut them off. Bionade goes in. Marvel going to be taken down. Solid start here for the Guangzhou Charge. As Happy gets right in on top of Illicit. Manages to come up with a double kill. Round the final corner.
And critically here, Achilles, they don't have to use those ultimates, so they can use them to control the spawn. Here comes Happy with a teleport.
Yeah, pushes his way forward. Bionade does anti-him for a moment, but still has that Wraith Walk available as Marvel tries to play outside. Death Blossom going to be dumped right here. At the spawn, exit sound barrier now coming through. Illicit going to be taking an lap, still has that Blizzard. He's over onto the side of the point, makes it into the ice block, but now they need to make it over onto the card. Barely manages to do so as that Blizzard comes in, but they kill off the Mei and will be able to glide through to the end. Guangzhou Charge down to the wire, but they get through it at the end.
19 seconds was the time. Extremely close time bank between these two squads. 4 seconds, the difference. Absolutely crazy.
Well, let's see what happens as we enter into OT rounds. Limited time banks. We'll see who comes out on top. And here we go, 1 minute to 1 minute and 3 seconds for the Seoul Dynasty, neck and neck, as we get ready to move into these overtime rounds. Because of the slight little advantage that they have, the Dynasty will begin on the defense.
Most situations on King's Row where both teams get a minute, which is essentially what we have here, end up in draws in metas like this with the stall potential that there is. And that's something that Guangzhou cannot afford right now. A draw will cause them to lose this series. So they really need this attack to go well. They need to get at least a tick here so they have that win potential, that win condition. Otherwise, the series is over.
Well, last time, when they just went on their attack, it was pretty one-sided. They made it happen very quickly on the back of Happy coming up with several snipes. So far, you can see Dynasty playing a bit more respectfully towards that, but Marvel gets pulled in. The wall comes up perfectly, however, from Illicit to keep him protected so they can top him back up. Bionade now connecting onto 3 on the side of the Dynasty, and Fitz gets frozen and taken down. Toby trying to lob in that immortality field, but now he doesn't have it with the play down here at the bottom.
So greedy.
It is just going to be easy pickings here for the rest of the charge to take down these members of Seoul. Wasn't trying to stay alive, but dead the moment he comes out of the ice block. And that will be the cap here on 2A for the charge.
So greedy from Vince to try to challenge a Mei. If you hit the headshots, you win the fight, you kill the Mei, and you're in a great position. You're behind the enemy team, but if you die, you've given up the point. And essentially this map, barring something crazy here, because now it's a free push through the archway because of the late respawn time coming through there onto Illicit, who had to buy time on the point. The rest of his team to respawn. They still get through the archway for free. He's leading in terms of Blizzard charge. But right now for the charge, you're feeling like, okay, this map is winnable. All we need is an okay defense. Now we have got this in the bag.
It's moving back down to rest of his team. Cart just barely through the archway, but that's going to be the pull in onto Marvel. Nano thrown down onto Fitz. We'll be able to get rid of that immortality field. It's a lot more than that. Blizzard going to be thrown in by Nero. They managed to find one. As Rio does get eliminated. Can they get the rest of the cleanup here? Hotbot now going to be antied and frozen, taken down. And they zone them off the cart long enough for the OT to tick away.
All you need now is the full hold if you're Guangzhou, if you want to fight your way back into this series. Pretty good stabilizing there from Seoul Dynasty after the point was controlled and they lost the archway. Jaehong, by the way, leading 4,000 points of healing over Shu in the Ana v Ana. That's a pretty massive lead. So over half of his team's damage healed at 53%. That's an incredible stat.
Guy's been on point.
His bio grenades have been amazing, both offensively, but mostly defensively on King's Row. And he might just close this out for his team. But it's going to have to be a great defense here for Charge. It's only 1 minute and 3 seconds they need to really block this with. And, you know, you felt like maybe this is a draw, maybe the series ends here moments ago, but now I feel like your chances are pretty good as long as you don't make a critical mistake, as long as you don't challenge a Mei with a Hanzo or something like that, right? That's what just happened to Fitz.
It still needs to be an improved attack. You know, compared to the first one, was a bit slow for this whole Dynasty. Got a lot of, you know, 2 ticks, I believe, on that first push. But then we're held off time and time again for a very long time. The clock got drained out. Cannot afford to have that. They need to push out. They need to get the cap pretty much instantly here.
They're going right into the Mei Reaper versus the Hanzo here from Happy, knowing that building a Dragon Strike isn't guaranteed right now with the short amount of time they have. They're worried about winning that first fight in the neutral before ultimates. That's the ideal scenario for Seoul.
Always have to respect how quickly Happy can build that up. He is one of the best that we have here in the league. Barrier comes up as Marvel tries to keep himself protected, but Hotba snatches Fitz out, takes him down. Marvel struggling to try to stay alive. Sleep Guard goes forward, gets the connection there onto Shu. Getting rid of one support on the side of the Charge, at least for now. Marvel still under fire, has to pull back. 20 seconds remaining.
Jaehong's gonna have to go to the flank. They're gonna try to nano boost Illicit, you have to imagine. That's their only real hope here. He's so far from a Blizzard. What choices will he make?
Let's see, we're getting down to the wire. He's walled off,
blocked.
Can't see anything. Marvel goes low. Manages to keep him top up. Nano gonna be thrown down. Not sure if that's what he wanted. I think he might have wanted to give that one over to Fitz. But Marvel kind of dove in front of it. Mortality field's gonna get cleaned up. Marvel going low, trying to stay alive. Another barrier coming down. He's gonna get cut off with the rest of his team. He can't dodge around it. That shield to keep himself alive. Blizzard comes in from Illicit, zones him back off the point at least for now. But it's just so many losses on the side of the Seoul Dynasty. The OT ticks away. The Guangzhou Charge will be able to hold them in OT, putting a map win on the board.
Great plays from the Guangzhou Charge, and they had that absolutely controlled by Shu, the Discord Orbs. We had the Transcendence come through. We'll never know if Jaehong wanted to hit that nano boost onto the Arisa or not. I talked about how he's got low sensitivity for that. He doesn't like to make mistakes. I feel like it was deliberate, but it didn't end up being the right choice.
Either way, Charge on the board. Let's see if they can continue the momentum for the next map.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile, now connecting 99% of Overwatch League fans. Catch your league on America's network, T-Mobile.
Unstoppable.
and welcome back. Potentially one more map to be played here. Guangzhou Charge have finally gotten themselves on the board after that victory on King's Row, but still are looking for a reverse sweep to extend us into a map 5. We'll see if they can close out on Escort to make that happen.
Yeah, I mean, this is a scenario where when we head into this next map, the Charge perform well, they can shift momentum back. We've already seen it once today. You see it a lot in esports, you know, no matter what game you're talking about. When one team has a massive lead and it starts to slip away, that gets into your head. And it gives your opponent this incredible feeling of, I've got this, I can do this, this is possible. Whereas, you know, leading into King's Row, you might not have felt that way if you were the Charge.
We do have a substitution here. Fleta will be stepping in for this old Dynasty as Fitz will be subbed out.
So this is a pretty unusual choice, you know. I mean, we've seen Fleta subbed in less than Fitz, obviously, in this stage, but given how well they've been playing all day long, even that last King's Row map was a really good map for them with this current DPS duo. It's surprising to see Fleta come in, and as we head into Route 66, the question is, what sort of heroes will we be seeing from Fleta? Because again, he and Illicit often overlap in their hero pools, so this is a bit of a unique substitution, and I think we'll just have to wait and find out. There's nothing we can predict about exactly how it's all going to go down until the map opens.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe they have something special prepared here as we do get ready to move in. Like I said, what could be the final map? I got one of those feelings here clawing at the back of my brain saying, you know what?
Smells like a map 5.
It's going to be another map 5. Maybe not the full reverse sweep, but I think we're at least going to be forced into another round of control. But
I mean, I'm looking forward to it, you know, if we get it. I always love close 10 series that end on a dramatic control map that goes to the 3rd round. But I do, you know, I'm thinking about this a little bit further, and I do feel like the one thing that Fleta has over Fitz in a lot of these situations is his Widow is a lot more consistent, even though in the past, right, Fleta's been, last year he was pretty decent on Widow at the beginning of the season, fell off a little bit. When you look at the matchups right now, I mean, you need Illicit to be in, so you can't sub him out for Fleta, and so therefore, like, they have this extra potential for Widow. It's King's Row, or excuse me, it's Route 66 as the map. So that beginning of the map, you know, it doesn't always become that important, but in the middle, where you're controlling high ground, and you're, as the defensive Widow, you've got an advantage, or as the attacking team, you're trying to flank with the Widow. These things do really add up, and they end up being super impactful. We saw Soon almost single-handedly carry Paris to victory earlier today on this very map through the Widowmaker. But when you've got Illicit on the lineup, you still need to have Mei. You still need to have the potential to play Mei. So when you have Fleta and Illicit together, I think you have a little bit of a wider range of heroes you can play depending on the situation.
Interesting to make sure that the synergy is going to be built up there. You're kind of mentioning Nero and Happy, how well they play together. So we'll see if we can have a similar performance now that Fleta is in alongside Illicit. As we stated, Route 66 is the next map here as we move into Escort. And as the Guangzhou Charge look to continue towards that reverse sweep.
There were some shaky moments for Fitz on the Hanzo too, to be fair, especially there on King's Row. Remember his challenge there onto the Mei was actually what ended up causing them to lose point A on that overtime round. So right now we do see Fleta locked into the Hanzo. Now, obviously, especially once we head into the streets phase, or basically, you know, from point A after it's captured to B, that's where you could really see the Widow swap take place. Happy's gonna start on the Widow. Well, spoke too soon on that one. Figured he'd at least try one shot, but it's gonna be a mirror.
Yep. Ult over to the side, not gonna be able to find anything. We're trying to drag. We're trying to drag Fleta out into the open to perhaps take him down. For that high ground contest is spotted by the Sonic Arrow. Pushes up over the top. Both Hanzo's taking some tags. We'll go ahead and peel back for now. Happy to grab the high ground for the moment. Heart starting to inch forward, looking for that pull in. Marble's still going to be taken down, despite the wall stopping that yoink.
There's no mercy when you have two Zenyatas, both sides. Any pick, any hook, it's over for that target in almost every scenario, because you're going to get discorded and you're going to get blown up. Even if the wall's up there, it needs to be lightning fast, and sometimes even that isn't enough. You've already taken too much damage.
Another pull, that's going to be Illicit now. Gone. There's the Guangzhou Charge
Living up to the name right now, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. They're charging through there, steamrolling their way right now.
So
already coming past Big Earls.
Can Soul contest this without a blizzard, without really any means to come through this choke point, this doorway? I'm feeling no. I mean, it's really risky. If you're going to commit to this, you're going to give Nero a blizzard. If you fail, they're already scouted by the Sonic Arrow. Oh, man.
Right, coming in, Michelle. Pulled through, taken down now. And Marvel eliminated. So that will just be the event. 5 minutes to go for this second phase, as Jaehong is likely going to get picked off.
Actually huge too that Alyssa
takes it out.
kills Nero, because most of that damage would have been funneled into Nero, and he would have gotten that that blizzard I was talking about in that failed fight. So at least Alyssa's able to take him out, and so they're pretty even still in terms of blizzard charge. But the high ground goes to the charge here. Obviously, when you contest and fail, this gets taken away from you as the defending team, and they're now going to have to fight through a different choke point to get it back.
Do manage to push their way out, knowing that that hook is down. Heart still just already gaining so much free distance, though. They were just waiting to regroup. Sonic Arrow not going to be spotting much from Flood, and Marvel just going to be taken down. Hanpa finds a hit. Now 2 members of the charge up onto the high ground. Means Flood has got to get the heck out of there, but now Illicit gone just moments before he could get that Blizzard online. And Seoul Dynasty crumbling on this defense here on Route 66.
Crumbling big time. Marvel really needs to be careful about his Fortify cooldown, because he's the one who's getting halted many of these times. Oh, no.
In, pulled down, let it gone, and that is going to be point B.
That's an extreme level of greed to try to think that you were going to get a flank off there. You get halted, you get hooked, you have no support, there's no immortality, but there's no way out. Trying to deadlift, but unfortunately, that does not pay off.
Not at all.
The substitution hasn't worked out too great for Soul so far.
I mean, it's almost like everybody on Soul right now kind of playing a bit out of sorts. Like you said, that momentum shift back into the underdog's favor. Gonna be mentally taxing. Blizzard will be tossed in here by Alyssa. The Transcendence is out just to keep everybody alive, and it will be the Charge who again come out on top. Numerous kills, 5. Well, I do believe they're at the end of it all.
When you see the kill feed, you might have thought it was Nero's Blizzard tossed in, but no. Soul loses the fight in Blizzard because the Transcendence is good.
And Nero still has his Blizzard.
Yep, Hoppa does a ton of damage during the Blizzard there. During that Transcendence, he's out of range, so doesn't get caught and blows people up. Walls down.
Dragon Strike comes in, they'll pull back. Just behind the cart wall, blocking any chip damage. Fleta going on a bit of a flank mission, looking for the pull there, going to be denied away, but the Dragon Strike goes through, and Fleta doesn't manage to find one, taking down Shu with those Storm Arrows. So a good pick off now, Chara going to be gone. Marvel pushing up here into the room will get taken down, but the Soul Dynasty for the first time on Route 66 will have stabilized, will have held back the Guangzhou Charge.
Yeah, it's finally able to sit back and say, I've got control of the high ground, I've got control of this archway, I have the corner I can play around, and I'm no longer trying to get back into this game. And there's a big swing of momentum here if they can hold this, especially this push in particular where the Blizzard is still available.
Looking for that next hook.
So much value for the wall.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
A lot of value there, but now Ant Matrix be opened up, so Nero just spamming through with those right clicks. Could pick just about anybody if he nails him in the head. Fleta continues to play up on top of the truck here, looking for another back line. Disrupting pick, but Jaehong instead is going to be the one taken out. Shoot, managing to find that. Blizzard comes around the side, wall up here behind Marvel to lock him off. Try to take him down. Rio shifting over to the side, gets rid of that immortality field, goes right back over onto the enemy Orisa, takes him out. Dueling hogs. And it will be Hoppa coming out on top. Transcendence going to be forced now by Jaehong, just trying to delay as long as he possibly can. Dragon Strike going to be tossed in, both of them passing each other. You can see here, Jaehong going to be taken down again as the Wrecking Ball gets swapped off over here from Marvel. Going to buy some time. Wraps back around the corner, Transcendence comes in, saves Hotpa's life as he gets frozen up. Headshots coming in, but now Fleta dragged back through. They get dangerously low. Will be able to make it out with his life intact, it would seem, as Illicit will get frozen and eliminated just after using that Blizzard. Dragon Strike manages to find Hotpa. Soul Dynasty might actually be able to stabilize here, and with Nero going down, it seems like they can.
They will have to regroup and wait for this next fight. Soul has no tools, though. They had to basically swap Marvel onto the Wrecking Ball to buy time, and then you saw great Immortality Field usage from Toby, but they used both the critical ultimates, Dragon Strikes, collided, but look at Happy, he's already got another one ready. Illicit can't say the same. It's going to be a tough fight to defend, but they bought a lot of time. Dragon Strike here is going to try to wait and see if Immortality Field comes out first.
Oh, flat out nearly getting picked. Illicit going to go down, however. Nero manages to find that. Now Chara gets rid of Toby. Just moments before that Ant Matrix would become available. Dragon Strike tossed over towards that right side spawn exit. Another whole hog. Duel coming through, but Michelle unfortunately does not last long for the side of the Dynasty. And that will be the charge rolling through into point C on Route 66. But Dynasty were able to drain a lot of time out of that bank.
They were able to drain a lot of that time, but it's not very encouraging, especially when you look at how dominant the control was through both of the Streets phases, if you will. You know, either the high ground control that was taken immediately on the lead up to A, and then the control that went through on B. Soul's failure to understand chokes there made a tough call there. I don't want to say a failure to understand, that's not fair. But a risk was taken, right? They decided to try to come out of the choke, got totally obliterated, and the time was massive for the charge. And even though it was eliminated, the majority of it, it lets you know that Guangzhou has a way better understanding of how to operate around those points on this map, which means that they're going to have a better shot here to defend this. I mean, they're going to have a better shot to control this, I should say. I feel like if Seoul wants to get a completion on this map, they're going to have to play a lot better than they just did on the exact same points. They're going to have to control high ground. Fleta cannot be up there by himself trying to be a superhero. I mean, Fleta is a superhero to all of us, but not in this particular map when he was trying to flank there from behind. These things, you know, these small errors for the Seoul Dynasty and risks they took may come back to cost them. I mean, that first map of Control was so close, as everyone remembers.
Oh. Happy just waiting for someone to show their head here. Look, nearly pulls in Marvel. Also nearly just gets taken down, regardless of that. Happy just dipping and dodging around both sides of this train car, trying to keep himself safe. Sees a push around there from Michelle, heard the hook go out. Feels safe enough to play that far over to the side, but was it really able to come up with a kill? Michelle now going to be taken down. Immortality Field is in behind the barrier. Still play forward, but that will be eliminated now. There will be a slight retreat from the Guangzhou charge as they wait for the rest of their team to join in, namely Happy, who had been taken down.
This has had some great walls so far here on this attack. There's another one.
Yep.
And that's so important. You have to be lightning fast on those walls versus a Zenyatta who's got Discord. You can see on the other side, Nero does the same.
Yep. Toss out those walls like clockwork every single time the Hulk comes in. He's
Marvel
ready for it.
Again, late on the Fortify. He's got to be careful about that.
Yeah, Matrix going to be used. Let them up. Chara laying that one down. Now Toby going to be matching. Main walls don't stand a chance versus that one, but now walls out of position to really be utilized. Dragon Strike tossed in by Fleta. Oops, a bit of damage there on Mario, and Marvel is able to finish him off. Decent pace so far for this whole Dynasty, but they say that Fleta will get picked, which could slow them up just a bit. Hong playing around the side. Marvel going over to support. Another barrier coming down, and that's going to be the Blizzard tossed in by Nero. Builds that one up a little bit faster than Illicit can.
They're able to contest this because everyone was here.
Swing Blizzard now on the other side. She's going to be using that Transcend to make sure that he doesn't get locked up. Immortality Field thrown down for good measure as well by Chara. That'll get finished off just after he gets eliminated. Now Illicit. Lock up the moment will get cut down by Hotba, but Storm Arrows from Fleta finish off the enemy Hog. And that will be the Dynasty gliding forward here into point A. 4.5 minutes. The time bank for them for the next stretch.
So 30 seconds difference from what we saw from the charge on their attack.
Yep.
The charge risked a lot with that last fight, but at least they were set up for it. Soul reacted very well. Now it's going to look a little bit different than when Fleta was on this high ground last time. He has control of the choke and will shortly have a Dragon Strike. Not fast enough, though, to stop them from spilling out.
Yeah.
So there's going to have to be some respect here for Fleta.
Good flicks, though. Michelle manages to pull Rio up onto that high ground. So, very easy pick off wall. Keep them contained. And toss the Dragon Strike. through during the retreat.
Yeah, I
a little bit odd.
Don't know if I'm gonna like that one. It looks tempting, right? It's one of those moments where you feel like, wow, this will be great no matter what. We'll zone him back, but that's a big missing tool for the Guangzhou right now when they're going to be able to come out of choke points when they're on the attack. As they're retreating, you're not really trying to stop them from exiting. They still have positional advantage though right now as Guangzhou make this approach.
So gotta be careful. Pushing up behind that barrier, in front of it rather. So a lot of damage being taken. Supercharger gonna be used here by Rio as the Immortality Field comes in, and Michelle dead in transit as that hook comes through. Nero manages to find the snipe, and that is gonna be the cart snatched up by the Guangzhou charge for now.
Now it's time to start worrying. Now it's time to start really freaking out if you're a Seoul fan, because remember when they were able to finish with 124, they basically got the full cap instantly, and this is a lot of delay already, and high ground taken away from Seoul.
Certainly fair. Jaehong nearly sniped out. Happy.
Michelle
wasn't ready for that one, as Michelle comes around from the flank.
It's like he's invisible.
Mortality Field's gonna be used. Michelle going around with that whole hog. Has to play back, takes a little bit too much damage. Doesn't have the support that he needs to try to stay forward into the fight. Dragon Strike tossed out by Happy. Chara getting sniped. Transcendence healing means nothing when you get insta-gimped. But it comes up with a crucial pick-off there. Blizzard now going to be used. Nero need to catch them off guard. Ice Block going to be used by Illicit on the cart. As Jaehong pushes forward, now uses that Transcendence. Keeping Illicit topped up. Dragon Strike going to be used. Hoppa taken down by the hook. It's that little bit of damage from Michelle. Finishes him off. He follows up with a kill onto Rio now. Now Nero, and that should be point B snatched up here by the Seoul Dynasty.
Happy builds 40%. Another Dragon Strike as well during that delay. You see Chara just buy some time as they scramble to get back out of spawn so they don't get camped there in the chokes. Try to get that high ground back if they can. Easier said than done. As you can see, Happy is just checking before he climbs that wall to see if it's even reasonable to try to take it. He can't yet. They're going to have to win a ground-based fight first.
Well, solid stuff for the ground-based fight for the charge.
Yeah, they get the hook.
Bring Marble to you.
And we talk so much about high ground, low ground here because it's important that if you have the high ground, your opponent has to play so differently in terms of the Hanzo v Hanzo. You don't have as much line of sight for your Mei right clicks. It's way easier to do damage, drop blizzards, etc., etc. I mean, it's a pretty simple, concept to understand, but you lose it when you lose that arch fight, so you have to retake it. And that's exactly what the charge were just able to do.
2.5 for the Seoul Dynasty. Continue to creep forward. And Matrix gonna use, but the Dragon Strike is there, and Toby's gonna be taken down. Marvel as well with a sliver of HP. Barely manages to peel back over into that Immortality Field. Let it just try. Pull out, but oh man, gets caught.
That was insane. Crazy hook here from Hoppa. And we're reaching the point where Seoul is gonna be, I think we've already reached it, in fact, where they're not gonna get the better time bank. It's extremely unlikely because they don't have ultimates. They're swapping over to the Reaper Mei here.
I mean, it's 5 ultimates right now for the charge.
I mean, this is the equivalent of like, all right, we're swapping to goats right at the end of the point. Coming in, you've got the Blizzard, but that's it.
And Matrix used by Chara. Up there onto the high ground. Jaehong going to be chasing forward. Has that Transcendence ready to go. As they throw down the Blizzard from Illicit, but Flutta is already eliminated. They freeze up Hotba to manage to finish him off. Jaehong comes in with another one. Now Shu going to be taken down. These sight lines are cut off a bit. He's looking for the next target. Orb of Harmony thrown down onto Illicit. The wall comes up as he tries to keep himself safe. Playing up there onto the cart. Jaehong trying to wrap around, get that high ground advantage. Barrier blocks off so many of these orbs. Now Shu pushing forward. And oh man, gets chunked down to about half HP. He's going to be thinking better of that one next time.
All right, Dynasty are now in dire straits. It's looking like a game 5 here. As Illicit use the Blizzard, doesn't get enough value.
Just need to get the finish here. Will get that minute time bump up. Can they make their way through? Hoppa misses out on the hook. The Dragon Strike goes through from Happy, but doesn't find any picks. But now it's time for the whole hog. Mortality Field's going to be taken down. But hovering at about half HP. The Dynasty just peeling back. They have 45 seconds remaining now. A lot of the ultimates on the side of the charge have been expended. Ant Matrix now going to be used.
This is Soul's fight right now.
Have to try to make this one work. Fleta trying to get up into the face, trying to take them down.
Listen, no!
Gonna get picked, and now listen, pulled in. The Blizzard not going to be able to be used in this fight.
That was the exact moment he wanted. He went onto the high ground there because he knew he had the Blizzard ready to go. He was going to drop it from high ground, but they predicted it.
They still managed to come up with 2 kills here, though, as Hot Fun Shoe both get taken down. Transcend is going to be used by Jayhawk, just trying to allow for the rest of the team to rejoin. Nero taken down as the Death Blossom comes in. Fleta trying to be protected. Michelle doing the best that he can with that defense matrix. Keep him in the fight. Now the sound barrier comes through from Toby. Blizzard's still there from Illicit. He makes his way back over here, waiting for the Transcendence to expire. The Dragon Strike rolling through onto the cart, unable to find any kills. Shu going to be taken down now. Happy going to be gone. Just have to clear off the tanks as Hot Bucket's knocked out of the mech. Rio, the last one playing forward. Nero makes his way into the ice block, drops the Blizzard. Hasn't been finished off yet. Marvel now going to be frozen
down
as well, exiting the ice block. They start inching forward again as the wall comes in. Pile Driver not going to get the connection. Nero frozen for the moment, but still kept alive. They just now finish off that immortality field. Michelle going to be gone, trying to rejoin with that self-destruct ready to go. Then Real comes back in. Pile Driver comes down. Minefield tossed out by Marvel, but he's going to get taken out. OT starts bleeding away. Happy into the back, trying to get rid of Jaehong. Has to recall out, but now Toby going to be eliminated, and they hold him off. Ladies and gentlemen, we do, in fact, have one more map for you tonight.
That is absolutely right. This has been a phenomenal series down to the wire. Great delay tactics there from the charge and big plays from Chara. All of his immortality fields were really well placed during that delay, and they were able to prevent remix. They were able to stabilize. The charge looking real good.
We had one reverse sweep earlier today. Do we get another one here at the end of the night? Let's find out when we come back in the next map.
Cease your resistance. 动住，不许走。
Pass into the iris. See through the shadows' eyes.
不住，不许走。
Into the iris.
Team special attack. Exceeding standard performance.
優雅我が敵を食らう
So here we are again, another reverse sweep on the horizon. Guangzhou Charge looking to close this one out over the Seoul Dynasty with such a strong start from them, but now slipping through their fingers is this series ever since King's Row with the overtime. It's kind of trending downward a bit. Now going to be looking to stabilize with one final round of control.
That's right. 2 tiebreakers back-to-back for us here. And for Seoul, you're so frustrated that you've let this one nearly slip through your fingers. And they had a great start to the series. They subbed Fleta in on that final map after things were clearly not working the way they wanted them to be when we were on King's Row. Doesn't work out the way that they had planned in terms of how much impact Fleta had. He was playing mostly the Hanzo throughout that map, and he wasn't able to win the fight against Happy. He wasn't able to take that high ground control.
Well, with this final map, we do have a lot of substitutions coming through. Just a couple, rather, as Eileen will be taking to the stage for the first time here in this series, subbing in for Happy.
Kind of a rare one. Leans towards normally Sombra, Doomfist type hero pool.
And then Fitz will be rejoining as well as Fleta takes a step back.
And Fleta having not the worst map of all time, but you know, he ended up losing the match. I don't want to say he lost the match for them, but he lost the matchup versus Happy and versus Nero there. Just wasn't able to find that same sort of synergy. And like what you were alluding to earlier is how important it is to have you know, a duo that's been playing together and scrimming together a lot. And it's just very clear that Fitz and Illicit is the main DPS duo, if you will. Nero going to be staying in here, so the Nero-Eileen chemistry and how well that synergy works, that's something we're going to rediscover here. It's not the first time we've seen these two play together.
He's giving them some encouragement here as they get ready to move in, holding hands. I like it.
Well, I'm already pretty sold on the chemistry.
Yeah, the synergy's looking good. I think if the Dynasty could see that right now, they should be very scared. But, well, I mean, we saw Nero just moments ago talking very rapidly here to his squad, so it seems like communication's just, again, holding up quite well here for this team.
Now, one of the curious things about this Fleta sub is that potentially we could see Pharah on this map. Fleta definitely a very strong Pharah player. This may mean that they, as we head into Lijiang here, this may mean that they have more faith in Illicit's Pharah now than Fleta's, which would be, I think, in terms of the organization's opinions, like a pretty bold statement, right? To put Illicit in on this map if he will be playing the Pharah. Eileen on the Doomfist to start, so not a big shocker. This is the better map for the Doomfist than Ilios, for example, minus like, you know, staggers and trying to run in and touch the point. It's a big risk too for the Charge. I mean, this series has had a little bit of everything. So many subs. You know, the Eileen tech in substitution here for Doomfist. Will it pay off?
Well, as you can see right there, Guangzhou Charge have never successfully reverse swept anybody this season, so let's see if they can pull it off, or if they will get stopped just shy of it. Eileen pushing here onto the low ground with the rest of his squad. He's going to be looking for his opportunity to go punching forward.
So hard to close the distance here.
Yep, charges that one up. They have the May wall and ensure that they get that extra impact, but it doesn't result in any kills. Goes back in. Chunks Marvel quite low. Cosmic slams his way back out to safety, but Papa's mech going lower and lower, but there's the punch on the Fitz. Knocks the Reaper right out of the park, now dropping back through. Getting all that shielding through, now Toby eliminated as well. Eileen looking solid, as always, on the Doomfist.
And the thing about Doomfist, too, is that it's pick-based. You're looking for these blow-up kills with Rocket Punch. It synergizes with the May Wall. You put a May Wall up, you have that backdrop for the punch to succeed with. It's the opposite of Reaper in terms of how Reaper operates in this this composition. Reaper's doing slow burn damage. Very difficult to kill. You know, most of the kills you see is with the ultimate when he does build that up. But Doomfist is just going to skip that part. You're not going to take the slow team fight. You're going to set up a wall, and you're going to get that rocket punch kill. That's the idea, and so far so good.
Yep. Would love to see some Doom v Doom action if Fitz were to pick it up. All going to come out now from Nero. Illicit using his as well. Blizzards are available for both of these teams. Freeze is there on the Marvel first. The Blizzard gets thrown down by Illicit. Nero still holding his for the moment. Rio going to be eliminated now with the Meteor Strike coming in. Puts a couple members low, but the Sound Barrier shields keep them alive through that Meteor Strike. But the Death Blossom follow-up from Fitz claims the lives of 2.
I think that Eileen may have to swap here because you're not going to be able to operate on the point the same way anymore. He lost his ultimate, so did Nero. And even though the Sound Barrier came out from Chara and hit everyone, you can't fight with a Doomfist. You can't utilize a Doomfist. You can't build shields while he's frozen or even while he's slowed. It's impossible, right? So, you know, now that they have this choke controlled and it's harder for them to set up the wall, they have to wrap around the right side. And let's see if the punches are good.
Oh, my mid-one approach before get that point. See if they can do it again. Rio going low nearly has that supercharger online. Self-destruct going to be coming out from Hotba now. Looks for a pick and manages to find Toby. Well, people would have thought Toby would have been the one able to dodge that one. Eileen will get picked off by Illicit, and the supercharger cleaned up by the Coalescence there from Jaehong. Still charge entrenched into the point, looking for a fairly fast flip here back into their favor. Illicit going to be exiting that ice block, doesn't stand a chance, gets finished off. Now Toby under threat of being frozen. We'll get the boot back here on the Nero, delaying the inevitable for a bit longer, it would seem. Seoul Dynasty just streaming forward here onto the point, trying to delay as much and get as much percentage as they possibly can.
There's a lot to unpack here, but I think the big standout right now is that the Charge were able to make this fight work, down a member, out of position through a really well-placed self-destruct from Hotba. They have the Meteor Strike ready soon here, so that's extra survivability for Eileen when the next fight happens. Toby, no sound barrier. This is going to be a slow approach here. And if anyone gets punched, the attack is over. You cannot get caught by that combo with the Maywall.
Both these divas going to be looking to knock up these blizzards that are ready to go. Coalescence out from both of these Moiras. Bit of a Saiyan battle coming through. Wall comes up now for Illicit. The punch goes in and Fitz goes down. He's going to be hitting the ground. The Meteor Strike coming in. He'll cut around the other side of the wall. Looks to get the freeze there on Eileen, but he's able to escape, and Illicit cannot get into the ice block fast enough. Just gets picked off. Another punch from Eileen takes out Toby. With the sound barrier being used and hit at 97%, it seems like this first round is not going to go the way of the Seoul Dynasty. Eileen doesn't care if you have a Death Blossom. He's just going to greet you with an uppercut to the jaw. Fitz goes down again. Follow up onto Jaehong, and the OT will start bleeding away. Blizzard going to be lobbed in by Illicit. It's right at the front of the point. Marvel does make his way through, but is frozen. Illicit's out of the ice block. Toby's just trying to exist around the back of the point. Nearly gets sent into oblivion off the side, but either way can't tag back in. 159%. Guangzhou Charge with the first round win on Lijiang.
Really nice focus fire onto Illicit in that second to last fight where he died before he could use Blizzard, because the Seoul Dynasty sound barrier, they were planning and banking everything on winning that fight with Illicit's Blizzard in the position they were trying to get him through with all the healing, all the support. And losing a Mei in this meta, I know I keep kind of comparing it to GOATS, but I think a lot of people watch that all season, so it's somewhat relatable because the comps operate similarly. Losing a Mei is kind of like losing a Zarya in GOATS. You lose the slow ability, you lose your big ultimate, in this case the Blizzard, and you lose a lot of damage, you lose a lot of pick potential. You lose your wall. Mei is so much utility, especially when you're running such similar compositions. Now, the Charge, I'm going to run the Reinhardt here for this setup with the Doomfist, but not the Zarya. So not going all in on that strategy, just continuing to use Ice Wall, Rocket Punch. Eileen's been hitting them.
Well, this time the wall comes in from Illicit just to block out that Rocket Punch.
The next
goes
one,
back
though.
in. Oh man, almost found Toby with that one. Instead, just softening up Michelle. He tries to work his way into the back. Cancels out on that one as the point does unlock. Seismic Slam in. That's the uppercut. Jaehong is obliterated. It is at the cost of Rio, however, so front line going to be suffering a bit, but you can see the slow healing coming through from Toby, trying to keep everybody alive. So far, Marvel and Michelle do last for a little bit longer, but they'll finally lose out on that mech, and the sound barrier will be committed as the Meteor Strike drops down from above. Eileen looking for the punch. It's the hit in. Blizzard comes down, and Nero gets rid of Marvel. Illicit's going to be gone. Fitz able to answer back one, but then is taken down by the Coalescence. 3 members gone on the side of the Seoul Dynasty. They got the point for just a moment, a taste. But now they lose it.
So critical, too, that they were able to get that final pick there, that final elimination. When you're getting these kills with the Doomfist, you need to get 2 at least, basically, to win a fight, because otherwise the healing that you mentioned, the sustainability for the front line, it's there, and you win the longer fight as Seoul every time, so you have to be hitting those punches repeatedly.
Well, that's going to be the Nano here on a Fitz. Takes that punch, holding on to the Death Blossom. It seems like he's not going to be using it now, but as I say that, we'll go ahead and invest it. Canceled, and Rio going to be taken down, so Fitz comes up with a double, but Eileen does manage to find one back. With Chara and Hotba knocked out of the mech, that will be Dynasty getting ready to regain control here of the point. 7% where they're starting. Guangzhou lose it at 39.
Every time Eileen's Rocket Punch doesn't kill someone, the potential to win the team fight goes down astronomically. And he slept now, So that's going to delay this next push. This is going to be some free percentage. Let's see if they can make a pick happen with the first punch this time, because right now, Illicit is shutting these down so well with his own ice walls, adapting on the fly.
Well, ice wall cool down a lot longer than that rocket punch, but Rio just gets juggled around.
No
He'll
punch
get
kill.
taken down. Now he's looking for it there on a Marvel, but does have to abandon after losing out on the Reinhardt. Now, Sleep Dart connected in onto Hotba. And he's going to try to make his way off the side of the map, but they'll just boop him around and get that nice little stagger coming in.
One of these, you know, this is one of these compositions. This is one of these compositions that Guangzhou's running.
That could have went longer, too.
When you look like a god, if you come in and get 2 kills, get a triple, and you're getting the picks and your team is winning the fight, but you also look foolish if you don't swap when you're not getting rocket punch kills anymore, and Soul's adapting, and you can see the ice walls coming up, and Soul's positioning so that these punches can't work.
All right, well, they're trying to split attention here as that meet goes through. The rest of the team plays up into the front. The Meteor Strike comes down, not going to be able to find any kills, and Jaehong, set up for a moment, will get saved by that sound barrier, but Illicit loses out of the Blizzard. Hotba is taking that one away, and now Illicit's going to be killed off, and Hotba comes up with a double kill. Fitz and Jaehong both going to be taken down. Michelle losing out onto the mech as a self-destruct has to hold on to that for the next fight. Dynasty trying to buy as much as they can. Will just go ahead and finish this one out, allow that flip to come through. 39% moving up for the charge.
Now the choke is controlled by the charge. Fitz has that Death Blossom. He's going to try to reposition around the edge. That's his best shot if he really wants to have an opportunity to use this. Actually, it's going straight through the middle. They can use the ice wall. Faking it out.
Yeah, wrapping back around towards main. Fire Strike not going to hit anything. Limited ultimate availability here for the Guangzhou charge. Just going to be that Coalescence for Shu. Has that one online now. Mid's dropping down. Look at them get the finishing blows in. On to Rios. He doesn't know which way to look. The Bionade sets him up as well. He will get taken down. So Dynasty trying to extend this and do a third and final round. Another Death Blossom going to be dropped in. Hoppa mitigating a bit as much as he possibly can with that D-Matrix. They still lose out onto Nero. Now Eileen going to be gone. Fitz get serious work done with this Reaper. Gets the pop out here. Guangzhou charge about to take the lead, but it seems like it's only going to be for a couple seconds as the flip will come back through in favor of the Seoul Dynasty.
This fight is going to decide the round. And right now, if you look at the ultimates, Illicit should be able to stop them from really getting a great touch. I mean, if he gets a Blizzard off here, and half the team can touch, that's not enough. Eileen's trying to rotate in.
Yeah, has to use the Meteor Strike just to get out into the backside. 98%. They do manage to tag in, but as soon as Eileen hits the ground, he can't get healing. Instead, he's greeted by Fitz. Takes him out of the fight. Marvel, however, still going to be finished off. They get the freeze in. Shatter comes down. Alyssa going to get cleaned up. The Blizzard is there, but can they capitalize on top of the freezes? The answer is going to be no. Fitz comes back in, uses that Death Blossom, but doesn't get anything for it. Hoppa going to be taken down. So waiting for Alyssa to rejoin. Overtime here for the Seoul Dynasty. Bomb to the back, takes down Eileen. Rio trying to play up here into the front. They get to sleep on the shoe in the back line. They take him out. 3 members still going to be dead on the side of the Guangzhou charge. They wait for those respawns, but it's not going to last long enough. They get zoned off the point for just a couple seconds. Seoul Dynasty are able to take that second round. Control Center goes their way. Now we settle it all on Gardens again.
Gardens, where we could see the Pharah come out here. We saw it from Shadowburn in the previous series. It was the X Factor. It was the really game-changing hero pick for them. Illicit has played a lot of Pharah in the past, and this is the moment where we have to all accept that at this point in time, the Seoul Dynasty coaching staff has given Illicit the Pharah, not Fleta. This is an actual change in Dynasty history that we're witnessing right now, as Illicit is put on the Pharah, not Fleta. You know, they can both play pretty good Mei. He's got the better Mei too. Illicit's now the DPS player, the icon, the face of Seoul Dynasty. It's not Fleta. Let's see if he can make this count and stop this reverse sweep. The rookie player from Korea.
Hawkins coming down multiple ways that Illicit needs to be looking to make sure that he's going to be safe. They find Shu. Marvel will be eliminated. Illicit gets one direct hit. Nero, however, comes up with 2. The pockets keeping both of these Pharahs alive. They'll be hovering around half HP as Nero is hot on their heels. Direct hit onto each of them, but doesn't result in a kill. Jaehong and Eileen just going to be killing each other off in the meantime as Nero plays around the window. Looking to get that barrage online. I mean, look at the charge differences here. Illicit much further behind. Nero ready to go. Tries to push his way forward. Anabu's going to toss in onto Fitz, trying to get that Ult online, it would seem. Oh man, Barrage straight into the face!
Is it worth it though? Is it worth it?
Now, but yeah, Fitz, he comes up with 2. And Rio gone as well.
And this is a huge ultimate loss now for the Charge. The flip is going to be Seoul Dynasties here. And unfortunately, the Doomfist pick doesn't have a ton of synergy. I'm gonna take a look at Jaehong here as well.
Sees the punch coming through. Oh.
He shuts him down.
Taking each other out.
That's huge though, because that helps set up that last fight.
Yeah,
that's a trade that you want actually, because you don't want the Doomfist to get out of control.
Well, Nero is trying to lap Illicit at the moment here. As Fitz plays up around the corner with the Death Blossom available, but has to use that Wraith Walk. Down to 70 HP. Jaehong gonna be taken down by Nero again, second time in a row. As Marvel goes in deep with the pile driver, but does get punished for it. Eileen now starting to zone people off the point with these rocket punches.
Such a huge stylistic difference between these two teams, and you know, it's working now for the Charge. They break through, they're gonna get the flip.
Yep, eventually.
And the barrage is there for both of these Pharahs. Who's gonna fire first?
Get the res here. On to Michelle, they're trying to buy as much time as they possibly can. Stretching this one up towards 50%. Jaehong gonna get jumped on, punch comes through, but Jaehong keeps himself alive with the Bionade. Marvel now gone. Point still not flipped in, and Jaehong this time, he doesn't get taken down. It's not an exchange. It's a one-way street for him. Barrage comes down from Illicit. Hotba and Rio both going to be eliminated. And the Seoul Dynasty have actually strung this one together. Illicit gets another kill on the Nero. Now Chara. Oh, man.
70% here. The leaders in Guangzhou Charge have one more shot. Swapping Eileen away from the Doomfist now onto this Sombra. They're gonna have a resurrect available here as well. And Nero has the opportunity to turn this with one ultimate alone, but it's gonna be up to Michelle to shut that down and win this series, prevent the reverse sweep.
Pushing their way forward.
All down to this fight.
Flank damage being applied there from Illicit. Nero's gonna be gone! Can he camp the body though? Can Chara get the res off? Uncertain exactly where he died. Hack comes in, but Illicit lands safely on the ground. He'll be able to just go ahead and pull back around the side, keeping himself safe. We're into overtime. The OG's starting to bleed away. Someone's gonna have to tag in. Barely managed to make their way through. It is Rio. He's greeted with a Bionade, so can't get top back up yet. Appa now inching forward. Michelle gonna be hacked. Toby takes to the skies with a Valkyrie. As Fitz gets closer and closer. That next Death Blossom wasn't quite far forward. Will get taken down. Eileen finds the kill. Death Blossom is in, but here comes the barrage. Nero pushes his way through the window, manages to find one, and now Eileen gonna be taken down. One man advantage to the side of the Guangzhou Charge. Now it's 2, as Toby will be eliminated as well.
Big bio from Jaehong though.
Nano gonna be tossed in by Jaehong, trying to keep them in the fight. Bionade connects, as you say, but it's not a follow-up.
Fitz is returning, but I don't think they can flip this.
They lasted for so long the one time, can they do it again? They're looking for the flip. Char gonna be taken down in the minefield. Michelle gonna be knocked out of the back. Cannot use that something to try to make his way back in, however. Illicit's gonna be dead with a barrage available. Fitz gets rid of Shu, shutting him down. Toby, however, gonna be eliminated. Nero manages to come back in and scoop a kill onto the Doomfist. Follows up with another one now onto Jaehong. Illicit poking from range. Seems like he doesn't want to play forward for the barrage. They know the fight is gonna be gone. Michelle will just go ahead and play back.
Hoppa's so low. Hoppa's so low. They need to keep him alive. They need to get him healed up right now because he's going to have to block that barrage very likely. Fitz going to make the similar swap over here to the Sombra. They know that all they need is one team fight. That's it. So they're going to play around EMP. Even if Illicit Barrage is here, he should be able to build a second one, potentially more, before this map is over. 99-0 lead gives you these sorts of opportunities. Illicit's threatening pop-up. He gets DMA'd, or if he uses too much of his Matrix, this map could end in a second.
Rockets coming through. Illicit getting the better of Nero the last couple times. Look for that push off there on Eileen, but Translocator was used, and now Marvel going to be taken down. Just have to play around the back. Rio could use a barrage on him, but they see the Diva right there. It's just not worth it.
Not worth the risk. But Eileen is racing up faster to EMP here. This is actually a scary thought, because if he gets the first EMP off and they turn that fight, they can start to set up some staggers that could lead Seoul to a loss here, complete that reverse sweep. It's actually really huge that he's going to have it first.
He's into the back. The hack goes forward on the Toby. So try to get the kill, and Nero's able to do so. Follows up with a barrage, but gets slept instantly by Jaehong. Illicit comes back over onto the side with a nano boost. Gets rid of the counterpart, Farah. Seems like Chara not going to be able to get a res, at least not yet. Coalescence now coming down from Shu, trying to keep everybody else alive. Illicit waiting for his opportunity, would love to get Haba out of that mech when the EMP comes in, manages to clip the Farah, so has to still play around the outside. Gonna wait as the charge gets closer and closer. They're at 77%. Marvel gonna be taken down by the minefield.
This is the stagger I was talking about when Eileen uses his EMP. Now Fitz has his own, and he can set this up if he can hack Hoppa. So normally it's the supports who have to hide, but in this case it's kind of Hoppa. He has to make sure he does not get hacked in this fight. Well, they're gonna lose this, they're gonna lose control.
Yep, the EMP barrage is ready to go.
Fitz
Gonna get knocked out of that stealth. Uses that EMP. Does manage to catch Hotpa, but so far the barrage still not coming in. Using it now, getting them off the point, but now Marvel gonna be taken down. Eileen finds the kill. Hoppa, bionated, knocked out of the mech, but uses the self-destruct. And Nero comes back in, scoops a kill onto Illicit. We're into double overtime. And Seoul Dynasty, they're losing numbers. J-Home gonna be gone. Toby trying to survive, but Nero says no. He has no mercy. Cuts him down. Fitz is gonna be eliminated. Marvel manages to swing his way back through. Finds one. The self-destruct from Michelle. Unable to find anything.
Illicit.
Can't make it back in the mech either.
Can he touch? Can Illicit touch? He can get in here and get some shields perhaps. He's almost there.
They tag back in, but Marvel, he just cannot last long enough. They can't get back onto the point, and the Guangzhou Charge have pulled it off. The second reverse sweep here today, their first of the season. They shut down the hopes and dreams of the Seoul Dynasty. They take it 3-2.
What a series for the Guangzhou Charge. We saw the Doomfist come through. They risked it all on Eileen. He comes up big on the Sombra as well. And Seoul Dynasty lose another series that's so critical for them if they're going to stay in that top 6 and skip play-ins. You know, they haven't had the best run so far in the playoffs we've seen this year. Play-ins could be a challenge with some of these new rising teams. They may face Guangzhou Charge again in those play-ins if they can't make that top 6, and this just puts them one step further away. We really did see, I feel, a change of the guard here in terms of the Pharah, with Illicit taking over that role here. This is a new Seoul Dynasty, a new era, and it has been all year long. We got to see the support line from Lunatic High matched with a new rookie DPS players today, but they weren't able to close it out.
Oh, we do have Danny Lim standing by on the floor with Shu for an interview, so let's go ahead and hear from him.
Wolfie and Achilles, thank you very much. I have Shu right here next to me. Wow, what a series. Reverse sweep for you. How are you feeling? 지금 기분 어떠세요?
역수입이 처음이라서 너무 좋아요.
This is actually our first time getting a reverse sweep. I feel really, really great. That's actually going to be my question. Getting the reverse sweep. How are you able to get the reverse sweep? 오늘 그래서 방금 또 말씀하신 역수입. 어떻게 해서 역수입을 하게 되신 것 같나요?
저희 코치님들이 계속 너희는 할 수 있다, 할 수 있다. 또 저희들끼리도 역수입 한번 해보자 해가지고 집중력 있게 해서 잘한 것 같아요.
Pretty much we just really concentrated. Our coaching staff said they kept on saying that we could do it. And also our teammates, everyone on our team was really hopeful. We always encourage each other, and that's how we got the reverse sweep. Well, congratulations. And also today, you faced off against one of the legendary flex supports, Jaehong, and your next match is against NYXL, and they have Jonak on that team, right? How are you going to defeat Jonak for your match against NYXL? 오늘은 재홍 선수를 꺾으시게 됐고, 다음엔 또 작년 MVP였던 이제 조낙 선수와 경기가 있을 텐데, 좀 어떻게 하면 조낙 선수를 이길 수 있을까요?
제가 제일 좋아하는 선수들이 류재홍 선수랑 조낙 선수인데, 일단 류재홍 선수는 제가 진짜 존경하는 선수고, 조낙 선수도 잘하는 선수지만 저희가 더 열심히 준비해서 이기도록 하겠습니다.
I really, really like both of the players. Jaehong and Jonak is two of my favorite players. As for Jaehong, I really look up to him as a flex support. And Jonak, he's a really great flex support as well. So what we have to do is really focus and just try our best to defeat NYXL. Well, thank you so much, Shu. Wolf and Wakilios, back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Danny. Good to hear from Shu. Good to hear, how it feels coming out of a reverse sweep like that, taking down a legendary player in the same role as yourself. Just insanity. We kind of knew it was going to go the distance. Why not? But we made it all the way to that third and final round of Map 5 again. Taking a look at the standings, you can see that the Dynasty have now dipped down to 9th place. Map differential still a lot stronger than that of the Fusion and the Dragons, but they need to get those wins on the board.
Charge got the 500, which we call when you are able to finally equalize in win-losses. They're at 13-13, and Dynasty is one loss away from being at the same spot. So this is a big shift around our 7th to 12th place teams. Dynasty looked like they were almost shoo-in to make the top 6 at the beginning of the season, but they have just been inconsistent left and right here in Stage 4. This was a series they needed to win, and they were just not able to close it out. Just try it as they may. I mean, it doesn't get any closer than that. I mean, it really doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, both of our, all of our Game 5 series that we've had today, a bit of nail biters, but let's go ahead and figure out who our player of the match is, presented by Omen by HP for the side of the charge, and it's going to be Hoppa.
Hoppa had some great moments on the D.Va in particular at the end of the series, but it was the Roadhog he had that led to so many kills and picks. And every time Marvel messed up his Fortify, used it too late so he would be halted, Hoppa was there. They played well around Shoes, Zenyatta, almost all series long. With this comp, most people are running the Ana. Zenyatta's a little bit more of a rarity, it's a little bit riskier, but he played well around the Discord orbs and helped set up almost all the kills we saw there when the halts came through. Great plays, and he also was able to negate several critical ultimates in those close maps.
Very taken away with 83 limbs and just 18 deaths throughout the series. Fantastic stuff from Hoppa, both from the D.Va and the Roadhog, and a fantastic series for the side of the Guangzhou Charge, pulling off their first reverse sweep ever. But guys, that's it for the matches, but we of course have the Watch Point post-show coming up next, so make sure you guys stay tuned.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Toyota, official North American partner of the Overwatch League. Toyota, let's go places.
Team up for special attack. Team up for special attack. Exceeding standard performance. My sight is
Good evening / morning, and welcome back to another edition of the Watchpoint Post Show live from the Blizzard Arena in Los Angeles. Malik Forte here, as per usual, with Zoe Bryn and Josh, aka Sideshow. Guys, could these matches have gone the distance any more so than they did?
Yes, I mean, literally,
well,
yeah.
They could have. But
Mayhem Toronto could have gone 5.
Yeah, I'm saying, but they were all close matches, like very close. We had some good Overwatch today.
Yeah, it's
I
been
can barely
nice.
remember when the day started, to be honest.
Tell you what,
Like
sleep
yesterday.
deprivation, hell of a thing. I'm not deprived of sleep, actually. I got a good amount of rest.
I'm glad that is what we're
You often act as if you're oxygen deprived when you're on the desk.
Yeah, I struggle to breathe.
But that's a pre-show issue also, so I'm not sure.
It is. That it is indeed. All right, well, guys, you ready to jump on into the matches?
sure.
Let's
Why
start
not?
off with the second half to the Chargers Dynasty game because it looked like the Seoul Dynasty pretty much had this one wrapped up. We were, bragging about or basically touting how good they were looking so far in the game, but then the Chargers turned this one completely.
Won't lie, I said at the half, I said don't count the charge out because they slap when it comes to Kings Row.
Yes. Yeah, their Kings Row performance very good, and we actually had a little chat with Cuddles, one of the coaches of the Guangzhou Charge, and like Illicit was saying, the coaches genuinely believed in the reverse sweep. I suppose it was down to the map pool as well because it did look pretty decent for Guangzhou.
Yeah.
And once you get to the final map, it's just anybody's game. But this was the beginning of the comeback here with Hopper and who was it? Nero in particular.
The other guy. Nero.
Yeah, Hopper and Nero in particular on point A defenses, really clutching up. Utilizing this flanking area to pick off supports repeatedly.
Yeah, then on Route 66, we did see Fleda coming in to play that sniper role for them, and frankly, didn't look too hot.
Almost
for a big portion of it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, he attempted the deadlift, but unfortunately, he hasn't been eating his protein shakes or whatever. It wasn't really coming to fruition. But this is really, I think, Seoul getting into their own heads as well a lot of the times, making a lot of mistakes in map 4, and particularly as well when we get to map 5. It was Seoul's game to win, and unfortunately, they kind of throw this one away to the wind. The Guangzhou Charge are a team that still, I would say, even now, I think their teamwork is not exactly on par with Seoul Dynasty, but you see a lot of...
So wholesome. And I think this is what gave them the victory.
Yeah, Nero just making sure
the holding the hands.
Having said that, though, genuinely bringing Eileen in for the 5th map, what a gamble and what a payoff.
Yeah.
The guy's incredible on the Doomfist. We were having debates backstage about whether he's the best Doomfist. You've got to put him up there with, like, Young Jin and, I don't know, maybe Hydration, but he hasn't played too much.
Boy, were we worried when he switched off of that Doomfist and onto the Sombra, and it looked like it was almost a little too late because that happened at, like, what, 70% or almost 80%?
And it got to 99 to 0.
Yeah. And he got that EMP up so quickly and actually made good use of it. So good job from the Guangzhou Charge. Super close game.
Yeah, huge clutch from them.
We've had so many clutch moments happening on Lijiang, on that particular stage of Lijiang. You think back to Boston, Huangzhou as well? Like when IDK comes in for the clutch boop onto Colorhead.
Yeah,
like so many clutch moments on that one stage in particular. That was an insane match, an insane series.
It was indeed. You know, it's kind of funny because we always big up how well the Seoul Dynasty have been using their bench. You know, it's because it's a deep bench. They have a lot of players back there, but it was actually the Guangzhou Charge who made that last-minute adjustment to their lineup that won them the game. Yeah. So it's really cool, really cool. But that wasn't the only match that we had that was very entertaining because we started off the day with a straight-up banger between the Spitfire and the Vancouver Titans. We're just going to jump straight into the highlights, starting off with Busan, because it was just a straight-up slobber knocker from the very top of this map.
What now?
Yeah.
Slobber knocker.
Slobber knocker, yeah. It's a wrestling thing.
I think it's really interesting that London Spitfire just rolled on this first map. We've been talking about how bad they've been at first maps and control and all that kind of stuff. How bad they were at Ilios, but yeah, Fury just got left hanging repeatedly. Their teamwork not so great there. But I think Vancouver Titans, Anubis is got to be one of their best maps that they've got in the whole pool.
It's unreal. I mean, I hit on this in the pre-show. The Vancouver Titans, the fact that I honestly feel like their game against Washington would have been completely different had they played Anubis instead of Volskaya. And it's because of this guy that you're seeing on your screen here, Haxel. This pocket picker to Genji is actually, he's kind of freaky in the sheets. And also, you know, just wow.
Okay.
I'm trying to recite lyrics and that actually came out wrong. So we'll scrap that one. Nobody clip it.
No, we can't do it. They had
Use it out. Use it out. Cut the board. Cut the board.
Yeah, but now on Hollywood, that was actually tragic to watch. London just completely demolished. That wasn't just a full hold. That was an absolute demolition. yeah, that was tough, and Vancouver Titans looked less than comfortable with the current meta kind of heroes.
You know, the weirdest part is that Janu looks really uncomfortable on Diva when he's been running this Orisa Diva composition. And Janu's an MVP candidate. The guy's incredible. And his Roadhog on Route 66 was outrageously good, genuinely clutching fights again and again and again. But that's so strange because he's known as a bit of a diva.
It's so different though. In this very meta, he has so many things he needs to eat, basically. Because he can't get the Moira orbs through. He needs to make sure that none of the blizzards is coming through. There's a lot of spam, a lot of damage coming in, which you didn't really have in our 3P meta.
And he's just getting frozen and D-Max all the time. I think he just has to be much more wary of those abilities.
It's a different playstyle. You can't take off angles anymore because you're going to get hooked, you're going to get frozen. Your job is to pretty much be on Holt eating duty a lot of the times as well. Also, Bumper switching over to Reinhardt. Every overtime, it felt like he switched over to the Reinhardt. It's because he knew he couldn't play the Wrecking Ball. That's Janu's still mate.
Comfort pick.
Is there any team in the league more anti-clutch than the London Spitfire, though? They were up with such an enormous advantage when we came into Route 66. And then the Vancouver Titans had an overtime push where they captured all the way to point C. And London didn't try to stop them once. It wasn't successful a single time. Then they go into the 5th map and they throw it away on Ilios, which is their worst map of the pool. London should have won this series, let's be real. And they threw it away. And they continue to throw in overtime pushes. It was something Monty was talking about on the cast. They're down 20% in terms of their overtime win rate, and it's been horrific all season long, apart from Stage 2, where they got easy opponents. Or maybe not, but I think that Stage 2, they just kind of looked like they had a better grip on the meta. I don't think their strength of schedule was actually changed.
What is that? These are our reigning champions we're talking about, and they just can't seem to close out.
People seem to forget that they were incredibly inconsistent coming into the playoffs as well of last year. Like they just went on a ridiculous run. They were the 5th seed in the overall playoffs last year. And they just made a run for it. Like inconsistency has been like the name of the London Spitfire, honestly, since the get-go. They've always been up and down.
Right. It's very interesting though to see them once again.
Sorry.
you did get a little bit aggressive. Well, another map 5 and another choke by the London Spitfire. We'll see how they bounce back from that later on in this stage. But guys, coming up after the break, we'll see if Shadowburn could help keep the Paris Eternals playoff hopes alive and against his former team nonetheless. Don't go anywhere. More Watch Point when we get back.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
Guess what, guys? That was another match that went the distance, and that was between the Paris Eternal and the Philadelphia Fusion. This one was just as competitive as the other ones. I feel like the Fusion, they really needed this game. They really needed this one. So in the Eternal, their playoff hopes kind of hung about. They needed it even more, and both teams showed their desperation, taking this one all the way to the end.
They definitely showed their desperation. They looked desperate. This was desperate Overwatch.
Another situation where it was Fusions to win, and they threw it on multiple occasions. And I gotta say, I'm disappointed in the Fusion. I mean, I say this a lot, actually, it feels like on this desk, but Paris are not the greatest team in the world when it comes to current meta. And the fact that they managed to get in Fusion's head, typically a team that managed to clutch a lot of these Game 5 scenarios, but now we're looking at the Fusion. How many Game 5s have they been in recently where they just haven't clutched it out in the end?
I think that's 3 now.
Yeah,
I think
that's
that's
the third one.
Stage 4. Out of the 5 that they've played.
Yeah, if we were to put a sheet on top of one of those players, how would you describe that player?
A ghost? I don't know. A terrible Halloween costume.
But not
I see where you were going for, so
Okay, no, just
trying to get me to slip up again, huh? Trying to get me to lose my job. Too late.
Shimada in the sheets. I like
too
it.
late, already
We can
lost.
keep it going.
Shimada in the sheet.
But it was crazy because this was another game that we went into where, you know, the Philadelphia was up 2-0 at the half. This was theirs to win.
Cruz had a fantastic performance. I think if there is one player on the Paris Eternal who really stood out, it must have been Cruz. Cruz's Baptiste has had a lot of really, really clutch moments for his team.
There was one moment where he walked into a Dragon Strike.
Yeah. He did that twice.
We don't talk about that, though.
Yeah, but I do agree with you. I think Cruz played really well on the control map in particular. Map 1 almost went into Paris Eternal's favor multiple times. Very scrappy game, but he was getting a lot of the individual pickups with just environmental kills. That's the nature of the game.
Soon was playing like a beast as well, honestly. Like, his Widowmaker play carried them through Route 66, and then he paired up alongside Cruz to really clutch out Li Zhang. And this was totally Philadelphia Fusion's to win. Totally. They should have locked this up by the time it got to map 4, map 5, but they let it slip away. They keep letting it slip away.
Good thing they're in a weaker division, huh?
Yeah, and you know what's crazy? They could have locked a playoff spot with this match.
Yeah,
it's almost as if they forgot how important.
But the crazy thing is, as well, mathematically, Paris Eternal now are still in the runnings. Yeah, they had like a 0.3% chance of making a top 12. It's still out of their hands. I don't believe they can go 500 anymore. But I mean, there's a world in which Paris would qualify in 12th.
Yeah,
a very strange world.
They're holding hands with the Houston Outlaws, just praying. Yeah. Only one of them could make it, I think. But
so they're probably not holding hands with each other then.
No, but you know, they need to bond both of their energies together to create such a unique scenario to let either of them in. So you know, it's worth putting their energy together. It's not going to happen. Basically, Houston and Paris are out. We just have to keep saying that they're not technically out.
I mean, yeah, until they're out, we won't say that they're out yet. So,
they're out.
You know, but
we kind of already said it.
That's a prediction.
They're done.
Technically not out.
Put a fork in them, they're out.
Technically not out.
That's how the saying goes.
Sideshow, you remember now, every time you say something, it just
it's backfires.
So,
good thing you're not a spokesperson for the league.
All right, well,
that's true.
Well, believe it or not, there was another match that happened. This one didn't go 5 maps. The Toronto Defiant faced off against the team of the day, the Florida Mayhem. We won't show any highlights from that match because it wasn't a 5-mapper, but there was a lot to unpack in this match, for sure. For instance, the Florida Mayhem looking a lot better as of late.
How much do we want to pin the warm-up between BQB and Psy players the reason they won this?
Yeah, I would say that's 90% of the reason.
Oh, yeah?
In fact, if we had played the full McCree 1v1, they would have been too tired. So we had to cut it short so that they were fresh and ready to play.
Well, I mean, honestly though, Logix, he tried his very, very best to carry all of the weight of his teams on his strong shoulders. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. It was actually kind of weird how much Toronto Defiant started to crumble. They looked really strong on the control first map. Really strong, actually.
Honestly, I think that this was a higher skill game than Paris versus Philly as well. Both of these teams have been making waves recently. Mayhem beat London, Defiant beat Shanghai. This was a pretty decent win for the Mayhem.
Both teams play a lot cleaner, and Logic still cooked. I loved it. Well, let's take a look at our standings right now. So as we can see, the Dynasty, they fall to 9th place right now. Things looking a little dire for them. The Eternal, like we said, still alive, and the Titans can still clinch the Pacific if the Shock lose tomorrow. So there's still a lot hanging in balance here this week.
Yeah, with how the Titans have been looking recently as well, it seems like that race could get pretty interesting for the top of the Pacific Division.
Oh, yeah.
What I'm most looking at, though, is whether Valiant can make a push into the top 12. I think this will be our top 12, unless the Valiant can make a really deep run. Their map differential is pretty good, and if they start racking up some wins, they've still got a bunch of games to play.
Yeah, and teams such as the Charge have a very rough schedule still ahead of them. I think Charge currently has the second hardest strength of schedule left in this stage,
they play
so
New
they
York,
could drop. Yeah.
Who knows?
But then again, New York, anything is
Yeah.
possible.
Anything can happen at this point. Yeah. It's kind of hard to say. But guys, don't go anywhere because the best is yet to come. Our favorite moments of the day are coming up right after the break. Stay tuned.
The Overwatch League is powered by Intel. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7. And by Omen by HP, the official PC and display of the Overwatch League.
You're real shit.
Oh shoot. I'm sorry guys, I just really fancy that song. It's amazing. It's amazing.
What a tune.
It's great.
No,
It's
it
so
really
good. It's a
is.
banger. It's a
It
straight
really
banger.
is.
Can't help
Well,
singing along.
Real bop material right there.
But guys, so far in stage 4, it seems like on any given day, any team can win, which is making power rankings almost impossible. I do not envy Reinforce and his job having to do that every week. So we here at the desk thought, you know, we could keep up with the rankings a bit more regularly. So we made this nifty board right here to my left, or Zoe's left rather. And as you guys can see, it's really simple. These are Reinforcement's official Overwatch League rankings, which you can check out on overwatchleague.com. They just came in today. And we're going to give each one of the analysts one chance to change something that they would like. But we have to keep it orderly. So, Zoe, we're going to start with you first. And the teams that are... Now, and this is based on today's results, by the way, everybody. These are the teams that are not on the board, by the way.
Okay.
Change them.
Well, I think to keep it simple, it's just I'm gonna address the most glaring one for me.
Okay.
Oh,
all right.
I don't appreciate that.
Okay.
So Chengdu's getting moved down, but how far?
Whoa!
Oh my
Hello?
word!
Wait,
controversial.
That's a lot of. Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. Just moving Chengdu down. Gotcha.
Don't do my hunting dirty like that.
Yeah,
All right.
no, I feel very strongly about that one. I generally do think that London, based on their performance, except from that one game we shall never speak of again, they still are a very dominant force. Atlanta Reign won enough games to like not argue that they should be somewhere on this side of the board. Although I do not think they have the same potential as other teams do. But yeah, no, I'm sorry. Hunters, they had really easy opponents. Let's be real here.
I'm not gonna lie.
Have a bad game against Chengdu.
I'm not gonna lie.
sorry,
It's very interesting that you went
against themselves.
I think it's interesting that you went for the Hunters before the Justice on this board. I will
Justice
say.
are a sick team, right?
They are. They
They're
are.
actually
But
really good.
they are. But
I want to
number
put them
4?
down, but I can't reasonably do
All right.
so.
Gotcha.
Oh,
All right.
Oh, he's
Brent,
bringing in the mayhem.
I'm bringing in the mayhem.
Florida Mayhem.
Ooh.
Fusion.
Removing the
Get out of
fusion.
here.
Okay.
Boom.
Whoa.
12th spot.
That's
Whoa.
Up there.
Okay.
I think their play hasn't been the worst in the league. I think they're, well, I wouldn't say the upper half of the league because technically no, it's kind of just below. But I think that their play has been something to be paying attention to. I mean, this seems to be kind of their meta game.
Yeah, zoom in on that one, please.
I honestly,
I think I
I'm
just
gonna
heard Jonathan-
agree with you there.
Yeah, me too.
Like Mayhem have beaten London, they've beaten Toronto, and they went 2-3 against a Justice team that slapped the Vancouver Titans.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, if you're going on how they've played in Stage 4, they've actually played really well. Anyway, his
I like
piece
that
might
one.
change. No, I don't need your pieces. Okay. I'm just
I
going to
don't-
make an
I don't
adjustment
need-
here as well, because even though I said that the Atlanta Reign were my dark horse of stage 4, I'm actually going to move them down a little bit because I think that while they look great, they actually have played some pretty weak opponents, and now I'm just wondering how far down I move them as well. I'm actually going to move them underneath Chengdu as well, so Chengdu get boosted back up into 6th position, because I think the Atlanta Reign have actually only played against teams that don't really have a great grasp on the meta right now, and I've noticed a tendency for a few of their players to just feed in fights. They get overzealous when they're winning, and they'll end up throwing Ursa in a little too aggressively.
Say, as long as Ursa survives, everything is gold.
I mean, sometimes he doesn't, or sometimes like FRD gives up his life. They're also relying a little bit too much on Genji. I think it's the same kind of stuff with the Titans, where like you see the Genji, you're like, oh, they're sick. You can only play the Genji on certain maps. So Atlanta, they're great, don't get me wrong, but we've got to temper our expectations.
They still got a little bit to prove until you move them into the top 5. I like
was
it.
Scared I'm cheating.
Get off that mayhem.
I'm just aligning
Get off the Florida mayhem.
Okay, I'm
hey,
sorry.
Fuel fans, I got something for you. Oh, wait, I dropped them.
No, you actually did.
You dropped it at number 13.
Well, I mean, it's kind of fitting, but we'll... hold on. Oh, bloody... They really want to stick on 13.
They're very magnetic.
All right. Well, thank you very much for that, guys. Everybody, this is our official power rankings after today. And, you know, we'll check back in later on this list and see if you guys change your mind, given how the matches pan out for the rest of the week. But now it is time for our favorite segment of the day. It's time for Over the Top Moments, starting off with my man who made his return here to the Blizzard Arena, Swoosh, back in the building with the palm tree. I don't know how he carries that thing without it snapping in half.
I was about to say, and he managed to not break it, except like unlike 3 other people on this desk.
Well, the strength of them as well. I mean, it's actually very heavy.
It is.
Are we celebrating Swoosh or the palm tree right now? I'm not entirely sure.
I look so good. Wow, we killed this tree.
Oh, man.
I didn't realize how much we butchered it.
I promise you, everybody, I'm eco-friendly, I'm green, I recycle. Moving on, God's eating everything. He was hungry today. He eats and then he eats.
Fantastic lower third.
Yeah. Whoever wrote that has got a future social media manager.
Shout out to Nick Edmonds on that one. That was beautiful.
That's phenomenal. That's how the Zoomers are speaking these days.
Nah, man, lovely diva play right there. Moving along, we got Bird Green with the Dragon Strike Halt. The London Spitfire, one of the best at doing this play right here.
Yeah, they are. This is something that they've really mastered, the teamwork aspect of getting the maximum value out of the lot of their halts. Unfortunately, haven't really mastered the whole clutching scenario yet.
No. I love the fact, though, that they can starting to show that they can play Mei with the Hanzo so much. Normally, they would both be profit.
Yep. Moving along, Michelle whiffs the hook, but then recovers by getting a 5K. Nasty.
This is some sideshow level play. Yeah. I'm going to be real with you. He misses the hook, then he whole hugs 2 people, and then he gets hooked himself but finishes them off, and then just walks into people. I could pull this off.
That was a nasty whiff, though. Come on. Come on, Michelle. All right, and last but not least, the Shadowburn dance kind of took over the day. It wasn't just us doing this either. This went all over the internet. This was nice.
What is
even Wolf? I've never seen Wolf dance. This is sick.
I'm not sure if that is dancing either, but
Emily got in on it.
Emily nailed it.
Yeah, Emily's killing it.
Of course.
She's also
As per
just
usual.
actually really good.
Shadowburn gave it to us live.
He was ready for it too.
He was ready.
Here's the Brazilian commentators as well doing it. They were actually doing it for like 3 minutes straight.
Man, a long dance.
Oh, you included it.
Bryn,
no.
I love my.
I don't know what
I was just mad because he blocked the game and I tried to watch Overwatch.
Why weren't you dancing here, Zoe?
Yeah, so he just left us hanging.
Buzzkill.
Zoe and Seth, the buzzkill.
No, I was about to dance and then the
Sure.
I need a warm up. I'm going cold.
Oh, man. All right. Well, guys, you see all the dancing. Keep that coming. But coming up after the break, we'll break down exactly what you should be watching out for tomorrow. More Watch Point coming up soon. Keep it locked.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile, now connecting 99% of Overwatch League fans. Catch your league on America's network, T-Mobile.
Dogman. Let's see. Hits the sleep? Yeah. Doesn't get any better than that. So clean. What? And Shadowburn out in the middle of nowhere as well.
Got the execution. Nice shot on the immortality field. It wasn't moving though. Under pressure, Carpe. Ooh! Wow! You got too close to Carpe, and that's what happens. Well, Dante down, and Carpe has decided that it is time to go Super Saiyan. Jesus, timing attacks. Still getting started.
I like lurker wraps.
Yeah.
Get them all at once. All right, so Prophet going to go ahead and...
Oh, that works.
That you do not expect that was amazing. You do not expect the teleporter Widowmaker surprise.
Looks like he just want to translocate forward there. He goes for the EMP anyway. Does Ursa pull the blade? He does. He gets the nano blade now and he's looking to find some extra kills. Genji's scary enough without the damage boost, and that's 3. Easy as you like for 4 on Ursa. And you said it, Matt, they had the ultimates that play together, and Ursa gets 5 kills to open up the point. We expect no less.
They still get to hold on to the Death Blossom.
And speaking of which, there it is, and Shax just absolutely destroys the entire team by himself. Death Blossom, nothing to be done about it. 6 kills in the bag.
Welcome back to the Watch Point Post Show. As we look ahead to later on today, it all kicks off with the Justice looking to stay hot in Stage 4, going up against the Boston Uprising. The Dallas Fuel try to stay alive against the Los Angeles Gladiators. The Shock and the Dragons then face off in a rematch of the Stage 3 finals. And the Hangzhou Spark look to get on the board in Stage 4 against the NYXL. So, with all that going on, what are you guys watching out for later today?
All right, well, if it's not going to be... wait, hold on, wait. Oh, whoa, I've messed up my sentences. Holy moly, it is late. Look at the time,
really.
huh? I'm looking forward to Shanghai versus Shock as a match because these guys, a lot of history between them. They've been in multiple stage playoffs against each other, scrim partners on top of that, and they knocked them out in the finals last in Stage 3. There's a revenge match cooking right here. Revenge match.
Revenge match. I do think that so far, from what we've seen from both those teams, though, San Francisco Shock has looked like they at least have a better grasp on the meta. I do still feel like the Shanghai Dragons, they kind of struggle that they can't run 3 DPS and now have to, like, you know, scale it down to 2. So I would give San Francisco Shock the edge here, but as you said, they used to be scrim partners. Maybe they're all up in each other's heads.
Yeah, I don't think that Shock are going to remain dominant like they are right now as well.
You don't think so?
No,
Okay,
I mean, they're number 1 on most people's power rankings right now just by virtue of they've played a bunch of good teams and they haven't lost, but they don't look dominant like they did when they were playing GOATs in Stage 2.
What team does?
Well, that's my point. They will inevitably fall. There's just too much variability. This looks like a potential opportunity for them to do so. I mean, Sinatra had to clutch enormously on Tracer before.
Look, you heard it here first in our pre-show. That's what it is, right?
I was just getting ready to ask, you guys think we're going to see more Sinatra this time around? Because we didn't see him that much in their last game. We haven't been seeing much. They've been playing a lot of Architect.
Yeah.
So when are we going to see Sinatra like definitively played in this stage?
I think they played Sinatra on Hollywood and Hanamura previously. So I don't know whether those are in the map pool for tomorrow, but I think they'll start integrating Sinatra more and more because he seems to be grinding on a bunch of different heroes.
Well, I'd like to see them use Super a lot more, honestly, as well. I need to see them lock down a specific main tank.
Right.
They've been using Super almost the entire year. Like, why not just put the guy? He might be a little bit uncomfortable on the roles that we need right now, but...
What?
You need to stop. You need to stop extending your hand.
All right.
It's getting late.
Before we go, let's take a look at our Twitch cheer leaderboard as we always do, because that's very important. Zoe, why don't you take us through what's going on this board here?
I actually, no wait, I did write a haiku for the next one.
All right,
so
well,
I don't want to talk about this one.
All right, well, the Atlanta Rain's still on top, and the Hangzhou Spark are actually gaining on them. They're within 1 million. So now we're on the individual leaderboard. Go ahead.
All right.
Okay,
now, this hasn't changed.
It's a work in progress. Okay. Are you ready for this?
Yes.
Wait, I don't know how to say the name. It's Pepin the Pump?
Yes.
You nailed it.
Pepin the Pump leads a Twitch cheer bits board of weebs. Brent's Genji sucks hard. I need to.
What is that the end line?
I struggled with the end, but it was the only weeby thing I could think of.
That's
Genji
great.
and you, and everything just kind of came together.
I don't think Mama Shimada.
The modern Shakespeare.
Modern Shakespeare.
Didn't feel in haikus.
I think it's one of the better haikus.
No,
had on.
Shakespeare was well known for his haikus.
Yeah, he was the front.
No,
runner of
he
haiku.
was well known for blank verse and iambic pentameter. I was a theater student, I know that. But
You didn't like my haiku?
it was good. No, your haiku was good.
Yeah, well done.
I need some encouragement.
Good job. But guys, while we're on the subject of Twitch, I think I should let everybody know to be sure to go get your Overwatch League All Access Pass on Twitch, because coming up right after Watchpoint, you are not going to want to miss the live Q&A with Ryu Jaehoong from the Seoul Dynasty exclusively with that All Access Pass. But guys, that's going to do it for us here on the Watchpoint post show tonight. But we're back later on today at 3:30 p.m. Pacific with the pre-show. So we'll see you then.
Welcome, fellow gamers. It's another great week of Overwatch League. That's right, and man, do we have a good match to start things off with Domi Monte Cristo. We've got the London Spitfire taking on the Vancouver Titans. And you know what?
What?
I feel like there's no point in predicting anything anymore for the rest of the season, because both of these teams are coming in. London with a loss against the Mayhem, and Vancouver with a loss against Washington last week. So we just don't know who's going to win anything anymore.
Yeah, we did have that situation where 19th in the league beat first in the league, but that's part of switching over to the role lock meta.
Yeah.
Things are turbulent. And speaking of turbulence, the Spitfire plummeting down the standings right now.
Yeah, they have to be careful because there's a chance they could fall out.